You are listening to My Traitor, Book 6 of the Nadia Wolf Series. Written by Nicolette Pierce. Copyright 2015. Audio copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Chapter 1. Remy Bourne sat in his Cadillac, staring blankly ahead. The unlit road eased his mind.
She's been seen,
Rat said, his eyes darting as if he could see past the car hood. I heard you the first time. Keep tabs on her, Remy replied.
She's asking around for you. She's using both names.
Make sure she doesn't find me. Spread the word that I've left town. Rat nodded and slipped out of the car, disappearing into the night. Even if the road was lit, Remy wouldn't have bothered to see which way Rat had gone. He had a way of becoming invisible. The small, skittish man proved useful from time to time. That was the only reason Remy kept him around. He didn't trust Rat. But then again, there were few people he did trust. Remy had known this day would come. He knew she'd come for him eventually. He'd kept tabs on her for the last couple of weeks, leaking false information as to his whereabouts. He didn't want to be blindsided again. If Ava Hunt was looking for him, it meant she was up to something, and he was going to find out what it was first. He had a feeling he already knew. He prayed he was wrong. Remy started the engine and drove to his temporary residence. From what Rat said, Ava had already searched his house from top to bottom. Not one thing was left out of place, and not one thing was taken. She used the darkness as her cover and had sophisticated equipment to override his security system. Remy had trained her well, too well. As he pulled into the warehouse lot, he noticed a familiar car parked in his spot. The lock on the outer fence had been cut, allowing the unwanted vehicle inside the gate. He suspected the warehouse door was unlocked as well. Remy parked next to the vehicle and walked the few yards to the door. He took a breath and opened it, stepping into the dim interior.
You've been MIA,
David Miller accused, stepping into a sliver of light from the high windows, mostly broken after years of abandonment. Looks like I'm not anymore, Remy replied dryly, walking past David. David followed behind, his footsteps loud in the cavernous space. On the far corner of the building, Remy opened another door and flipped on a switch, lighting a large square room. It was sparsely furnished, but it fit Remy's current needs with a cot, an old office chair, and a table piled with gear. Video surveillance screens covered the wall.
I see you're expecting company,
David said, surveying the equipment. His gray eyes scanned, taking everything in. Remy knew in just those few seconds that David had already categorized his inventory. Remy eyed the dark-haired man, assessing him. He wondered how much information he could give and still get David to walk away. Too much information, and David would be glued to his back. She's looking for me, he finally said.
I know. You said you'd be gone for a week or two. Maya's now on my case because she hasn't heard from you.
Your wife is your own problem.
You know how she is,
David said with an unaffected shrug.
But I have to say I'm not sure if this is wise.
It doesn't matter either way. Ava's searching for me. David nodded.
She'll find you.
And I'll be ready.
How can I help?
Go home and tell Maya that I'm fine. I just need another week or two.
Remy.
It's not up for debate. I'm doing this alone.
You don't have to. When she sold you out, she sold us all out.
Yes, but I'm the one who trusted her.
We all did. We were a team.
Remy shook his head. David would never understand, and that was fine with him. The less he understood, the better. Is Maya still getting sick? Remy asked, switching the subject.
Not as much as before. She's busy shopping for maternity clothes.
Go home.
Not until Rat shows.
Remy's brow arched. How did David know? Remy had a bad feeling David already knew too much. You already missed him.
He'll be back,
David said, settling into the chair as if he were a man of leisure, which he actually was now that he'd been home, attempting to live a domesticated life. You need a job, Remy said.
I thought about it.
And? David shrugged.
I don't know what kind of job to get. The only thing I'm qualified to do is, well, if it's not government sanctioned, then it's illegal. Since I promised Maya I'd give it up, I'm not sure what to do with myself.
Take care of Maya. David's fingers mindlessly played with the frayed armrest, his long, muscular legs stretched in front of him.
I can only shop so much.
There are other things you can do with her. David smirked.
Which is why she's shopping for maternity clothes. There are 24 hours to fill every day. I'm good, but not that good.
Remy chuckled. Why don't you take over for me at Tropical Rain Casino? I've taken off as much time as I can, and I doubt they'll allow more. I was about to hand in my resignation.
A security guard gig?
David asked, distaste filling his voice. Director of Security, Remy corrected.
They'd hire me.
If I gave them a recommendation, yes. David scratched his jaw.
I don't really need the money.
No, but you need something to do.
And you're sure you don't want my help?
The way David's gray eyes glinted, Remy suspected he wasn't really asking. I don't need help.
What will you do after this is over?
Remy crossed his arms. Hell, he didn't know. It didn't seem to matter either. Ava had ripped his life apart once. It seemed she was aiming for a repeat. I'll figure it out later.
What will you do once you have her?
Remy didn't know that either, but he wanted answers. He hadn't seen Ava Hunt in 6 years. The last time they'd spoken was right before she left their hideout in Iraq. He'd told her he loved her. She'd sent them to hell. Remy jolted awake, sweat trickling down his face. It trailed his neck like the snakes in his dreams. The nightmares were coming back, stronger than before. The scars slashed across his body burned at the flooding memories. He shook his head, ridding himself of the haunting visions that replayed in his mind. The sounds were harder to clear away. They echoed as if he were still there. A spray of bullets had riddled his platoon's hideout, killing the soldiers. They had hidden in a section of town that had already been bombed during a previous strike. No one should have known they were there. They'd been so careful in their planning. But he knew what had happened. As soon as he was shoved into a dank enemy prison cell, he had known it. It was Ava. She'd sold them out. She was the traitor. For months, while rodents scurried through his cell, climbing over his body, sinking their teeth into his flesh, he had hoped he was wrong. For months, bloodied from torture, shackled back into his cell day after day, he had hoped that Ava hadn't sold him out. As time ticked on, he knew it was her. She was trained in search and rescue. She would have found him in a matter of days. She was the best. Remy closed his eyes, his head falling into his hands, remembering the look on David's face when Remy had finally been rescued. Relief and fury had darted across David's face as he picked the shackle locks that held Remy against the red-stained wall. David's reaction was nothing compared to what Remy had felt. How many survived? Remy had asked, his voice brittle from dehydration.
Just me and Ava,
David had answered.
I'd have been here sooner, but I woke up in a hospital 2 days after the attack. You were listed among the casualties.
Casualties. Such a soft word for a hard reality.
There's a traitor in the ranks,
David had said. Ava.
She was cleared after giving her statement. It's not her.
It's her, I guarantee it. Remy shook the cobweb dreams from his mind and stood, ignoring the way his legs trembled. He'd be back to his old self soon. He refused to be cowed by the past. A glance at the clock told him he had slept long enough. It was nearly 6. He wasn't sure when he'd hear from Rat. The man was off the grid and refused to keep even a lousy burner phone on him. But if there was news, Rat would find him. Remy checked the surveillance monitors. Nothing. He read over his notes. Same. Taking a gulp of cold coffee, he cringed as he swallowed. He was getting soft. Not having the comforts of home was starting to wear on him. He even missed his job at the casino. He knew David wasn't interested in it, but Remy had come to enjoy it. His daily routine was its own form of security. He snorted. He was soft. Reaching over to his loaded Glock, he slid it into his waistband and slipped quietly into the warehouse. He walked the length, stretching his legs. A question repeated in his mind. It had been for weeks. Why was Ava searching for him now? At first, he thought she wanted to finish what she had started all those years ago and kill him. But that didn't make sense. She could have done so before now. If that was the case, David would be a target as well. But as far as he could tell, David wasn't. So, that left Remy. A sliver of him wanted to believe she was coming to make amends. That sliver was rough and jagged. Before the thought could cement, he shoved it aside. He couldn't forgive her, even if she was sorry. He had nothing in his possession that she could want. So, what was it? Information? Remy didn't have information either. He hadn't been on the inside since that dark day. He slid his phone from his pocket but then shoved it back in. He was tempted to call David and bounce ideas around. But David was safe for now. Remy wanted to keep it that way. It must have something to do with the raid. The entire platoon had been killed except for David, Ava, and himself. He was pretty sure they'd overlooked David as dead originally. So that left Ava and himself. Why did they keep him alive? Why imprison him and kill everyone else? Death would have been kinder.
Ava Hunt knotted her long brown hair into a tight bun at the nape of her neck, making sure all stray hairs were tucked in. The warm, fresh air prickled her sweat-dampened skin. She had been sitting in her car for hours, watching the two-story house. The only thing she'd discovered was that the pregnant woman loved to shop. In fact, she loved it so much that an entire bedroom had been converted into a closet. With a sigh, Ava picked up the binoculars again and peered through them. David's wife was pretty with her blonde ringlet hair and blue eyes. If Ava had to guess, she was 5 months pregnant. Ava's stomach tightened. Her hands gripped the binoculars, willing herself to stay focused. She wasn't going to think about the past. She had to focus on the present. A man stepped behind the blonde, circling his arms around her, pressing her back into him. He nuzzled her neck as she laughed and tugged away. David Miller. Ava would recognize him anywhere. 6 years did nothing to diminish his handsome looks. If anything, the years were good to him. She could tell he was happy. Leaning back, Ava tossed the binoculars onto the passenger seat. She would retreat for now. While she didn't think David would be of any use, she knew he'd eventually lead her to Brock Remington. Brock and David had worked closely for years, and they were as tight as brothers. But David looked quite content with his wife at the moment. He wouldn't be going anywhere for a while. In the meantime, she'd check out the rest of the Miller family. She'd heard Brock had worked for David's brother for a couple of years. It was worth checking all leads. Ava twisted the key, starting the engine of her black sedan and pulling from the curb. "You can't hide forever, Brock."
Chapter 2. Remy stared at the warehouse wall. His writing marked the blank space with scattered memories, the names of the dead, the mission points, his jailers. Everything that he could remember was listed on the wall, and in the center, Ava's name. As he stared at the wall, he knew he was missing something. There was a key element that he couldn't see or name. Ava wanted something, but what? Remy knew he could easily solve the riddle, but that meant allowing Ava to find him. That wasn't an option. Not right now, anyway. He refused to be blindsided by her schemes again. He paced the wall, replaying scene after scene in his mind. It was enough to drive him mad. His hand slid over his shaved head in frustration. With a defeated growl, Remy stalked to the table and grabbed his car keys. With a quick glance at the surveillance monitors, he escaped to his Cadillac. He needed a different car. Everyone knew he had a fondness for Cadillacs. His car would be a beacon for anyone looking for him. Right now, it was just Ava, but she might not be working alone. Remy stilled. Ava couldn't have been working alone in Iraq. He had always blamed her solely for the raid. After the deaths and prison, he was so enraged and bitter that his mind had begun to fray. He hadn't been thinking clearly. But the truth of the matter was that there was no way she'd be able to coordinate a raid on her own. Her skill was in search and rescue, not in massacre. Ava was the insider, not the mastermind. Who was she helping? Remy had to look at the evidence again. When he had seen it all those years ago with David, he was blinded by sorrow and fury. The photos of soldiers, scattered like debris in their blood-soaked hideout, nearly pushed him over the edge. David had saved him again, taking him away from it all. Remy was going to have to ask for his help. David still had clearance. Remy had given up everything when he'd changed his identity. To the world, Brock Remington had died in an enemy prison, and that's the way it would stay. Brock Remington was dead, but Remy Bourne was alive and furious.
Ava drove up the long drive to Grayson Miller's mansion. She rolled to a stop at the gate and pressed the call button. She only had to wait moments before a woman's pleasant voice greeted her. "Hello." Ava returned the greeting. "I heard this was a bed and breakfast, and I'm interested in staying."
Our grand opening will be in 2 weeks.
The woman replied.
We aren't open yet, but if you'd like, you can come up and see the place, and I can give you a brochure for later.
"Yes, I would like that." The gate rolled open.
I'll meet you at the front door.
"Thank you," Ava replied. She pressed the accelerator and drove through the gate, giving a low whistle as the 3-story mansion came into view. It was wide and stately, sprawled over acre after acre of prettily groomed land. Parking at the entrance, Ava stepped out of the car. She was about to grab her gun when the large wooden front door opened and a petite woman in her 20s appeared. Ava closed her car door, leaving her weapon behind. She wouldn't need it.
Welcome to Dreamscape Inn. I'm Jenna Newman.
Ava shook Jenna's hand. "It's very nice to meet you. I'm Ava. I must say I'm already impressed with the place."
Just wait until you see the inside.
She tucked a stray lock of hair into her auburn ponytail.
Do you have time for a tour?
"Yes, that would be wonderful."
Excellent. I'm so excited to show you. I've been waiting anxiously for the grand opening. I think I'm driving everyone here crazy.
Ava smiled and followed Jenna into the marbled entryway. She scanned the grand staircase and vaulted ceilings, taking in the enormity of the place.
I have brochures in the kitchen. We can stop there last.
"You keep them in the kitchen?"
I've been using that as my temporary office, but I have a feeling the chef will kick me out as soon as we open. How long are you in town for?
"I'm not sure. Maybe a week or 2.
Do you come to Las Vegas often, or is this a special trip?
"A special trip." Jenna bit her lower lip. Ava could tell she was mulling over a thought, but before Ava could inquire, a man appeared from a rear entrance. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but not nearly as broad as Brock had been. Or still was. His beard and dirt-covered jeans did nothing to camouflage who he was. This was Grayson Miller, powerful CEO turned bed and breakfast owner, and, from the look of it, the gardener. She recognized his gray eyes right away. A Miller family trait. Those gray eyes curiously swept across her before resting on Jenna.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was wondering if it was lunchtime yet.
Grayson asked Jenna, swooping down to give her a quick kiss.
Should be soon. You can ask Jean-Paul.
Grayson frowned.
I'd rather not. Just give a shout when there's food.
He gave a courteous nod to Ava before turning to leave.
Wait, you need to meet our first guest.
Ava blinked. First guest? Grayson's confused gaze flicked from Jenna to Ava and then back.
I thought we were opening in 2 weeks.
Jenna smiled brightly.
I know, and I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to have a guest stay and let us know what we need to work on before the opening. Ava is only in town for a couple of weeks. She'd be perfect.
Jenna turned to Ava.
If you don't mind being our guinea pig, I'll comp your stay with us.
Ava smiled. She'd been toying with an idea when she decided to come here. This would fall into her plan perfectly. If Brock was going to continue to evade her, then she'd make sure he knew where she was. Smack dab in his territory. It would only be a matter of time before he'd find out. Why trudge all over Vegas when he would come to her? It was perfect. "I'd love to be your guinea pig," Ava said, "but only if you don't mind, Mr. Miller." Ava hid her smile at Jenna and Grayson's wide expression.
Have we met?
Grayson asked.
And please call me Grayson.
"No, we haven't met, but I know David and spotted you as his brother right away,"
Wow, you're good.
Jenna said before turning sheepish and pointing to Grayson.
It took me a bit longer to figure out who he was.
How do you know David?
We were in the same platoon in Iraq. Grayson's eyes darkened. Had he heard the story? Ava wasn't sure, but she knew enough to stay silent until he spoke first.
Chapter 3. David watched Remy as he paced the warehouse, pondering the data-cluttered wall. They had spent days going over it again and again. It was all the same, just as it had been 6 years ago. The only change was Remy. He didn't even think of Remy as Brock anymore. They were two different men. Sure, they looked exactly the same, a tank on legs, but Brock had been snuffed out just as surely as if he had been killed in the raid. David never blamed Remy for the change. He was just glad Remy had survived at all. But gone was Remy's humor. Gone was his smile. Gone was his purpose. Security director in a casino. And before that, his brother's chauffeur and bodyguard. David scoffed. It wasn't as if those were bad jobs, but they weren't Remy. Just watching him stalk the warehouse like a lion confirmed David's thoughts. Remy's plan had always been to climb the army ranks. And it wasn't his past torments that had killed Brock. It was Ava. A woman killed his best friend. A woman who returned to kill him all over again. But not if David found her first. "I smell a rat," David drawled, glancing over at the warehouse door.
How did you know I was here? I didn't make a sound?
Rat said, slowly maneuvering around the perimeter. "How could I not? You smell like the sewer."
I haven't been home to shower. Your girl is putting heat on me.
Ava,
Remy questioned.
where is she?
I don't know.
What do you mean? Haven't you been tracking her?
Rat narrowed his small, watery eyes.
I was until she disappeared.
She disappeared?
Remy questioned, irritation lacing his voice.
Where was she seen last?
Rat aimed his yellow smile at David.
At his house.
"My house?" David demanded. Rat nodded.
Sitting in broad daylight watching your house.
"You're lying. I would have noticed her." Rat's smile grew.
You were too busy with your wife to notice, but I saw everything.
David pounced on Rat, slamming him against the wall. Rat's thin hands grappled with David's arm.
Leave him alone, David. You know damn well you don't notice anything when Maya is around.
David let go, snarling a curse. Ava had been outside his home. He had to get Maya out of Vegas today. She wasn't safe while Ava Hunt was prowling.
After Ava left David's house, where did she go?
I lost her.
Rat admitted, rubbing his chest from David's assault. Rat nearly flinched at Remy's hard stare, but then he shrugged.
I took my eyes off her for a moment and she was gone.
Rat's grin was back, aimed again at David.
A very short moment.
David clenched his fists. He wanted to punch that smug smile off Rat's face. He felt sick knowing Rat had looked in his windows at his wife. And it certainly wasn't a short moment. Remy rubbed his forehead.
You said she was putting heat on you. How?
You're not the only one tracking her. Someone must have spotted me and put a tail on me.
"That's funny," David said dryly. "Because you're a rat." Rat's lips curled.
Yeah, you know what else is funny? The little birthmark on your wife's...
David swung, his fist plowing into Rat's jaw, sending him hard against the wall. As he fell, his head cracked against the surface. Rat, cross-eyed from the blow, scrambled to his feet, teetering as he regained his balance. David lunged at him but was held back by Remy's tightened grip.
Leave him alone,
Remy repeated. David shrugged off Remy's hand, backing away from Rat. Even though he wanted to do more damage to the vermin, he'd listened to Remy just this once. "Don't make me regret this," David warned Rat.
Come back when you have information.
Remy said, leading Rat to the door and locking it behind him.
Don't let him get under your skin.
"I don't like him. I don't trust him."
And you hate that he saw Maya naked. I, unfortunately, saw her photos. Are you going to beat the crap out of me, too?
"Like I could, and that was an accident. I didn't mean to show you her pictures, just mine." He added with a smirk, then he grew serious again. "I have to get her out of town."
If you're worried about Rat, I wouldn't bother.
Not just him. You heard what he said. If someone is tailing him, then they might wonder why he was outside my house. I don't want Maya or the baby to get hurt. She's been through enough. Remy nodded.
Go and do what you have to. You know where I'll be.
I might be gone a day or two. Promise me you won't make a move until I return.
I don't make promises.
Promise me. Remy shook his head.
You know I can't. Go take care of Maya. I can handle Ava on my own.
David swore. When Ava was around, Remy didn't think clearly. It was the same reaction David had with Maya. He couldn't leave Remy alone. Not even for a second, because that's all Ava would need. I'm not leaving, David said, settling into the chair with his phone. But I'll see if Maya can stay with Grayson for a few days. She won't even mind. All she talks about now is Jenna and Grayson and how adorable they are together. He snorted. Remy nodded absently and continued pacing. Hey, David greeted when Grayson answered the phone. Would you mind if Maya stayed with you for a few nights?
Is everything okay?
Grayson asked, his rapid breath loud in the earpiece. Please tell me you're working in the garden.
Yeah, why?
Never mind, I'll swing by soon with Maya.
She's already here.
She's there?
Jenna wanted Maya's advice on redecorating a few bedrooms.
David breathed a little easier. At least with a project to occupy her, she wouldn't put up much of a fuss if she had to stay over at Grayson's. The fact that she adored Jenna was helpful too.
Why don't you come over and stay for dinner?
Grayson suggested.
Bring Remy, too. One of your old friends is staying here. You can catch up.
Who?
Ava Hunt.
David flicked a glance at Remy, who was absorbed in his wall. Really? She's staying with you? David didn't know how he kept his voice steady. He felt as if Remy's anvil fist had sucker punched him.
Jenna talked her into being our guinea pig for a couple of weeks until we opened the bed and breakfast.
I'm sure you didn't have to twist her arm. Why was she there? What game was she playing?
Not at all. So, do you want to come for dinner?
Yeah, I'll be there soon. David ended the call and stood to leave. Remy glanced over.
What's up?
Grayson needs a little help. I'm going to swing by his place. I'll be back in an hour or two.
Maya can't pack in an hour or two.
There's been a change of plans?
Care to tell me about it?
Remy asked, his tone suspicious. David unlocked the warehouse door. No. Slamming the door behind him, David stalked to his car and slid in. He reached under his seat and ripped his gun from the Velcro strap. Damn that bitch to hell.
After a leisurely lunch made by a chef she swore must be magical, Ava found herself on the lounge chair again. She really must stop this. Between the food and the idleness, she was as lazy as a sated cat curled up in a sunny window. She didn't even know where her gun was. Most likely in her room. Not smart, she knew, but it wasn't like she needed it. She never used it anyway. Men lowered their guard with her, especially if she was unarmed. How could an unarmed woman harm anyone? Whoever underestimated her always learned the hard way. She sighed contently and shifted, settling comfortably until hard metal jabbed against her temple. A gun. But it wasn't Brock who wielded it. She had always known when he was near. Ava slowly opened her eyes to find David glaring at her, his face pinched into a scowl. He shoved the metal barrel at her harder.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't pull the trigger.
He snarled. It's been a long time, David, Ava said, making sure to keep still. If she was going to make a move, it'd be when she had the best chance. How have you been?
Do you think this is a joke?
He backed away a few short steps, keeping his aim true. Not at all, just trying to be polite.
Give me one good reason,
he repeated. The ice that filled his voice matched his eyes. You used to shoot first and ask questions later, she said, knowing she was pushing his limits. I see you've matured a little.
Answer.
Ava smiled. All right. Would you care to sit? These chairs are like clouds. A bullet ripped past her ear and into the chair, sending a cloud of stuffing into the air. Well, that was a sad waste. Ava closed her eyes, letting the ringing that deafened her ears subside. Your temper is dreadful, she said, irritated that she had flinched. She held still, knowing the chair was going to find itself with a few more holes, and she didn't want to get in the way. Brock used to have the temper, remember? Or should I call him Remy now? Another bullet whizzed past, nicking the side of her arm, before lodging into the chair. She felt blood trickle down, but she held still. David was a skilled shooter. He meant to make her bleed. She knew the next bullet would find a bigger mark, but it wouldn't be a deadly blow. Not yet. However, she really didn't want to bleed any more than she was. The patio door whipped open. Jenna, Maya, and Grayson poured out, simultaneously asking questions. Ava didn't hear any of it. She shook her head to alleviate the continuous ringing.
Get back into the house.
David barked.
Oh, Ava, you're bleeding.
Maya squeaked, hurrying around David to get a closer look. She gasped.
David Miller, did you shoot Ava?
Not yet.
He growled.
Get back inside.
I will not.
She declared, stomping her foot for emphasis. Her mouth turned into a petulant child's pout.
David,
Grayson hedged, scooting Jenna behind him.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't think shooting our first guest will.
You said a friend was here.
David interrupted.
Ava is no friend. She's a killer, and she sent Remy to hell. She's a traitor.
He pointed the gun at her knee.
Aren't you?
Ava held her tongue.
Don't you dare shoot that gun.
Maya said. Her normally big blue eyes squinted into a glare.
This is between Ava and me.
David snapped.
Get inside or I'll carry you in myself.
Then you'll have to carry me.
Maya said, suddenly smiling. David groaned, knowing very well he couldn't carry his wife indoors and keep his gun aimed at Ava. Jenna peeked around Grayson.
Why don't we take a moment and regroup? I don't know what happened in the past, but Ava has been wonderful, and Maya is stressed. That's not good for the baby.
David's eyes softened slightly, but his gun was still on target. Ava stayed quiet, knowing if she uttered one word, a bullet would shatter her kneecap. She didn't come here to fight with David or his family. He had to know that. But she'd ignited his protective instincts, and she'd do well to back off for the moment. But only for a moment.
Tell me why you came here.
He demanded. Ava studied him, wondering if she should tell him the truth. No, she wouldn't tell him. He wouldn't understand. Her words were for Brock alone.
Remy watched the patio from the third floor of Grayson's mansion, clutching the window frame with white knuckles. Damn David for not telling him. As soon as David left the warehouse, Remy had followed in his cramped rental car. He already missed his caddy. He'd barely kept up with David in the tin can compact. When David turned onto Grayson's private drive, Remy had held back, wondering why he'd come here first. Now he understood. Thankfully, Remy knew the layout of the property from when he was Grayson's bodyguard and driver. He knew all the security codes, and it was easy enough to enter without being detected. He watched as David lowered his gun, aiming at Ava's leg. David wasn't a cutthroat assassin. Remy knew Ava's life wasn't in danger. Not that he cared about her, but he didn't want David carrying that burden. After all the missions he'd been on, David had enough burdens to last a few lifetimes. Remy watched as Maya, Jenna, and Grayson fled the house and tried to reason with David. He could hear the angry words through the window, but Ava never moved. She didn't try to defend herself. She just sat there, waiting. Remy knew what that meant. He knew she was up to no good. As soon as David turned his head, she'd go on the defensive. Thankfully, her gun was in her room. She would return for it. Remy flicked his eyes to her gun resting on the nightstand. Why wasn't she carrying it? Did she really think they wouldn't find her here? And why was she here? He felt so turned around, so perplexed that he wanted to plow his fist through the wall. He was done trying to solve the puzzle. He never much liked strategy games, and he hated the way his gut twisted every time he thought of Ava. It was time to end this cat-and-mouse chase. He would wait for her here where there'd be no prying eyes, no witnesses. It ends now.
Chapter 4. Ava was finally tired of sitting on her beloved lounge chair on the sunny patio. It now had 2 bullet holes and bloodstains. David wanted information, and she wasn't going to give it. They were at an impasse. The others tried to reason with him, but it was only making matters worse. While he curbed his volatile anger, it only made him more stubborn and determined not to budge. "Do you mind if I get up?" Ava asked. The nick on her arm had stopped bleeding, but she could really use a warm washcloth and a change of clothes.
Yes, I mind.
David barked.
This is getting ridiculous.
Grayson said.
We've been out here for 20 minutes. Put your gun down. She's unarmed.
David laughed.
All you see is a woman, don't you?
An injured woman.
Grayson said. Ava watched as David composed himself, still aiming the gun. His arm had to ache with fatigue. She would target that arm first.
You don't understand. As soon as I lower my guard, she'll attack. You'll be unconscious or dead within a matter of seconds.
Ava hid her smile. She was good, but not nearly that good. If she was, this dreary conversation would have been over with long ago. David's arm twitched. That was the signal she'd been waiting for. Ava sprung from the chair, grabbing David's fatigued wrist to push the gun away. She dug a knuckle into a tender spot in his muscle as he gripped her with his other arm. Trying to stop her, she used his momentum against him to swing behind, tugging his arm up behind him. She kicked the back of his knees, sending him to the ground. As he fell, her elbow came down, giving him a hard blow to the back of his neck. He sprawled face first onto the patio. Ava turned to find 3 aghast faces gawking at her. He'll wake up in 20 minutes, Ava said, skirting the patio to stay as far away from the trio as possible. She wasn't afraid of them, but she didn't want anyone to try to pull a heroic stunt. Give him something for his headache after he throws up.
Ava.
Grayson started. Don't, Ava shouted as she neared the door. I'll be out of here in a few minutes. I didn't want to hurt him, and I don't want to hurt you. Just let me get my things, and you'll never see me again. When no one protested or moved, Ava dashed inside and up the 2 flights of stairs to her room. A nagging feeling warned her away from the room, but she ignored it. It was probably just her amped-up adrenaline. If it had just been her clothes she'd left in the room, she would have left right away. Her original thought was to hold the Millers until Brock made his appearance, but it was a large mansion with a dozen staff members. She knew her limitations. Plus, she really didn't want to hurt anyone. The only person she was after was Brock. Ava reached for the doorknob to her room, but before she was even able to grip it, the door flung open. Brock grabbed her arms, whipped her into the room, and slammed the door closed. Ava scurried away, searching for her gun. Brock was the one person she couldn't use physical force against. She had tried many times in training. Not once could she take him down.
Looking for something?
He asked, locking the door. When his hard gaze fell on her, she nearly buckled. She remembered him so vividly, like it had been only moments before when he held her in his arms. But something about him had changed. Something was different. She had known this moment was coming. She had planned for it. It wasn't exactly how she had imagined it or planned it. And now that he was a few feet away from her, unyielding as steel, she couldn't understand why her heart was tripping and sputtering, just like it had when they first met, when he first pinned her on the mat.
You have nerve coming here after what you did.
Brock said through a clenched jaw.
Why did you come?
He took a menacing step toward her. The room was too small to escape, and Brock still had the door blocked, but she wasn't here to escape. This is what she came for. He just caught her by surprise. Ava hurried to the opposite side of the double bed, knowing he could easily reach her with one swipe of his arm, but it was still a blockade. She didn't have many options in the small room. Jenna had wanted her to stay in one of the larger rooms, but they were all so frilly and ornate that she felt uncomfortable. This bedroom had been plain, simple, and perfect. Not so perfect anymore. Brock
is dead.
He snarled.
He's dead just like the rest of the men you betrayed.
Ava felt the cut of those words. It was nothing that she hadn't told herself a million times since that day. But coming from Brock, a man she wasn't sure she recognized anymore, the words cut. Had coming here been a mistake? No, she had to make him understand. She had to try. I need your help, she began.
My help?
He questioned incredulously. He stepped closer, the bed becoming a smaller barrier.
I knew you were a traitor, a murderer, but you must be crazy too.
Ava flinched but kept her ground. Just listen to me.
No, you listen to me. I came here for one thing, and I'm not leaving until I get it.
What? Ava asked cautiously. Brock clenched his hands into fists as a war played out across his face. He finally released his hands and stared at her.
A signed confession. I want you behind bars for the rest of your life.
It wasn't what she'd expected. A signed confession, she repeated. She shook her head. I can't. Not right now, not until... Brock lunged for her, ensnaring her arms and yanking her across the bed. His face was inches from hers as his grip tightened, cutting off circulation.
You will write a confession,
He ordered, his dark brown eyes boring into hers. No. Brock shook her once. His growl filled the room.
Don't push me.
His anger fueled Ava's. She wrenched from his grip and leapt back. Don't push me, she countered. Ava skimmed the wall, hoping to stay out of Brock's wide reach and escape through the door. She had to rethink her plan. It was obvious Brock was in no frame of mind to listen to her. All he wanted was a confession. She wouldn't be able to reason with him. Brock watched her movements. She suspected he already knew where she was headed. He wasn't some lughead who only used his muscles for brains. Before Ava could reach the door, he snatched her back, tossing her onto the bed.
You're not leaving until I have your confession.
She looked up at him as he closed in. He stared down at her. For a brief moment, his eyes roamed. Emotion flashed across his face, but was quickly erased. Ava knew that look. Was it possible? Did he still love her? She had never thought he'd won her the first time around. Would she be allowed a second chance? No, there was no trust left, only anger. But she saw enough in his expression to know she could distract him for a moment. That's all she would need.
Remy was tired. He realized it as soon as he laid his hands on Ava. Something shifted in him. He was tired of being angry, tired of watching his back, tired of the guilt and lies, tired of the constant ache. When he told Ava he wanted a signed confession, he meant it. He just wanted her behind bars, to serve her time. It'd never make up for what she had done, but it was the right thing to do. He'd never have to lay eyes on her again. At one time, Remy had wanted to be both judge and jury, to take justice. Sometimes he still had that urge, but the law could have her. Just looking down at her on the bed, memories ignited. Her long, toned body curled defensively, waiting for his next move. Her sandy brown eyes studied him, searching for a signal. It was torture being in the same room with her again. He wondered how he could still be affected by her. He was weak when it came to Ava. Remy had to get out of there. He had to distance himself. By the glint in her eye, he knew she could read his thoughts. All it would take was for her to reach for him the way she used to press her body against his. He would fall all over again. He had not anticipated this. Remy shook himself and stepped back. He had to talk to David. If the idiot was conscious.
Where are you going?
Ava asked nervously as Remy retreated to the door, never turning his back on her. Don't come near the door unless you want to get shot. He stepped out of the room and swung the door closed. He pulled out his gun and shot the latch, imprisoning Ava in her room. The only way out was the window. He doubted even Ava would be able to scale 3 floors without gear, but he'd watch just in case. Remy glanced over as David stirred awake. Maya and Jenna crowded over David, asking if he was okay, feeling his forehead for a fever, and checking his pulse. Remy rolled his eyes at their mothering. The man was only knocked unconscious, he wasn't sick. Even Grayson had gone back inside, most likely to settle any of the staff's concerns. Waiting on the patio as the women fussed over David, Remy watched Ava's window and tried to clear his head. But he knew it'd never fully clear, not with her trapped 3 floors above him. He was an idiot. Remy laughed dryly as he pulled her gun from his waistband. He should just go ahead and lodge a bullet into his brain. The way he was going, she'd do it before long anyway.
Where is she?
David mumbled. In her room, Remy answered. David turned, retching over the side of the patio.
God, I forgot about her knockouts.
Remy cringed. Thankfully, he'd never had first-hand experience, but he had seen others who had. It was always the same. Maya handed David a glass of water. He took a sip, swished, and then spit it out.
Ava said you might need something for a headache,
Jenna said, holding out a pill bottle.
Thanks.
David said gruffly, taking the bottle.
I feel like roadkill.
Remy kept silent and watched as David gripped his stomach, swallowing the pills.
Did she say anything?
David demanded after a shuddered breath. Nothing important, Remy answered.
And then why is she here?
She said she wants help, but it's just a lie.
Help with what? Are there more people she'd like to assassinate? Are we next?
Maya squeaked. David looked over at his wife and winced.
Sorry, honey, why don't you and Jenna head inside? Remy and I need a few minutes.
But
Please.
Maya sighed.
only for a few minutes, not any longer than that.
After Maya and Jenna were out of earshot, David asked.
How long was I out?
Remy raised a brow. David nodded.
20 minutes. What happened in that time? When did you get here?
I followed you here. I waited in Ava's room when I realized she didn't have her gun. I knew she'd come for it.
You let her knock me out? I could have used your help.
Can't handle a girl. David glared. Remy shrugged. You should have told me she was here.
I thought I'd be more level-headed than you.
And how is your level head now? Remy questioned. David crossed his arms, his scowl deepening. You were right in any case, Remy admitted. I don't know what to do. I thought a signed confession would settle the matter, but she refuses. You know her training. She won't crack under pressure. Do we hand her over to the authorities? David shook his head and then winced at the motion.
No. She'd be locked up already if there was any evidence against her. If we don't have a confession, then we're back to where we started.
None of the information from the file has been of any use, Remy said. The only way we're going to find evidence is through Ava. I doubt she'll help us.
No, but she wanted help, right?
David asked, a smile growing.
Why don't we help the poor girl out?
David was grinning in spite of his headache, but Remy felt as if a rogue wave slammed him on the rocks. Help her? After what she did? Damn it to hell. He hated the thought, but David was right. If they had any chance of catching Ava, it'd be by working with her. And if her plan was anything like what she'd carried out in Iraq, he knew they'd catch her at something. At this point, they had no other choice. But that meant getting close to Ava again, and that wasn't an option. David would have to be the middleman.
Let's go,
David said, heading to the door, a slight wobble in his step.
I want to get this over with.
Remy followed until they reached the patio door. David held it open for him, waiting for him to pass through. Chicken, Remy stated. David's response was to push him through. You're going to have to take point on this, Remy said as they walked up the stairs.
Now who's the chicken?
You were right before, Remy admitted, hating the words. You deal directly with Ava. I'll back you up on whatever you decide. As they rounded the second flight of steps, David said,
I don't think we have to worry about that right now.
Ava's door was open, hinges busted off. She, of course, was gone. God damn it, Remy cursed.
Ava was running out of time. She had to make Brock see reason, but he was still as stubborn as she remembered. If there was anyone else she could have asked, she would have. But it all centered on him. After escaping her room, she parked a mile away from the mansion, waiting for Brock to leave. She would follow him. Perhaps if he was tied and gagged, he might finally listen to her. She sat in her car, hidden behind an old billboard, and waited for an hour until 2 cars drove up the road. She spotted David's black sports car immediately, but wondered who was driving the tiny blue compact behind him. As they passed, Ava held back a laugh. It was Brock, crammed into the small contraption. Odd. The Brock she knew had an absurd love for Cadillacs. Ava waited a few moments before pulling out behind them, tailing Brock. If he suspected she was following, he never let on. After several miles, he parked in front of a warehouse and opened the locked gate. So this is where he's been staying. Ava continued down the road and out of sight. She'd be back tonight.
Chapter 5. Remy scanned the road from the warehouse door. It had been 2 days since he saw Ava at the mansion. He purposely led her back to the warehouse so she would know how to find him. But there was no sign of her anywhere. It was as if she'd vanished. He didn't know what to think about that. She wasn't the type of person to back down. If she said she needed something, she wouldn't stop at one altercation. So where the hell was she? Remy shook off the feeling creeping up his neck. Was she in trouble? Or was she out there waiting for him? Slamming the warehouse door closed, he stormed back inside. He felt like prey, waiting for Ava to strike, not knowing when or where. And he was on his own. David, not liking Maya having been so close to Ava, had left town with her in tow. He promised to return and help, but who knew when that would be? Rat had fled as soon as he heard what had happened. Said he wasn't getting paid enough for hunting the likes of Ava. Remy didn't care. He was better off on his own. He preferred it that way. Only, he was still in the dark, not knowing anything useful. Well, he was done waiting. There had to be someone who knew something. Studying the wall, he tried to find a spot to begin. All of his men were dead. So, who else would know anything? Who could he get to without raising a flag that he was alive? Remy snatched his keys. There was one person he could talk to without worry. An officer who recently stepped into early retirement. He might know something, and he lived only a couple of hours away. Remy trusted him. It was time Brock Remington made a reappearance.
Ava clenched her fists into tight knots. She had been so close to Brock, and now this pale-faced bastard sitting comfortably in front of her had yanked her back. She wanted to punch that placid expression right off of him.
Did you get what I asked for?
Jeremy French asked, his words as calm as his expression. Ava looked around the motel room before answering. Every time she had to meet him, it was at a shabby old motel. She knew why. If anyone was to see her, it would look as if she was meeting a lover. Please. If she was meeting a lover, it wouldn't be in a flea-bag motel with broken beds and dirty linens. You didn't give me enough time, she finally said. He raised a blonde brow.
You're slipping, my dear. When I give you a deadline, I expect it met.
You know damn well Brock trained me. He can easily avoid me when he wants to.
Don't you mean Remy?
Ava started. How did he find out? Did he already know where Remy was? A silky smile curled on his lips.
You seem to forget that I'm always watching. Did you have a pleasant stay at the Miller Mansion?
His tone mocked. I was waiting.
And it seems you waited long enough. So how was our old friend?
Angry,
Well, you are a traitor.
he said, sarcasm thickening his voice. Ava's fists clenched tighter. Not even the sting of her fingernails gouging her skin did anything to relieve the resentment for the man sitting in front of her with his smug expression. With his pallid features and frigid blue eyes, he looked as if he could fade into the air had his athletic frame not defied it. But that's what he was, a faded image of his former self. She remembered him clearly. 6 years ago, he had the same light complexion, which was hellish in the brutal foreign sun. The years had not been kind to him. Heck, they hadn't been kind to any of them. He had grown cold and bitter. Through his serene facade simmered a man teetering on a cliff. If you knew I was so close, why did you pull me back? Ava questioned. I could have ended this by now.
I have another task for you.
His fingers pressed into a steeple in front of him. What could be more important than this?
A transfer will need to be made in 3 days. I need you there.
A transfer? That caught Ava's attention. She uncurled her fingers, stretching them. What kind of transfer? She asked, keeping her voice cool and steady.
Here are the coordinates.
He said, flicking an unmarked envelope. She caught it and quickly opened it. Reading the contents, she swore. If these were correct, she'd be in the Atlantic, way outside of U.S. territory. Do you have a team ready, or do I just row out there?
Sarcasm?
He questioned, but didn't seem to give it much thought as he stood. Ava scowled. It would be so easy to knock him to the floor, to plunge a knife into him. She could do it within seconds. She had never killed anyone, but he was quickly becoming a large, provoking target.
Plotting my death?
Ava glanced up to find him staring at her, assessing. A smile slid onto her lips. I wouldn't need to plot something so simple. Fury flashed across his face. It was immediately smoothed.
You know what would happen.
Ava swallowed hard. Do I have a team? She repeated, drawing the conversation back to neutral territory. This time he smiled, lighting his eyes with something that unnerved Ava.
Yes, and I think you'll enjoy it. You'll have plenty of time to reminisce with your old pal.
Who? Ava questioned, nervously watching the satisfaction grow on his face.
Brock, of course.
Ava crossed her arms. Why him? You know what he thinks of me. He already said he wouldn't help.
Then you'll have to twist his arm.
Why Brock? He shrugged.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Realization dawned. You want me to kill him after the transfer? I won't do it. She could never. What had happened to French that would make him turn on Brock?
No, he is the transfer.
I didn't expect to see you so soon.
Retired Officer Jared Boyer said, eyeing Remy from behind his screen door. How could Boyer expect to see him when Brock was dead? Remy stood silent. He wouldn't say anything until Boyer explained.
Still the quiet, stoic one?
Boyer laughed and swung the door wide open, motioning for Remy to enter. Remy stood his ground. How did you know?
I believe you asked me that same question nearly a decade ago after the rocket launcher incident. I'll tell you the same thing as I had then. I know everything.
Remy stared, flummoxed. How could he possibly know? And the rocket launcher incident was an accident. Boyer laughed again. It was deep and rich, soulful. It was as if nothing had changed.
Come on in. Miller arrived an hour ago.
David? Damn it to hell. Remy pushed through the door as Boyer stepped back, his brown eyes filled with laughter. Remy saw the same humor in David's eyes and swore. Why are you here? Remy demanded.
I guess for the same reason you're here.
I thought you were with Maya.
I was. Now I'm not.
David's impish smile had Remy clenching his jaw.
She's tucked away at my mom's house.
Remy grunted. David grinned.
Boyer was on the way home, so I thought I'd stop by for a quick chat. Is that what you call it?
Boyer scoffed, making his way into the living room. It reminded Remy of a hunting lodge, complete with mounted trophies of various sizes. A stuffed squirrel in the corner was looking at him funny.
He's been drilling me with questions for the past hour. I haven't been interrogated this hard since my old sergeant caught me pilfering from the mess hall.
He clapped Remy on the shoulder.
It's damn good to see you. And Miller. Damn shame about the whole incident. Damn shame.
Remy gave a quick nod, not able to look into Boyer's eyes. He couldn't. The jagged guilt whenever he was around Boyer rushed back. Boyer never said much about his son Tom, who had died on Remy's watch several years before the raid. He didn't have to. Remy felt the silence more than any words could convey. But Remy wasn't here to rehash the past. Still, it was good to see Boyer, despite their turbulent history. He had always been the solid bridge over rapids, and had helped a young and brash Brock out of several scrapes. It felt good to be in his presence again.
Have a seat. Let's see if we can't sort this out.
What has David told you so far? Remy asked, sitting on a worn red plaid armchair.
Not much,
David answered.
I told him about Ava and asked about the file. He knows exactly what we know.
Which is nothing, Remy sighed, running his hand over his head.
I was surprised to hear about Ava.
Boyer admitted.
She had been questioned after the attack, but no one ever thought she might be behind it. She looked pretty shell-shocked.
She had everyone fooled, Remy said.
Especially you, it seems.
Boyer said, keeping his voice light, but Remy could see the questions in his eyes. Why is she looking for me? Remy asked. Boyer shrugged.
To rekindle an old flame?
Remy shook his head. I'm more apt to believe she'd rather snuff the flame. But she asked for help.
What kind of help?
I don't know. I went to go check on David, but she escaped before I returned.
Escaped, huh? Tore the hinges right off the frame,
David said. Boyer's lips twitched.
Never one to stay put. But what's this about checking on David?
Ava got to him first, Remy answered. David frowned.
I only held back because there were women present. Like Ava? No, like my wife, who happens to be pregnant.
Boyer smiled, though his eyes were dimmed.
Congrats, my friend.
He stood to walk to the kitchen nook, where he cracked open an olive green refrigerator. After pulling out 3 bottles of beer, he returned with his haul and popped off the caps using the marred coffee table. Remy took the cold bottle offered to him and sipped the watered-down piss that Jared confused with beer. Ignoring the skunky aftertaste, Remy took another swallow and placed the foul beer on the coffee table where Boyer's large booted feet now rested.
When's the baby due?
Boyer asked, his beer half gone in one gulp.
I want to say 4 months.
David said, his brows pinched together.
You don't know?
Boyer questioned. David sighed.
I'm going to screw this poor baby up. I've already warned Maya.
Boyer chuckled. If it's your offspring, the kid didn't have a chance either way, Remy said. Have you thought about the security director job? At least if you were out of the house working, the kid might have a chance.
I will kick your ass,
David warned. Remy motioned for him to come and try.
What's this about a security director gig?
Boyer asked. I'm going to give my notice at my job, Remy explained. With Ava on the move, I'm running out of leave. Boyer scratched his stubbly wide jaw.
I'd be interested, but even in retirement, I seem to have my hands full.
David kicked his feet on top of the table, mirroring Boyer.
I'm quite content with my unemployed status.
Boyer's mouth broadened into a wide smile.
Yeah, we already know you've been enjoying yourself.
Remy cleared his throat, shifting in his chair to lean forward. Can we get back to Ava? I have to find out what she's up to and where she is. For her to ask for my help, she's either stupid or desperate. We know she's not stupid, so what has her so desperate that she'd seek me out? Boyer frowned, looking down at his boots.
You know, I've always wondered what happened that day. I read the file, but I don't understand why you were the only one taken prisoner.
To be honest, I don't know. I've been trying to forget my time there, Remy admitted. But over the last few weeks, it struck me that this was planned. I think the attack was a cover, but I don't understand why.
What happened while you were imprisoned? Did they ask for information? What were their demands?
Remy clenched the beer bottle in front of him and downed the disgusting liquid. He hadn't spoken of his imprisonment, not even to David. Sure, David was the one who rescued him. David had seen Remy's condition, but he never asked what had happened, and Remy never told. Some things were better left unsaid, even 6 years after the fact. If it was David alone who was questioning his imprisonment, Remy might have answered. But with Boyer, Remy didn't want to talk. Maybe he didn't want to seem weak in his eyes. Maybe he wanted the past to stay where it was. Whatever the reason, Remy stayed silent until Boyer prodded him again.
Well?
Remy sat back, his hands white-knuckled on his knees. It's the same shit at any enemy prison, right? They starve you, beat you, torture you. Remy stopped. The pain was coming back, and it wasn't just emotional remnant bullcrap. Real physical pain seared his skin. He could feel every slash and scar as if he was reliving the experience. He breathed, pushing away the ache. He was used to flashbacks. He'd had them constantly in the beginning. But with each episode, Remy gained more control and was able to contain it quicker. The not-so-funny thing was, by the end of his imprisonment, Remy no longer felt any pain. He'd no longer felt anything at all, like his body was no longer his. It belonged to a stranger. The only thoughts in his head were of death. No body. Just a broken mind that made bargains with God, the devil, or whoever might be listening.
They also interrogate.
Boyer added, ripping Remy from his thoughts. Running his hand down over his face, scrubbing the last memory away, Remy nodded. Yes, they interrogated.
What did they ask?
Boyer slipped his feet off the table as he leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. I didn't understand them, Remy answered. None of them spoke English. Boyer frowned.
I don't get it. Why go out of your way to capture a man and then not be able to speak to him?
Remy shook his head. He often wondered the same thing. He remembered repeating, I don't understand, until it became a mantra. But there was a word they repeated, a word Remy understood even through their butchering accents. Months after David had rescued him, Remy searched for connections to this word, if only to get it to stop echoing in his mind, but there was no ulterior mention of it in any web search, and all of his regular leads were dead ends. He even contacted linguists with Middle Eastern dialect knowledge, wondering if he had heard an Arabic word with English ears and got it all wrong. No one could give him the answer, but somehow it seemed familiar, as if it was always a part of him, as if it was permanently etched into his DNA. Venom.
To say Ava was agitated would be an understatement. In less than 3 days, she had to find Brock, get him on a plane to the East Coast, and then onto a boat. She could almost see his reaction now. If she wasn't in danger before, she definitely would be after she spoke with him. If he'd even let her speak? He wasn't too receptive the other day. Not that she blamed him. This was spiraling out of control. Rarely did she have all of the information when she started a job, but now she only knew coordinates, and that Brock was to be the transfer. She didn't like the sound of that, but she couldn't very well stop what was already set in motion. There was too much at stake. Ava had to play along and follow the breadcrumbs, but one man could tip the odds in her favor, Jared Boyer.
Chapter 6. Remy watched as Boyer stood and stared out the window, his hands behind his strong back, his shoulders square, and his head tilted up. Moments before, Boyer had received a call and was clearly affected by it. Remy watched as his expression shifted slightly as the call progressed. It was enough to make Remy wonder who was on the other line. Boyer's few grunts and ah-hems left many gaps. Either way, it was none of Remy's business. He made it a rule never to pry into another person's affairs. Boyer rubbed the back of his neck. Something was clearly bothering him. Remy looked over at David, who raised a brow in question. Remy jerked his head in Boyer's direction, giving David the cue to say something. David shook his head and pointed back at Remy. Remy declined. He'd quietly sit here for a month before opening his mouth. Boyer cleared his throat and turned to face them.
So?
He began, and then paused a moment. He shook his head with a small laugh.
You'll never guess who was on the phone.
Both Remy and David remained silent, waiting as Boyer stopped to collect his thoughts.
It was Ava,
he finally said. Remy sat perfectly still, as though the words didn't affect him, as though the air hadn't been swept from his lungs.
What did she want?
David asked. Boyer scratched his jaw.
My help. It seems she's hunting big game.
He looked over at Remy, whose vision was splintering.
It seems you're in demand. Should I tell her yes?
David shot up from his chair.
For the love of God, will she stop at nothing?
If you boys want to find out what she's up to, you may as well play along. If she thinks she has the upper hand, she might be more willing to talk.
David threw his hands into the air, disgusted. What do you suggest? Remy asked.
I'll tell Ava that I can help, but...
What?
David prodded.
If Ava came to me for help, then whatever she's working could be military sanctioned. She knows I wouldn't help her otherwise. If she's the traitor you say she is, then she's not the only one. Someone is giving her orders.
Remy had the same thought, but to hear Boyer second that thought didn't make him feel any better.
I'll do whatever you want. Just know that I can't help once this is set into motion. I'm retired. I have no way to help you from the inside.
Remy nodded. He knew that better than anyone.
So we just surrender then?
David scowled.
We just let her have her way and go along for the ride.
I may go along for the ride, but I won't be the one surrendering, Remy promised.
Ava hauled the last of the provisions onto the boat she'd rented. She didn't know the boat classification. She was never particularly fond of them in general, but it reminded her of a tugboat, a squatty tub with a wheelhouse at the top and a cramped galley and bedroom below deck. While it was a large boat, it wasn't big enough to make her stop worrying about surviving any storms they might encounter. She prayed they wouldn't be in that situation. There was a reason she was Army and not Navy. Thankfully, this should be a short trip. They would sail out about 200 miles or so, following the boat's navigation system, and then head back. It might be one really long day if they were lucky, 2 or 3 if they weren't. She dreaded this journey, not knowing what she was sailing into. She dreaded seeing Brock, being confined on a boat with him. There'd be no escape for either of them. Ava had flown to Florida, traveling down to the Keys after she had spoken with Boyer. He promised he would have Brock to her by the time they needed to sail. If Boyer came through on his promise, Brock would arrive at the designated rendezvous spot at 6 the next morning. Ava and Boyer had always had a good working relationship. She had served under him many times. She was thankful for his help, but there was something that made her nervous too. He was quick to help. Almost too quick. And he didn't ask many questions, just the basics, where and when. She chalked her hesitancy up to nerves. But there were moments like this when she felt as if she were walking into a trap of her own making. Shaking it off, she began stowing the food and necessities below deck. The plans were already in motion. Even if she wanted to re-strategize, she couldn't. She was running out of time, and there were too many forces at work. She was only a puppet on very long, chafing strings.
Remy boarded the red-eye flight despite David's very physical protests that left them both a little worse for wear. He was going alone and, unfortunately, without his gun. The duffel bag he packed was light, filled only with necessities and a few changes of clothes. He may as well have not packed anything at all. He felt naked without his sidearm. With only a location and time that Ava had given Boyer, Remy didn't know what he was walking into. He didn't know if Ava would be there or if it was a trap. Most likely a trap. But he couldn't turn back. He wanted answers, he wanted justice, and he wanted hell. He wanted a lot of things that might never happen, but at least he could get answers. Remy found his seat and silently cursed. Middle seat. He squeezed past a younger man who looked as if he'd just crawled out of a bar. Holy hell. Remy cringed as the smell of booze, sweat, and puke filled his nostrils. Stepping over the man, Remy wedged into his seat, his shoulders hunched forward, his knees jammed into the seat in front of him. A willowy 40-something woman near the window shifted, giving Remy a little more room. "Thank you," he said, his voice gruffer than he intended, sounding more like a growl. She pressed her hand to her throat, eyes wide. Damn it, this always happened. Women were either terrified of him or eager to hop into bed with him. There was rarely a middle ground. He knew he was large and could look menacing at times, but he wasn't an ogre, although he was told he acted like one sometimes. The only woman he ever related to who he thought he understood was Ava. But look how that turned out. He didn't have to look at the woman to know she sat stiff like a statue. He could feel her nervous energy. Remy didn't care. It was late, he was jammed into an uncomfortable seat, and he was flying into the unknown. At least he wasn't subjected to some asinine, polite conversation with a nitwit. Something hard hit his shoulder. He looked over to find the man had passed out. Remy's arm now the man's pillow. He shrugged hard, letting out an annoyed growl, bobbing the man's head away. The woman squeaked. Remy felt like punching something. Thump. The man's head bumped against Remy's arm again, a string of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. For the love of God.
Ava awoke from a sound sleep. She sat up straight on the bed below deck, listening for sounds in the dark room, her ears strained. What woke her? She skimmed her hand along the surface of the bed over to the edge. In a quick movement, she claimed the knife tucked under the mattress. She gripped the handle, waiting for a sound or movement. Ava cursed at herself. She knew she shouldn't have fallen asleep, but it was important to be at the top of her game, a game that she would quickly lose if not alert and focused. A light thud came from above, stirring her into action. Ava bounded from the bed, the knife strangled in her grip. She crept toward the stairs, feeling along the wall to keep from bumping into anything in the unfamiliar quarters. Finding the stairs, she slowly climbed, listening for the intruder. She pressed her ear against the door. Nothing. Had she imagined it? Couldn't be. Her instincts were normally spot on. Someone had to be on deck. Her skin prickled, and she began hoping her instincts were wrong this time. She might be trained in combat, but that didn't mean she looked forward to it. Letting out a breath that was lodged in her throat, Ava flipped the latch to unlock the door. It swung open, the hinges groaning from the assault. She was yanked from the doorway and slammed against the side. The knife flew out of her hand, skidding across the deck.
"What are you up to this time, traitor?"
The voice snarled. How did he find her? He was supposed to be miles from the dock. They were to meet at the rendezvous spot. Ava felt faint, her limbs soft and useless. Brock, Ava started, only to be jostled harder.
"Remy."
I'm sorry. she said, keeping still. She knew any movement would only fuel his anger. His laugh was bitter.
A nice blanket apology. It covers so many sins. What are you up to this time?
His question blasted her like shrapnel. She didn't know how to answer because she didn't know the answer herself. How did he find her? What tipped him off? She knew it'd be wasted breath to ask, something she couldn't afford to waste at the moment. His nearness was suffocating and overwhelming. This is bigger than you or me. This began long before Iraq. His grip on her arms tightened. She bit her lip to keep from crying out. She wouldn't be weak, not in front of Brock, not in front of anyone. Let go, she demanded.
So you can slit my throat?
I seem to have misplaced my knife, she retorted. If he was going to act boorish and not listen, then she wasn't going to waste her breath. As it was, the sun was peeking up over the horizon. It was time to leave. With a quick kick of her foot, she struck Brock's leg. He didn't react, just held her as tight as before. She'd often thought he was made of rock. That thought returned. Why was it Brock who had to be involved? Why couldn't it be someone more manageable? Well, if he wouldn't let go by force, then? No, she probably shouldn't. But... Ava crushed her lips against Brock's. His reaction was swift. She tumbled across the deck, bulldozed away by one of his thick arms. That was going to leave a bruise, she thought as she picked herself up. Unfortunately, it wasn't only her skin that was bruised, but it had had the affects she wanted. With the back of his hand, he wiped the kiss from his lips.
Don't ever do that again, traitor.
I wasn't the traitor, Ava barked. The day of the attack, I went searching for him. I knew he was close. I never would have left had I known about the attack.
Don't lie.
I thought you were dead, Ava confessed. I came back to find body bags lined in trucks. I thought you were in one of them. It had been over 100 degrees that day, and yet the chill she felt, looking upon the row of dead soldiers, still haunted her to this day. Before she could even process Brock's death, she was called back by an urgent summons. She didn't wonder why at the time, but someone must have known Brock wasn't among the dead. Why wouldn't they want her to find him? That was her job, after all, to find soldiers. Well, that and her other job, the one that no one knew about, the one she kept secret from Brock.
Crying won't help. I don't trust you. Nothing you can say or do will change that.
Was she crying? Fat drops stung as they rolled down her cheeks. She never cried. Well, it was rare. The last time had been 6 years ago. Remy turned away in disgust, distancing himself farther.
Whatever you're going to do it now. I don't want your lies or your tears.
Ava brushed the droplets away and straightened. Remy narrowed his eyes as if waiting for her attack. She turned and headed to the pilot house. It was time to go. She was going to end this once and for all. Somehow.
Chapter 7. Remy watched as Ava turned away, as if not wanting to engage with him. His lips still burned from her kiss no matter how many times he tried to wipe it away. Why was she on this boat, and why the hell did she just start the engine?
Can you untie us?
She called. A wave of fatigue settled over him as Ava calmly went about her business. It was as if nothing had happened, as if she wasn't laying a trap but getting ready for a leisurely cruise. He wasn't about to help cast off. But how else could he get answers if he didn't follow her, even if it was on a boat, on an ocean? A boulder formed in his throat. While he was a good swimmer and didn't mind the water, there was something about the ocean that unsettled him, especially on a boat with Ava at the helm. He preferred his grave on land and not 1,000 leagues under the sea. An urge to wrap himself in life jackets suddenly overwhelmed him.
Well?
She questioned. Remy growled as he stalked to the side and slipped off the ropes that anchored the boat, snatching his bag off the dock before Ava pulled away. Watching as water separated them from land, Remy knew that Ava would always get her way. He might be stronger than her, but she ruled their destiny. He'd keep his distance for now. While he wanted answers and to know how long he'd be stuck on this floating scrap of timber, he wasn't going to argue, beg, or plead. He'd face whatever was waiting for him. He was done talking. Remy cursed as his stomach rolled with the rocking boat. This is why he was Army, not Navy.
Ava scanned the darkening blue water, her eyes always tripping back to Brock. He hadn't said a word after he untied the boat. She thought he would barrage her with questions, but he didn't. Instead, he sat down, back against the side of the boat, and looked out at the water. She wondered what he was thinking, what he might be planning. Ava remembered him like this. It was the same before every operation. He sat quietly pondering, his thoughts lost in a sea of scenarios. He worked through each one, conquered each one, leaving nothing to chance. An escape route was always planned and rehearsed. When action was finally required, it went smoothly, calculated. If there was a hiccup, Brock had already planned for the detour. With his menacing, muscular frame and shaved head, he didn't look like a person who strategized. Too many people, enemy included, were quick to judge by appearance. They'd never underestimate him twice. She remembered sitting next to Brock, her head resting against his arm as he worked. Her hand touched his thigh, warm and strong. After a few moments, while his mind was still far away, he would wrap his arm around her, his fingers drifting along her side and hip. They'd sometimes sit like that for hours until his fingers were no longer mindless, his eyes no longer far away, but on her. She sighed. The fact that he hadn't foreseen the fated attack must have knocked the wind out of him. Ava shook off the urge to sit next to him. He'd probably toss her overboard. Instead, she glanced at the navigation system that she barely understood. She at least knew they were heading to the given coordinates and were approximately 8 hours away. The gas gauge indicated they had plenty of fuel. The man she had rented the tub from said she shouldn't have any problems. It was a large fuel tank with a separate backup tank, specially added. She didn't question why. She was just thankful for it, since there were no sails. Not that she'd know how to rig them anyway, but she'd become a quick learner if she had to. Ava turned the navigation system to autopilot. Auto captain? Ugh. They were both going to die at sea from her inept knowledge, forget whatever lay ahead. Ava stepped from the cramped cabin, the sun drenching her in warmth. Salty sea wind whipped her hair about her face. She reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, realizing she'd never had time to brush it. She must look a mess, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. She didn't dare step too far away from Brock, or he might have the boat turned around before she could even locate her brush. And she had been without brushed hair before. Brock had seen her at her worst. There were a lot of those days when they were on the move, far away from civilization, sometimes with minimal gear. She could still recall the thick, dry coating covering her mouth and tongue when she was unable to brush her teeth or rinse her mouth, a remembrance from a previous deployment. She had been in a desert town, hiding until she could move safely. What should have been hours turned into days. Ava eyed Brock's duffel bag. It was sitting too close to Brock for her to raid, but she knew he'd have mints. His bag was like a Mary Poppins carpet bag. It didn't look like much, but it always had what you needed. Ava tore her eyes away and looked out to the ocean. Land had disappeared an hour ago. She hated this feeling of being isolated, water surrounding her like an enemy troop.
Tell me,
Brock said, breaking the silence.
Tell me why you did it.
Ava slowly turned toward Brock. His eyes were still locked on the water. Would you believe me if I told you? He didn't answer. I'm not going to waste my breath then. Silence reigned for a few uncomfortable minutes until Brock said,
At least tell me if I was supposed to die too.
No one was supposed to die. If I had done my job right, no one would have.
You admit you were working against us. Who were you taking orders from?
I never worked against you, but yes, I was under the command of someone else.
Who?
I can't tell you. Brock stood.
Who?
Ava turned away. Brock was furious again. He wouldn't listen to her. Hearing his thunderous steps coming at her, she dodged, feeling the wisp of air as his arm shot across, missing her by an inch or two. She knew right away that he wasn't trying to hit her. She also knew that if he caught her, he wouldn't be gentle either. A soldier or traitor in his eyes was neither male nor female. He didn't give special treatment to anyone. She respected him for that, just not right now.
I don't want to hurt you. Just tell me what happened. Tell me what I'm walking into. You owe me that much.
I don't owe you anything, Ava said. But her words lacked conviction. Brock caught her with both hands, dragging her close to him. Her eyes transfixed on his mouth as he demanded answers. An alarm blared from the cabin, jolting them apart. They both looked to the sound and then to each other. Their eyes locked with a mutual temporary truce before they raced to the wheelhouse.
Why is the alarm sounding?
I don't know. Ava searched the console, trying to locate the problem.
It's the gas.
He said, pointing to the gauge. The needle plummeted to E, killing the engine. The low hum of the boat silenced instantly. There must be a leak, Ava said, squelching the panic racing through her.
Now what?
Remy asked, nonplussed.
Do we drift along until we die?
What? Didn't you already foresee this scenario? Ava snapped.
I thought you were at least capable enough to plan a trap.
Remy shot back.
Or maybe this was your plan all along. Sending me to enemy prison wasn't enough. Now I'm stuck with you.
Ava flinched, but was too riled to feel anything but intense irritation. She was not going to respond in kind and fuel his hatred. It was clear he thought of her as the worst kind of monster. Ava flipped the switch to the spare tank, thankful once again for the backup. She started the engine and turned the boat around.
Where are you going?
Remy asked, his anger dissipating. Back to the dock. We won't make it round trip with only the spare tank.
Were we ever meant to make it back?
I don't know, she answered honestly. Remy placed his hand on the throttle, bringing the boat to a stop.
Cut the engine.
Why?
It's time to talk. Honestly. No more bullshit.
He took the key from the ignition, confiscating it. Ava watched as it disappeared into his pocket. You want honest? Fine. How about the fact that I was never a traitor? Ava barked. She had taken his verbal assaults long enough. I'm 31D? The traitor was supposedly in your platoon. I was sent to ferret him out. The day of the attack, I followed a false lead. So, yes, I screwed up and got everyone killed. That's something I have to live with, but I'm not a traitor. Ava spun on her heel. She had to get out of the cabin. It was too cramped and becoming smaller by the second. Remy's hand clamped down on her shoulder.
Your CID?
She shrugged out of his grasp. I need air. Escaping to the deck, she inhaled the cool ocean breeze. The real traitor was going to get away. She felt him slipping through her fingers yet again.
Ava left, the door snapping shut behind her. She said she wasn't the traitor, that he was among his team. Was it a lie? Remy had never known Ava to lie, but he never really knew her, did he? Everyone was capable of lying when they had something to hide. But she said she was 31D, a special agent in the Army Criminal Investigation Command. How could Ava be an investigator and he not know? Christ, this was a complete mess. How was he supposed to believe her? One of his men was a traitor? But they were all dead except for David. Was she blaming David for what happened? Remy slammed out of the cabin, finding Ava at the bow. You're lying, Remy barked. David is no traitor. She turned to face him, confusion blanketing her.
I never said David.
He's the only one still alive besides the two of us.
No, there was another who survived because he left before I did.
Remy's chest constricted. Who wasn't there? He had read the report and seen the pictures. He never looked too closely at the photos. He couldn't.
French.
Remy eyed Ava warily. French? He repeated. Ava nodded.
Jeremy French.
Remy slid a hand over his head. You can't be serious.
I'm very serious.
But he barely made it out of basic. The only reason Remy had kept him around was his technological edge and his affect on the men. They thought of him as a younger brother. He did some grunt work and could make a decent meal with hardly any provisions. How the hell could he be the traitor? How could he kill the men who looked out for him?
He's changed. But he's not the traitor you're looking for either.
What are you saying?
French made a mistake, but he's not behind the attack.
Damn it. Remy's head felt as if it was being squeezed in a vice. Then who is? Ava shrugged.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
How do I fit into this?
I don't know that either. French told me there's to be a transfer. That's where we were headed.
Transfer what?
Not what. Who?
Who? Remy asked, but immediately realized it was himself. The stab of betrayal struck him anew. Why me?
I really don't know, but I intend to find out. I'm sorry, I really am. For everything.
Remy believed her. For the first time, Remy believed that Ava wasn't behind the attack. She was a pawn, just like they all were. But that didn't mean he trusted her. She was still working for someone else. Tell me everything, Remy said.
I don't even know where to start.
At the beginning. Ava glanced at her watch, worry creased on her brow. Remy handed her the keys. You can tell me on the way. Ava shook her head, her hand grazing her stomach.
We can't go on the spare tank. We wouldn't have enough fuel to get back.
Are you sure we're meant to make it back?
Actually, I have a bad feeling about this whole thing. I knew something like this was going to happen. I just didn't know it would involve you. My jobs have been getting lighter, easier. It felt like the trust was gone, as if French was turning his attention toward me as a suspect. But I've been close so many times. There's something that I keep missing. That's why I came for you. French thinks you're somehow the key.
Remy definitely wasn't a key, just a sap who got blindsided, but if they continued to the transfer spot, they'd be one step forward. Let's go, he said. We're wasting time.
Ava and Brock sat in the cabin together, looking out across the water as if they could see their destination on the edge of the earth. Brock had talked her into plowing ahead instead of returning to shore. Actually, he'd just grunted and taken over the boat. She didn't put up any resistance. Ultimately, it was his fate that lay ahead. He had the right to sail into it on his own. I hope this navigation system is accurate, she said to break the silence. Brock had been lost in thought, or maybe he just didn't want to talk to her. I hate the feeling of being adrift with no land to point the way. He glanced at her but kept silent. Was his skin turning green? He'd always had a dark skin tone, but he seemed to be turning Oscar the Grouch shades. Are you okay? He grunted. She knew that meant he didn't want to talk and to back off. Ava sighed and leaned back into her chair. If the navigation system was correct, they'd arrive in 6 hours with barely a whiff of gas to propel them farther. Unease swept through her. Something about her last encounter with French made her feel as if she was teetering on a wobbly ladder. She should turn the boat around and head for land, even if they had to paddle the entire way. But she knew Brock was in one of his stubborn moods. He wouldn't listen. However, he should hear the entire story of what happened before they parted ways, when she would lose him yet again. Chapter 8. Ava cleared her throat. Brock was just going to have to listen to her this one time, then he could go on ignoring her. I was assigned to your platoon because higher-ups thought someone from your team was selling information on weapon locations and transfer routes. Officer Boyer agreed to the plan, although I don't think he had much choice.
Jared Boyer?
Remy questioned. Ava nodded.
Why didn't he just come to me?
Because it could have been you. He didn't know, so I was sent in, she explained. Just so you know, he never really thought it was you. It was just a precaution.
What did you find?
He asked, annoyance filling his voice. There was definitely someone dirty in the ranks, but I couldn't figure out who. I didn't have enough time.
You had plenty of time.
We were constantly on the move. Every time we left a place, it was attacked and raided within the week. It wasn't only our own bases that were hit. Towns and private weapons dealers were marks too.
You must have suspected someone.
At first you, but I quickly knew you weren't the one. I briefly looked at David, but he was quickly crossed off the list too.
What made you rule us out?
Honestly, you were a military brat. You grew up military, you breathe it. It's what you are. It'd take a lot to turn your head. David might not have the background like you, but he's virtually the same. You both take your duty seriously. He grunted. Ava rolled her eyes. He really needed to stop grunting when she was trying to have a conversation. I ruled out everyone on the list except for French. He was the weakest of the group in terms of size and skill, but he's smart.
But you said it wasn't French.
He was acting strange, so I thought it had to be him. That morning I left, I was following French. I found him talking to a local man. When they were done, I confronted French. He told me he suspected that someone was tracking us and leaking information. I didn't believe him at first, but he had notes on every hit and everyone's movements. While everyone was overlooking him, he'd heard every conversation. But still, he couldn't figure it out either. So he started sneaking out to talk to locals. There had to be a communication point somewhere.
He could have been lying to cover his tracks.
At first I thought so too, but the more we talked, the more he shared. He wasn't trying to hide anything. He seemed relieved when I told him I was looking for the same person. He was about to peg me as the suspect. He was recording my movements too.
What originally tipped him off about you?
Ava sighed. I did. I must not have been as secretive as I thought. I was communicating with Boyer regularly. French overheard one of my conversations, not knowing it was Boyer on the other line, and he connected the wrong dots.
If it wasn't you, French, David, or myself, then who was it? Who survived besides us?
According to the records, no one. But you and French are listed as deceased. There must have been a cover-up. Whoever survived has a friend higher up.
How did you know I was alive?
By accident. I was in Vegas. I had just finished a job and remembered you had told me about a gun range you liked. I needed to blow off a little steam, and it was something you liked. Ava closed her eyes, allowing herself a moment. She had been so confused, so happy and furious when she found Brock alive and well. It was like a knife in her chest to know that he lived and yet hadn't bothered getting in touch with her. Did their relationship mean nothing to him? Brock had changed his name, his life, and he was no longer hers. He completely removed himself and didn't seem to care. It was only later, when the anger faded, that she had clarity. She understood. By that time, too many years had passed. They were no longer in love. They had both changed. It wasn't right to go back into history, not when there was no hope of changing the past.
Ava.
She shrugged as if it didn't matter. You were there. Ava had recognized him right away, as if her eyes couldn't see anything else but him. Her world was reborn and shattered in an instant. She left immediately. Her hand drifted along her stomach, soothing her. There was a brief time she was happy. Before Brock's death and after. But it was short-lived both times.
Why is French calling the shots now?
Brock asked, steering the conversation. He left right after the attack and contacted me a month later. He's determined to find the attackers and has been able to hack into top-secret networks. I've been helping him through the CID, but only when I'm not knee-deep in an investigation. At first, we worked well together. He'd give me a lead, and I'd check it out. But in the last couple of years, he's changed. He's growing bitter and hateful. We no longer trust each other, but we have no one else to turn to. I think it's become personal for him, but I'm not sure. Why else would he continue?
Why do you continue?
There are still raids and thefts, but not at the same frequency. Lately, I've been second-guessing myself, wondering if it hasn't been French the whole time and I've been running in circles helping him. Brock was silent. He looked at the navigation map and then out to the water. Ava didn't have more to say. He now knew what she knew. How he intended to act on that information was his business. She was done. Whatever lay in front of them, she would deal with, but then she was done. No matter the outcome. She had wasted enough of her life. It was time to start over.
It's all been about weapons. If it's been French this entire time, then he's sending us into a trap. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Alarm filled Ava as she remembered French's words. Didn't he say the same thing?
Does he normally send you out without a scrap of information?
Sometimes he doesn't know anything himself. It's normal for him to give me a coordinate and nothing else. I usually poke around undercover, but out on the ocean, we don't have any way to do that. And he's never told me to take anyone else.
I'm the exception.
You're the transfer, Ava said, wanting to backpedal as Brock's stormy glare pinned her.
What do you normally transfer?
He finally asked when he ripped his gaze away, settling back to the water. There have been a few times when we've been able to intercept transfers. I've been able to buy the intel for the next hit, but the seller still eludes me.
How can you buy something without the seller?
These guys are third-party thugs and are just the face. It's all done electronically through a secured network. French says he hasn't been able to hack into it yet.
Do you believe him?
I did at first, but now I'm not sure. She flexed her hand. I'd really like to punch him, actually. Brock's lip twitched. Did he almost smile? Warmth invaded her belly, but she pushed the feeling away.
If I'm being traded like currency, then something has changed. Last time I checked, I was flesh and blood, not electronic funds.
Many things have changed, she said absently. But if anything happens, I'll find you.
And I'll find you.
Will you? She questioned. He cleared his throat, evacuating the chair.
I think I'll check.
Brock never finished his sentence. The door snapped shut behind him, leaving Ava alone.
Remy fled. His legs couldn't carry him fast enough, and the boat sure as hell wasn't large enough. He held onto the railing at the aft, away from Ava's view. The water churned below him, the motor loud and ripe with fumes. He immediately became lightheaded but didn't care. He was much better out here than in the cabin with Ava. Ava was CID. Why didn't she just tell him? But he knew the answer. Remy wouldn't have listened. Once his mind was made up, it took a massive force to change it. He hated that about himself. He had plenty of faults and would readily admit to them, but his stubbornness was his crux. His mind floundered with the new information as he tried to come to terms with it. Everything he thought he knew was wrong. All of these years, wasted. And still he was no closer. Still, he had no answers. Except one, and probably the most important. Ava was innocent. It could all still be a lie. But Remy saw in Ava what he felt in himself. Whether it was from Ava's revelation or the way the boat shifted like a fun house underneath him, Remy needed to lie down. Since Ava was in the wheelhouse, he decided to take refuge below deck where there were hopefully no fumes and no soft brown eyes to observe him at his weakest. Descending into the dark lower deck, his shoulders brushed the walls on both sides. He felt along the wall, searching for a light switch. Didn't this bucket have portholes? He eventually gave up and used the flashlight on his phone. The light illuminated the cramped area. A small kitchen area with a tiny table sat in front of him. He couldn't see how anyone could cook in this space, but it was apparent that someone did since the counters and cupboards were well worn. On the opposite side were 2 open doors. He crossed over to the first door to find a bathroom only slightly bigger than a hall closet. He doubted he'd even fit in there. He sure as hell wasn't going to try. He prayed he wouldn't have to. Continuing to the second door, he ducked inside to the bedroom. It was big enough to fit a double-sized bed, but not much else. The worn blue sheets were rumpled from Ava. Something stirred in him, but he ignored it. There were too many things whirling inside him to know what any of them meant. With the light, he scanned the room until it glinted on metal. He wedged farther in, inching his way to the object. "You've got to be kidding me." Remy picked up the antiquated 6-shooter from the nightstand and inspected it. No wonder Ava came at him with a knife earlier. She was CID and all she came with was this thing. He set it back on the stand and dropped onto the lumpy bed. For several minutes, he tried to shove all thoughts out of his head and breathe, giving his body a chance to regroup. But being in a bed vacated by Ava only hours before wasn't helping. In fact, it was derailing his entire mind. Instead of sour memories, he remembered the rest, filling his head with Ava's inquisitive eyes, her soft skin, her boots that always looked so big on her, and the little sausage toes that dwelled in them. She hated her toes, but Remy, never having thought much about toes one way or the other, thought they were perfect. Now her fingers, those were magic. Having not slept the night before, Remy drifted to sleep with Ava at the helm, steering his dreams.
After an hour of sitting, zoning out at the seemingly unmoving water's edge while her mind sped out of control, Ava stood with a well-needed stretch. She expected to see Brock by now. There weren't too many places to go on the boat, and a person could only sit outside for so long with the sun and wind, chapping the skin and dehydrating the body. Slowing the boat, Ava decided to look for him. It was nearing lunchtime anyway, and she hadn't even had breakfast, which was a rarity. Her body loudly protested and missed meals. She knew he wasn't at the bow. She would have had something much more interesting than water to stare at if he had been. Ava peered at the back and couldn't see him there either. He must be below deck, she surmised. Bringing the boat to a near stop, she headed down the short steps and flipped on the lights. She didn't have to call Brock's name to know he was down there. His sleeping breath came from the bedroom a few feet away. Tiptoeing over, Ava peeked into the room to find Brock sprawled across the bed, hogging the entirety. Well, at least one thing about Brock didn't change. She remembered a few times sleeping on top of him because he had sucked up all the room. But he never would claim the blanket. That was always kicked off immediately. Sleeping with Brock was an adventure in itself. She ducked back into the galley, happy that he was resting. Knowing him, he'd wake up starving. And she'd already heard the first rumblings of her stomach. As quietly as possible, she prepared a simple lunch. Not knowing how much time they'd spend at sea, she'd packed sandwich fixings and plenty of potato chips to keep them alive. She had wanted to bring some fruits and vegetables, but there wasn't a refrigerator, and it seemed like more fuss than what she wanted to deal with. A small cooler was enough to keep the meats and cheeses from turning.
What are you doing?
Ava jumped at the sound of Brock's voice right next to her. How did he do that? He was sleeping soundly just a moment ago. I'm making sandwiches. I thought you might be hungry when you woke up. Remy maneuvered Ava out of his way with a simple step forward. Not wanting to be caught between him and the counter, she was quick to move.
You never put enough in the sandwiches,
He said, picking up the start of her creation and adding several more layers of meat.
It's supposed to be 2 inches thick.
The seriousness in his voice, stating the desired sandwich thickness, had Ava pressing her lips together to keep from smiling. I forgot.
What else have you forgotten?
He asked softly. The words, while they marked a challenge, also hinted at something more intimate. What would he do if she told him she forgot how his hands felt as they caressed? Or how she melted when he'd kissed the back of her knees, his tongue hinting at the spot? Did she dare tell him? Would she even want to dare? It's just a sandwich, she said instead, her voice a little higher than normal. He raised his brows.
Here.
He said, handing her the finished sandwich.
I can hear your stomach.
Not able to deny the loud grumblings, Ava took the offered sandwich and bit in, admitting Brock did make an excellent sandwich. What about you? She asked when he began putting things away.
I'm not hungry.
Feeling a little queasy? She asked.
A little, but I'll get over it. I'll head up to the wheel.
I'll go up with you. It looked as if Brock was going to stop her, but he merely grunted instead. Well, at least that was normal. He motioned for her to go ahead of him. She took that as a good sign. Brock seemed as if he was coming around and starting to warm up to her again. On the steps, she glanced back at him and smiled, noticing where his eyes were pointed. Yes, he was warming up.
Chapter 9. Remy closed his eyes. Whatever Ava-inspired dreams he'd had carried over into his waking thoughts. They were all of Ava. Underneath. On top. Against the wall. God, how he loved her against the wall. And now, he couldn't seem to keep it together. Just watching her climb the steps had him clenching his fist to keep from reaching out. And then she glanced back and smiled. She knew. The little savage knew. Remy paused, remembering when he'd first called her that. She was frustrated then, never coming close to taking him down no matter how hard she fought. Hoping to use the element of surprise to her advantage, she waited for him outside his barracks. But he spotted her and swung around, just as she was ready to strike. Catching her wrist, he twisted it behind her, bringing him close enough to feel the warmth of her exposed neck. Little savage, he had whispered. From that day on, he called her that with an amount of affection he wasn't prepared for. And while she could never beat him with strength, she conquered every bit of his mind, soul, and heart, and now she knew she had the power to do it all over again. And he wanted it. He wanted it all. His muddled mind had given away, and now he saw Ava clearly again. Whatever scars were left were not from her. They'd heal better with her than without. If she was willing to give him another chance, then he would take it. Gladly. But a smile meant nothing without words or actions. A smile could mean anything. He wanted more than a smile. Now was not the time, however. Not with so many uncertainties. Although, when would be a better time? He could be dead tomorrow. Not that he wanted to think in those dark terms. Not being able to touch Ava when she smiled at him was its own form of death. While half of his mind whirled as to what was waiting ahead of them and possible outcomes, the other half pondered possible sex positions on a boat. It was a no-brainer then that Ava would win the battle raging in his mind. He wanted her. He followed her up on deck, thankful to leave the suffocating enclosed space below. Before she could reach the door to the pilot house, Remy caught her. With her mouth stuffed with sandwich, she asked,
What?
Grimacing at his schoolboy impatience, he let her go. Remy had been about to pounce on Ava, but she was quite content with her meal. Maybe the smile had meant nothing. He was determined to find out either way. However, he'd let her finish lunch first since he knew her stomach was a little savage as well. And then he'd test the water.
Ava took the last bite of the stacked sandwich and wondered if she should make another. She must be hungrier than she originally thought, and the way Brock stared at her made her wonder just how hungry he was. Warmth pooled and spread as she shifted under his watchful gaze. He sat next to her in the cabin, his finger restlessly tapping his knee as he caressed her body with his eyes. Ava was impatient for Brock to make a move. She had wished for this day, dreamed of this day, repeatedly reminding herself that she had a fool's heart. It would never happen because he had moved on, but she never could. Ava had tried, but no one had ever made her feel like Brock did. There was no replacing him or substituting him. He was the one. Suddenly, the chill from that realization seeped into her again, slamming the door on the warmth she had just bathed happily in. He had moved on. He no longer loved her. Brock. No, she had to think of him as Remy from now on. She loved Brock, but Remy was a different man who was amped up on nervous adrenaline. He only wanted her for quick and easy relief. Ava wasn't a girl that any man could crook his finger at, and she'd come running. But for Remy? What if this was all she had? This one last stroke of intimacy from her love's ghost? Would it be worth it? Would it sustain her, or make her an even greater fool? Needing fresh air, Ava stood and hurried to the door. Remy's arm shot out, capturing her.
Stay. We need to talk.
I need a few minutes on the deck.
I'll come with you.
No, I need to be alone, she said.
We've both been alone long enough. I'm sorry for that. I wish I could change the past, but I can only apologize for it. But so should you.
Me? Ava gasped. Why should I apologize?
The Ava I knew would have kept coming at me until she knocked some sense into my confused head. You didn't. You turned your back the same as I did.
I did not, she fumed. First, in case you forgot you were dead.
And then you saw me alive and well. Why didn't you do anything? We were at a shooting range with plenty of loaded guns. You could have had me on my knees within seconds. Instead, you walked away.
Ava rubbed her stomach, recalling her first flash of anger. You're lucky I did walk.
Afraid you couldn't win, even armed with a gun?
He taunted. No, I was afraid I would.
What made you leave?
She shook her head, fleeing to the deck to gulp down air. Sensing his presence behind her, she focused on the horizon, and not that he was within arm's reach.
Ava, I'm sorry. I really am. All I'm asking for is a bit of forgiveness. After prison, I wasn't the same. I was messed up. It took months for me to heal, and that was only my body. I'm still fucked up. I'm still...
He took a jagged breath. She glanced over her shoulder. So am I.
Remy read Ava's body language loud and clear. She wasn't comfortable with the conversation, and she didn't want him near. He had no one to blame but himself. Remy took the hint and returned to the captain's chair. He sunk down, giving his wobbly sea legs a rest. While it didn't quite go well with Ava, at least he didn't embarrass himself by heaving. Unfortunately, he didn't think he was in the clear yet, not with so many miles still to go. It was 20 minutes later when he heard the door click open. Ava stood in the doorway, looking as lost as he felt. He motioned for her to come closer, hiding his surprise when she did. He pulled her onto his lap and held her silently. She leaned against him and rested her head on his shoulder. He lost track of the time as they sat there, not wanting to say or do anything that could spoil the moment. He held on tight, hoping he'd get another chance at the end of the day and the next. While his first reaction after his nap had been to toss her onto the bed, now he didn't want to ruin this. It felt like Ava was his again. Remy knew it was temporary, having her back in his arms. Nothing was for certain, and the few hours they had left together on the boat might very well be their last. He hoped they wouldn't be. He hoped for more. Ava pressed heavily against him. He looked down to find she had fallen asleep. He smiled, kissing the top of her head, breathing in her clean scent. She trusted him again. And where there was trust, there was the beginning of a foundation. Feeling more content than he had in years, he relaxed into the chair, keeping Ava snug in his arms. Remy stirred, nudging Ava awake. She moaned and cuddled into him. Ava, he said, not wanting to startle her, but he needed her awake. Ava, wake up. He leaned over to pick up the binoculars from the console and peered through them. Damn. He kissed the top of Ava's head one last time before giving her a gentle shake. I spotted a ship, he said, his voice urgent. She cracked her eyes open and sat up, squinting at the open water.
How big?
He handed over the binoculars. 1 o'clock. She took them, scanning the horizon with the high-powered lenses.
It's an aircraft carrier,
She said, breathless.
It's bigger than I had anticipated. What are we going to do? We only have a little fuel, and that ship doesn't look friendly.
We knew it wasn't going to be friendly, Remy said, not voicing the rest of his concerns. An ominous chill set in. He took back the binocular to study the ship as it cut through the water, searching for a name or distinguishing marks. Armed men stood on deck. They were dressed in black with no identifying colors. That alone told him what he was up against, and it wasn't good news. The heavy weaponry both on their hips and slashed across their chests were top of the line and in excellent condition. Remy had the sick feeling these were a portion of the weapons stolen. Large crates were stacked on the deck, each with a logo. His breath caught as the view focused and he saw the logo clearly. Venom. Have you heard of Venom before? He asked. Ava didn't answer. Her concentration focused on the ship heading their way. Memories invaded before he had a chance to relax his mind. The word repeated over and over in thick accents. He didn't understand them at first, the language so choppy and forceful, like a hurricane in his head. When Remy finally did understand, he thought they were just repeating the word to add another layer of torture. It was effective if that was their intention. The word was permanently branded into his brain. They had wanted information on Venom, and Venom was sailing right toward him. Remy watched as an alarm scattered the men into position. They've spotted us, Remy said. Get below deck.
Why?
If they only want me, then they have no reason to come looking for you.
They'll expect me?
I'll tell them I came alone.
They'll board the boat. I won't escape.
She said, digging her heels.
And I didn't come to escape. I came to end this once and for all.
This is not the time to fight. We won't win, not by a long shot. Our only chance is to split up. Ava shook her head, protests forming on her lips. Remy stooped and kissed her, silencing and stunning them both. But like all things, it had to end. It was not meant to be. Remy tore himself away. I know you will come for me. It's the only way. We have no other options. Contact David and Boyer and get their help. Remy could see the conflict race across Ava's face. She reluctantly nodded. Go, hide.
Remy?
Go.
But...
You can tell me when you come and rescue my ass. Her eyes widened, and a wry smile hinted on her lips.
You're such a tragic lass.
I will be if you don't find me, he agreed, keeping his tone light. But just knowing Venom was closing in had affected him to a degree he was acutely uncomfortable with. Go.
I will find you,
she promised. He took one last glance at Ava as she hurried below, snapping the door shut. If she could find a decent hiding place, they might not find her. They could have spotted her already. But Remy didn't think so. He prayed they'd believe whatever BS story he gave them. Without the binoculars, he watched as the dot grew bigger until the carrier towered over him, eclipsing the sun and sending him into a cold shadow. Remy stood in the middle of the deck with his hands raised in surrender. At least now he would get some answers. He stayed silent as the men looked down at him, weapons pointed. The ship moved slowly alongside his boat, keeping enough distance so his boat wouldn't get tugged under their current. An annoying bead of perspiration formed on his brow as a speedboat launched from the ship, veering in his direction. Remy kept his hands raised as 3 men boarded. He knew their type, brash and quick to engage, and he didn't want to be unconscious or bloody for his detainment. Remy gritted his teeth as they gave commands in perfect English. No accent. The fucking bastards were American. Remy stamped down his anger. It wouldn't serve him to lose his temper now. Instead, he made a promise to find the person responsible and take him down. As 2 men shoved Remy to the speedboat, one went below deck. Remy didn't bother to try to stop him. Even if the man was able to find Ava, he wouldn't be conscious long enough to do anything about it. Remy hoped she'd evade the man's notice, though. He was counting on her. Once Remy and the two men had boarded the speedboat, the third returned without Ava.
"It's clear,"
he said, hopping over the rail and onto the speeder. Remy didn't dare breathe his relief. He knew they were watching him, waiting for any signs.
"Light it,"
another said. A bottle with a rag shoved into the top was lit on fire. Remy scrambled, bulldozing one man off the side of the boat in his struggle to get to the Molotov cocktail. He wasn't quick enough. The bottle was launched. Chapter 10. Remy blinked his eyes open to see blue sky above him. He sat up, wincing as his equilibrium shifted. Ava. Remy scanned the area, realizing he was on the carrier deck. The armed crew was at the rail, watching the burning boat grow smaller and smaller as the ship sailed away. Acid burned in Remy's throat, rising like the smoke polluting the cloudless sky. This was his fault. He should have known they wouldn't leave a boat floating around for evidence. He only prayed that Ava was able to call for rescue. Unless she was still hiding. God, she might not even know the boat was ablaze. Remy wanted to shout a warning, but even that wouldn't do any good at this distance. The boat was so far away it looked like a flame on a candle. He saw the explosion before he heard it. The sky lit in orange, then fizzled to nothing as smoke enveloped the area. Fear strangled him.
"I guess it wasn't all clear after all,"
a man from the speeder said after seeing Remy's expression. It earned a laugh from those around him. Remy launched at him, slamming him to the ground with such force the man blacked out on contact. They were going to pay for this.
Ava smelled the fire before she saw it. Smoke trailed like a heavy stratus cloud and blanketed the deck. The fire spread as if it was gobbling fuel. Ava raced to the fire extinguisher, hoping it wasn't too late to save the boat, but she knew it wouldn't be long before it was engulfed, especially if an accelerant had been used. She sprayed the base of the fire, hoping it might buy her a little time, but the fire was out of control. She had to call for help. Hurrying to the console, Ava had just enough time to initiate the emergency rescue call as she watched the fire spitting sparks. She exited, having only given coordinates. She tugged a self-inflating raft to the railing. Pulling the ripcord, Ava pushed the yellow monstrosity into the water. The quick inflation knocked her down as the tight bundle ballooned in seconds. In the time it took to reach the water, it was fully inflated. Ava jumped in after it, the flames already licking at her heels. Struggling with drenched clothes, Ava pulled herself aboard the lifeboat as she shivered from the icy water. She hadn't thought much of the man who had rented the boat to her, but she thanked the stars he had enough sense to keep an emergency raft on board. Not only did it save her from freezing or drowning, but it gave her rescuers something easy to locate. The way the fire was spreading, she doubted the boat would still be around when they arrived. In fact, the blaze was already to the rear, where the tanks. Oh, crap. Ava dug her hands into the water, paddling to distance herself. Damn it. The raft wasn't budging. Taking one last glance at the flaming bomb, she dove into the water, ducking under the raft. The water lit to an orange-red hue, shifting as an explosion sent Titanic-sized slivers in every direction. Flames danced on floating lumber until they finally burned out, sizzling as the water extinguished them. Ava pulled herself back onto the raft, feeling soggy and beat. The raft was unusually soft. She sat straight up, scanning the lifeboat. A thin stick poked out from the side, leaking precious air. She crawled over to inspect it. If she left it alone, she'd be waterlogged within a half hour, maybe sooner. But if she took the stick out and tried to plug it with a finger, she might have even less time. Either way, time wasn't on her side. She was hundreds of miles from land, too far away for a quick rescue. Ava tore the rough wood from the raft and pressed her thumb to the hole as air gusted out. She breathed a sigh of relief when it seemed to work. No air slipped past her thumb, but she now wondered how long she could keep it in place without succumbing to fatigue or a hand cramp. It didn't matter. She had told Remy she would come for him. A promise was a promise. Plus, she had no desire to die, especially not out in the middle of the ocean. But where would the ship take him? Who were those men? With a sigh, Ava leaned against the side of the raft, keeping her hand steady. At least she'd learned something. It wasn't much, but it would lead her to Remy.
Remy awoke in a dark room. Not a speck of light was visible to help him get his bearings. By the feel of it, he was lying on metal, and he was definitely on the ship. He heard the faraway hum of the motor and felt the slightest motion of the craft as it cut through the water. He briefly wondered where they were heading, but thoughts of Ava overran his mind. Was it possible that Ava had escaped the blast? If anyone could, she could. But that was just hope talking, not reality. The pain that squeezed his chest and suffocated him was different this time. 6 years ago, he had thought he was betrayed, and that he didn't really know Ava as he thought he did. But now he knew she was a victim just like him. He'd wasted 6 years hating her, and now she was gone. No, she couldn't be. He wouldn't believe it. Remy cringed as he sat up. Whoever hit him hadn't held back. At least he got in a few good punches beforehand. But not many. The crew was military trained. It made him wonder about the men on this boat. Were they just here for the money? Was there a cause they were fighting for? Remy had a feeling it was just for the money, and that made him feel slightly more at ease. Greedy people were easily swayed. Those fighting for a cause were not. Standing, Remy let his legs settle before he attempted to move. Between the knocks on the head and the moving vessel, Remy wasn't too confident he could walk without falling. After a moment, he took a step, stretching out his arms to feel for obstructions or walls. He cursed as his shin banged against something metal. Light slashed across the room as a door opened. Remy blinked against the brightness that illuminated 3 guards standing in the corridor. Remy looked down at the metal bunk he had walked into. "You couldn't have aimed for the bed when you dumped me in here?"
Come with us,
one ordered. Remy rubbed the back of his neck, stretching as he walked to the door. He wouldn't give the men any trouble. Let them start thinking he was biddable. They'd let their guard down eventually. It was only a matter of time. Time he really didn't have. Remy followed one guard while the other 2 stayed behind, nudging him with their rifles if he fell behind a step or 2. That didn't bother him too much. What did bother him was the way his stomach rolled back and forth. He hadn't eaten for. Had it already been a day? However long it was, there was positively no food left in his system. So why did he want to throw up? What was there to purge? When Remy was young, he had originally wanted to become a Navy SEAL. That dream died on his first boat tour, docked in the harbor. Remy hated feeling weak. He desperately wanted to ask for seasickness medication, but then they'd know how feeble he felt. No, he would power through this like he had with all of his other missions. Not everything in life was easy. He learned to make do with the resources available. Right now, he had a ship. Could he commandeer it, alone? It was something to think about, though he wasn't going to waste much energy on it. As Remy continued to follow along, he realized they were taking him to the captain. Maybe he could commandeer it. They stopped at a door. The man rapped his knuckles against it and then cracked the door open, waiting for permission to enter.
Captain?
Enter,
Was the barely audible response. The guard pushed the door open wide and stepped through. Remy followed since he had no other options at the moment. Even if he did have options, Remy had no intention of walking away from the person responsible for murder and treason. The office was larger than he expected. Something about warships brought to mind confined quarters and a lot of sterile painted metal. But this changed his view dramatically as he took in the thick carpeted floor, the large oak desk, and decorative furnishings. Comfort reigned in this office. Judging from his limited knowledge of military ships, this was no ordinary captain. But then, he already knew that.
It seems whatever we do, it's never enough.
Remy followed the voice to the chair behind the desk, turned so the occupant could look out the floor-to-ceiling window. Was it a specially designed modification? "I know killing you will never be enough," Remy retorted. His neck veins pulsed as he tethered his temper. A dry laugh filled the room.
You never change, Brock.
Brock? Remy didn't know why the use of his old name shocked him, but it did. He was being thrown back into a life and time he didn't want to relive. And yet, he had no choice if he wanted to finish this once and for all. "You know my name, but I don't know yours," Remy stated. You're a coward, just like your men. Remy's knees buckled as a blow to the back of his legs came hard and swift.
You'll never learn, will you?
The chair turned as Remy stood back on his feet. He nearly toppled back over. Jeremy French.
Ava watched helplessly as a cruiser sped toward her. Did they see her? The vessel's fast pace told her they didn't. She was useless with one arm waving and one stuck to the raft, holding the air in. Just before she was about to dive overboard, the boat slowed and drifted close, nudging her raft. This craft was only slightly smaller than the bucket she had rented. It was built for speed and in far better shape. The silent deck bobbed above, threatening to crash down on her. Her gut told her that whoever this was, they were no friend, and certainly not the Coast Guard. She wondered if her call for help had been intercepted. A bad feeling slithered inside her as she waited for someone to appear on the boat's bow. Why were they taking so long? Ava wanted to call out, but fear silenced her.
Remy lunged for Jeremy French, plowing over the desk before he was hauled back and slammed to the floor by 2 guards. The soft carpet absorbed the fall. Not that Remy would have felt pain in his current state. He wrenched away and stood, glowering at the blonde weasel sitting calmly in front of him.
You didn't plan for this scenario, did you?
French asked. His hand waved lazily at his surroundings.
It's amazing what you can buy nowadays. One of our very own Navy ships.
He stood and strolled around the desk to face Remy head-on.
You'd think the Navy would want it back, but it's been covered up, just like all those weapons that keep disappearing.
What the hell do you want with me?
So angry.
French tisked.
And here I thought you'd be pleased with my surprise.
What surprise?
Ava, of course. You didn't plan for that scenario either, did you?
French smiled.
I figured a reunion was in order.
You bastard. You've been using Ava. Remy's chest tightened. Her death is on your hands. Even though he shouted the words at French like a foul curse, they boomeranged back, cutting through his heart. Ava's death was on Remy's hands. He should have listened to her when she first asked for help. If he had, none of this would have happened. French raised a brow.
Why would I want her dead? She's my inside at the CID.
Your men blew up her boat. He shrugged.
You know the drill. All evidence needs to be destroyed. I can't leave an empty boat drifting along. You should have said she was on board. Ava and I have a very pleasant working relationship.
Remy struck out, landing a solid right hook that snapped French's head to the side from his undefended blow. Guards held Remy back from doing further damage. French straightened, his hand cupping his cheek.
I forgot how wicked your hooks are.
He opened his mouth, testing his jaw.
You still care for Ava after all of these years, after all you thought she'd done.
Remy shoved a guard aside, only to get blocked by another. With a hand signal, French gave the order to stand down.
Ava is alive.
Remy stilled. Alive? But you blew up the boat.
We had eyes on her. She made a call before diving overboard. She's safe in an emergency raft, waiting for the Coast Guard to pick her up.
Ava was alive? She survived? French had to be lying. Why would he leave her for the Coast Guard to pick up? They'd want to know what happened. French would be an idiot to take that chance. If she's alive, then why didn't you turn around and get her?
Turn this ship around? Do you realize what you are saying?
French responded. No, Remy didn't have a clue what he was saying. He had no idea what the hell was going on.
It doesn't matter. I wouldn't have let her board anyway.
Why not?
Do you know who Venom is?
You have Venom cargo on deck, Remy stated, eyeing French. Ava was right. He had changed. French was no longer the scrawny beanpole Remy remembered. He was now a man who had blood on his hands and vengeance in his eyes, and who owned a ship of stolen weapons. You're Venom. French's gaze turned from flippant to curious. He smiled.
If I was Venom, I certainly wouldn't want you on board.
Why not? French smirked, ignoring the question. He crossed over to the window and looked out.
We have a common enemy, and it seems you're the only one who can find him.
You're my only enemy, and you're standing right in front of me. French shrugged.
Maybe I am. But have you ever wondered why you were the only one taken all those years ago? There's something about you. Something you did set off a chain reaction.
What's it to you, anyway? Remy asked, wanting to know French's motivation. Ava thought it might be personal. Remy wasn't so sure.
I'm trying to find out what's so special about you.
His fingers trailed the desk, then moved over to an old-fashioned globe. He flicked it, sending it into a sluggish spin.
I've tried for years to track down Venom, but it seems you have the key.
I have nothing. French laughed, the sound grating against Remy's ears.
You have the answer whether you know it or not.
His laugh died.
I won't stop searching for him. And you will help. Otherwise, I have no use for you or Ava. Do I make myself clear?
Ava's no longer under your control, and I already have no use for you. Remy growled, furious by French's threat. Whatever you think you can get from me, I won't give. Whatever threats you make, I will double. Whatever secrets I keep will follow me to the grave. Remy had no intention of helping French, no matter what he threatened. For right now, Ava was safe with the Coast Guard. She was out of French's hands. It gave him time until Ava came for Remy like she'd promised. Remy cursed himself 100 different ways.
I was hoping you'd be more reasonable, but time has not rid you of your stubbornness.
I see you for what you are, French. What I don't know is why you turned from a young man with potential to this. Remy couldn't keep the disgust from his voice, not that he tried very hard. The man who stood in front of him was a stranger. Remy didn't like this stranger. He didn't trust him. But he knew he was going about this all wrong. He was so used to standing toe-to-toe with men of rank that a different approach was needed with French. Had Remy been on land, this conversation would have been over. He had no patience to follow the whims of another, especially one like French. I had always liked you, you know. The words were honest, but also an experiment. They felt like ash on his tongue.
No one liked me, but we aren't here to talk about the past.
I thought we were. You said I started something. What was it? The only thing I did was help a scared young soldier through war.
You don't know anything.
I know you changed. How can a man start out searching for a traitor only to become that traitor himself, buying stolen goods? What is it about Venom that has the power to change people? Is it the money? Or do you enjoy watching innocents get cut down with Venom weapons? French's jaw clenched tight, his knuckles white from his tight fists.
I would think first about how you speak to me. I'm no longer the team mascot. I have an army of my own, one that isn't swayed by our dear government.
This is no army. It's a ship of greedy men whose only allegiance is to their cut. Do you have enough to keep them from turning on you? Remy blocked as French swung at him. Remy smiled, knowing he'd hit a nerve. So, French wasn't as confident as he appeared. Good. What is it, French? Do you already feel the control slipping?
Take him away.
The guards jostled Remy from the room and down to his cell. Remy didn't make it easy for them. While he didn't fight, he made them work for it by dragging his feet, making the guards have to get up close, their hands wrapped around his arms. As they pushed him into his cell, Remy pilfered a radio from a guard's waistband. They slammed the door shut, snuffing the light and sending him into darkness. Remy had pissed off French and obtained a radio. He'd consider that a win. Now he had to figure out what Jeremy French was up to and send a message to Ava. Remy would deal with French alone. Remy turned off the radio and shoved it under his thin mattress as soon as he heard footsteps outside of his door. He thought it might be morning, but it was impossible to tell without a window. If French thought leaving Remy in the dark was a form of torture, then he was sadly mistaken. The door opened. 3 new guards stepped in, surrounding Remy, who was lounged on the bed, ankles crossed as if relaxing. He was anything but relaxed. The radio chatter had proved useless. It gave him nothing he could use against French. He had even tried several different channels, but it seemed as if they only used the one.
Come with us.
Remy stood and followed the same path as before to French's office. It was going to be the same bullshit drill as the previous day. Remy blinked as they walked past French's door. Where were they going? He followed, more aware of his surroundings than mere seconds before. Something felt different. Even the guards seemed more on edge. Whatever had happened in the hours he was locked up had spooked the crew.
You've attracted attention,
French said when Remy stepped into a communications room. The long room was filled with crew at their workstations, all watching monitors. The same image blanketed every screen. Chapter 11. Static blurred and shifted the screen, but it didn't matter. Remy could clearly see that Ava was being held against her will. She sat on a chair in a bare, dimly lit room. A bruise darkened her cheek. The picture of Ava disappeared, cutting to a man cloaked by shadows.
"We have Ava Hunt,"
a digitized voice said.
"You have 48 hours to get us Venom, or she will die."
The screens shifted, and Ava was gone. Remy turned his attention to French. He didn't care how degenerate the man was. Remy was going to find Ava. If that meant helping French, then he would do it. But could he find her or Venom within 48 hours? It seemed like an impossible task. "How far away from land are we?" Remy asked.
About 5 days to the east,
French answered. Remy felt his throat close. "We don't have days."
Or we could take the jet. We could be in Turkey in a few hours.
Why Turkey? Remy stared hard at French. French smiled. It was a smile that Remy didn't trust, one that showed he knew he had the upper hand and wasn't afraid to exploit it. "Why are you willing to help?" Remy asked. "You didn't even want Ava aboard."
I told you already. You have something that I want.
"And I told you that I have nothing."
Are you sure about that? Come to my office. I'll tell you what I know. Maybe we can work out an arrangement. You help me, I help you.
"I'm not interested in helping you, only Ava." French shrugged.
For now, it's the same path.
He walked out to the corridor, heading to his office. Remy followed, knowing he didn't have a choice. Until he was off this floating hunk of metal, French ruled. Once he was on land, well, French had better run.
Ava sat tied to a chair, groggy from tranquilizers, and wondered how she was going to save Remy's ass when her own was on the line. She wanted to know who the video message was sent to. And why kidnap her? Who'd care enough to want to save her? Not even the CID would be able to meet demands, especially not in 48 hours. She was as good as dead. Ava wasn't too sure who her captors were or even where she was. They wore none of the same markings as terrorist groups she knew about. They spoke a language she didn't understand or could even peg. And since they wore masks, she could only judge by their eyes that they were of Middle Eastern descent. And even that could be wrong. One thing was obvious. Venom had made some powerful enemies, including her. She wasn't going to sit idly by. If they wanted Venom, she would get Venom. She'd be damned if she was going to sit here twiddling her numbing thumbs. "Hey," Ava called to the towering masked guard. "Bring me to the leader of this dump."
Remy sat across from French. "Well?" he asked. If French lounged there with his smug expression for a second more, it would take an army to keep Remy from jumping over the wide desk to strangle him.
How much did Ava tell you?
"She told me she doesn't trust you." French nodded. He reached down to a drawer and pulled out a glass bottle filled with an amber liquid.
Want a drink?
Remy shook his head. Was French stalling? Unscrewing the cap, he put it to his lips and took a long swig.
Did she tell you anything else?
"You're not concerned that she doesn't trust you?"
She was getting too close. I had to shut her out.
"Too close to what?"
Venom.
"I thought that's who you were looking for. Why stop her if she was close?" Remy questioned, but he knew he would have done the same thing. He was overly protective when it came to Ava. That instinct was still present.
Venom is deadly. But then you should know that, shouldn't you?
Of course Remy knew that, but French made it sound as if Remy knew Venom firsthand. "Spit it out, French. I don't have time for games. You know more about Venom than I do. You have a boat loaded with their cargo, or is it yours and you're just fucking with me? Are you Venom? French smirked, humor lighting his eyes, but then he shook his head.
I've been able to intercept a few exchanges.
Is that how you got this ship? How you're funding it? French stared at Remy as if wanting to say something, but then thought better of it. At least tell me who has Ava, Remy said.
It could be almost anyone. Venom has made enemies everywhere.
Then tell me what you know about Venom, no bullshit this time.
Are you sure you don't want a drink? You might need it.
The only thing Remy needed was a gun.
Ava sat patiently on the metal chair. It wasn't as if she could go too far anyway. They had tied her wrists so tightly her fingers were numb. She watched the door, waiting for it to open. After she had ordered the oaf to take her to the leader, he left, locking the door behind him. That had been at least an hour ago, and she hadn't heard anything since. Clearly, no one wanted to talk to her. They were just using her for leverage. She refused to be used, especially in such a pathetic role. Ava worked at the ties on her wrist, thinking back to everything that had happened. She wondered where Remy was and who had taken him. If she ever saw French again, she'd make him suffer. He knowingly sent them. He knew what was going to happen, but it wasn't completely his fault. Ava could have put a stop to it if she hadn't been so eager to learn more, to maybe even see Remy again. She sighed. What was it about him? Why was he at the center of things? She wanted to cry, or better yet, kick something. She felt useless not knowing even basic information, not even knowing where she was or who her captors were. How could she help Remy if she couldn't even help herself? Ava turned her frustrations to the knot, digging in with her nails as her fingers strained in awkward positions. The knot slipped slightly. It was just enough to give her the extra grip she needed. She would be out of these binds in a few seconds. The door swung open. Ava stilled as 3 men walked in. 2 were masked by a black cloth draped over their faces like a veil so that only their eyes were visible. 1 wore none. He was not the biggest of the group, but his presence filled the cramped space. He was definitely the leader. It's about time, Ava said, keeping her irritation and fear at bay. The leader studied Ava as hard as she studied him. At first, she had suspected that she was held captive by Middle Eastern terrorists, but after looking at him, she wasn't so sure. He still had a dark complexion with raven hair and eyes to match, but his features could be considered European. He wore black slacks and a crisp white button-down shirt. An oddity among the mix of flowing garb and SWAT gear she had seen the other men wearing.
I'm not normally summoned by a prisoner,
he said in a British accent that made Ava even more confused as to who this man was. I'm not normally kidnapped, she retorted, feeling the binding loosen as she kept working at it. If she tugged hard enough, she could free herself.
And I normally would have refused to speak with you.
His tone was biting. Ava felt the rage. Then why are you here?
What do you want?
You want Venom?
That was clear in the ransom video.
I want Venom too. We can work together. His laugh echoed through the empty room. Ava didn't think he'd agree, especially not right away, but he didn't have to laugh as though she'd said something humorous. If it meant taking down Venom, she would help them for now. He turned to leave. I'm serious, she said, halting his footsteps. I have information, and I can help. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe.
Why? Do you know who we are? What we are fighting for?
I don't need to know. I don't care who you are.
Then why?
Revenge, Ava said. It was a simple answer, and it was true. They didn't need to know anything else. The man uncrossed his arms.
I don't need your help,
he said, turning once again to leave. Don't make me your enemy, Ava warned.
You already are.
At least tell me your name.
Natan.
He flicked his gaze on her one last time before he left. 1 man trailed after him, leaving the other behind to guard her. She smiled prettily up at the man who towered over her, allowing her binding to slip free. He looked tired. Perhaps a nap might cheer him up.
Ava was sent in from CID. It was assumed someone from our platoon was leaking information. Weapons were being stolen from under our noses, and it always linked back to us,
French said. His fingers listlessly spun the globe. I know this already, Remy said. Tell me something I don't know.
It was never us. Ava and I came to the same conclusion. We were being watched and used.
By whom? Remy asked.
By Venom.
Ava had said there was a cover-up, that someone listed us as dead. French nodded.
It was a botched job. Ava was called back to CID, and David wound up in the hospital. Luckily for them, they both escaped in time, or I don't think they'd be around today.
Where were you?
Hiding. Waiting.
French said, taking a pen from his desk. He mindlessly flipped it back and forth through his fingers.
I still see them, you know? Dead. Time doesn't erase all memories.
His hand gripped the pen, grasping it as if it were his only lifeline. His jaw muscle twitched as he held on. Remy watched and waited, searching for a glimpse of the Jeremy French he once knew. But the man before him, fighting a battle in his mind, was no longer the timid soldier. Remy didn't know what to think or even whether to trust his instincts. Everyone had changed, but what he saw in French was dark and consumed. Bitter. He could sense the rage simmering, even though French tried to hide it with unaffected shrugs and smirks. There must be more, Remy said, bringing French back to the present. Why would you continue for so long? It won't bring anyone back. Remy understood the need to right the wrong, but the Jeremy French he knew had been lost along the way. What kept propelling him on this path?
Because it hasn't stopped. Even after the massacre, the stealing hasn't stopped. There've been a few ambushes like ours, made to look like the enemy. But it's not. It's Venom.
Remy nodded in understanding, yet still questioning French. We've been given 48 hours to take him down. But if I'm the key, as you say, then I need to know everything you know.
I stayed behind. I was considered dead anyway. And it's not as if I had family to return to. Who would miss me? You and I are kind of the same like that.
He shrugged as he twisted the pen in his hand.
And I was caught, hooked by the stories I had been told by the locals. The tales sounded like they came from the pages of a science fiction novel. At first I was going to give up, but then stories began to align, and I knew I was getting close. As far as I can tell, Venom's work began 10 years ago, but it wasn't weapons he was stealing. He only turned to that after his failure.
Remy felt the weight of French's stare.
But now I'm wondering if it was actually a success.
What was it? French tapped the pen on the desk, the rhythm fast and steady.
None of what I'm about to tell you is documented. There are stories about Venom aiding remote villages that were ravaged by war in return for help by a few of their strongest men. He left with those men never to return.
And the men never returned either, Remy surmised. French nodded.
Most never returned, but one did.
Did you talk to him? Remy asked, holding himself back from shaking the information out of French.
I tried, but he was so addled that I couldn't understand anything he said. The villagers said that he came back that way.
French rubbed his forehead.
They said he was the walking dead, that he was a bad omen.
And what do you think?
He was experimented on. His arms were littered with scars from injections. If I hadn't known his story, I would have thought he was a junkie that fried his brain.
And the reasons for the experiments? Remy questioned, not liking the direction of the conversation.
By following Venom's path, by following his stories and what he's currently up to, I think he was trying to make a human weapon.
Remy clenched his jaw to stop it from falling open. You're nuts. French opened the top desk drawer and retrieved a notebook, worn and dirty. He tossed it over to Remy.
Take a look. These are the stories I was told. Some of these villages are so remote that they sometimes don't see strangers for years. And it's not just in Iraq. The more I researched, the more missing people I discovered. Everywhere.
Remy scanned through the pages, feeling sicker by the moment.
It's the reason I pulled Ava back. It's the reason I had to get you involved. I knew she'd be able to find you and bring you to me. That's the only reason I kept her around, and the reason I kept her at a distance.
Remy glanced up at French, and for the first time he saw what he was missing before. He found French's motivation. It was Ava. Jeremy French was in love with Ava, and it was tearing him apart. Remy cleared his throat. If his hunch was correct, then French had to hate involving Remy. It wasn't as if he and Ava were secretive about their past relationship. Everyone knew. Maybe that's why French was being such a jackass. "You still haven't told me how this involves me," Remy said, snapping the book closed. He would study it later. Right now, the clock was ticking, and they needed a plan. French set the pen on the desk and relaxed back into his chair.
Do you ever remember waking up and wondering what the hell happened? Where you were?
My early 20s were filled with mornings like that.
But was there ever one that stuck out in your mind more than others?
Remy briefly thought back, but in all reality, it'd take months to remember all of his hangovers. And he didn't want to remember them. He was a different man now. When he thought of his youthful past, he didn't like what he saw. One time he couldn't even remember his own name. It felt as though his mind was being ripped in two.
You just thought of something. What was it?
Only that I hate hangovers.
Tell me about the one you were just thinking of.
We're wasting time, Remy said.
The only time being wasted is by you. If you want my help, then you have to be honest with me.
That's a two-way street. French crossed his arms, waiting. Fine, Remy said. But I don't understand how this will help. French sat silent. Remy dragged a hand over his head, trying to remember all the details. It's a rather short story. I woke up one morning and I couldn't remember anything, not even my name. I was in so much pain I wanted to call for help, but I couldn't even do that. It was as if I was paralyzed in my bed. No sight, no sound, nothing.
You said you were in your bed. Where was that?
I was on leave and staying at a friend's house, but that night I must have checked into a hotel.
What hotel?
Remy shook his head. I don't remember. But what I do remember is getting the riot act from David. He said I was MIA for 2 days.
How long ago was this?
About 8 years ago. French stood, knuckles planted on the desk.
There it is. The key.
Remy shifted in his chair. He had always felt uneasy about that time. It was one of the reasons he'd stopped partying like he used to. Another night like that, and he was afraid he'd find himself in the grave instead of an unfamiliar bed. French reached over, taking Remy's arm and twisting it over to reveal the inside of his forearm. "What are you doing?" Remy asked, ripping his arm away.
Did you wake up with needle marks?
Remy felt the blood drain from his face. He'd never liked drugs. Never took them. He thought they were a waste of money and brain cells. And being hooked on something, depending upon the next hit, was not an option or lifestyle he wanted. So when he had seen the marks on his arm that morning, he thought he had reached the lowest rung on the ladder. He was ashamed and sick that he'd succumbed. He was weak.
Did they run the length of your arm?
Remy nodded. The words stuck in his throat, the feeling of shame washing over him anew.
Congratulations,
French said, his dry tone at odds with his remark.
You are the first, and I believe only person to survive the experiment with your brain still intact. And that is why you are the key.
Chapter 12. Ava didn't bother to look back at the man she had just immobilized. He'd be passed out long enough, and with the bindings now secured on him, it'd give her even more time. His rifle, now slung on her shoulder, felt like an old friend, a friend that would give her a bit of leverage. Leverage for what? She had no idea. It wasn't as if she had a plan. Her first thought was to escape, but she had no idea what obstacles she'd run into on the outside. For one thing, she didn't even know where she was and had no gear or rations to get very far. So she went to look for her captor. Dumb, yes. But if he was after Venom and Remy was on a ship filled with Venom cargo, the two would collide eventually. She wanted to be there when it happened. Ava stepped out of the holding room and into a hallway. The overhead bulbs blinked as if they were starved of electricity. The walls and floor were thick with dirt and grime. She walked quietly down the hall, listening for sounds. Up ahead, the corridor split both left and right. Ava was about to turn left when she heard noises to the right. It sounded as if men were chanting. She knew she should turn left and head away from them, but there was something pulling her in the other direction. There were many who had scoffed at her reasoning over the years, since it was mainly intuition that she followed, but it had kept her alive this long, so she didn't see why she should change what worked. Intuition wasn't just a feeling. It was a combination of knowledge, experience, and instincts. Ava turned to the right, following her gut and ears. The sounds came from beyond a dented metal door that was propped open, allowing sunlight and dust to float inside. It was the way out. Ava hurried over to the door and pressed her back against the wall beside it. The oppressive, arid heat surrounded her. God, was she back in Iraq? She swore she'd never return, not even if the CID sent her. Holding the rifle steady against her, she quickly peeked out to find that it was indeed the exit, and it was very likely that she'd return to hell. Unfortunately, she could go no farther. A ring of men, about 40 in all, watched two fighters in the middle of a circle shouting foreign words that she thought were more for encouragement than heckling. Why couldn't she understand them? While she wasn't fluent in Arabic, she could carry on a simple conversation, but she didn't understand one word that was being said. Where in the hell was she? There was one way to find out, she thought as she surveyed the motley crew, some dressed in SWAT, some in flowing cloth, and some in t-shirts and jeans. The only consistent accessory worn by all were rifles, and they were old. She looked down at her pilfered rifle inside. It was so old and abused, she wasn't sure if it would fire at all, or maybe it'd just backfire on her. She glanced back at the men, watching as two shirtless fighters engaged, both attacking and blocking with a mix of hands and feet. It looked exactly like mixed martial arts. She wanted to scream. Who were these men? And were none of them remotely worried that she'd attempt to escape? That leaving one man to guard her wouldn't be enough? Numbskulls. The lot of them. She could easily step out and spray bullets, killing them all in one pass if the rifle worked. But she wouldn't. There was something about this group that made her stand down. While the two fighters were fairly skilled, the rest of the crew looked as if they'd just arrived from a country farm, except the one closest to her. He could pass for a Hollywood socialite. And they wanted to take down Venom? She stepped out into the sun, relying on her sixth sense to guide her. None of the men heard her, even though her footsteps were loud on the hard-packed ground. She stood far behind the socialite, absorbing the action around her and staying out of sight. His wafting, heavy cologne drowned out all other smells that had been present just moments before. Sad as it was, she preferred the cloying scent compared to the powerful odor of ripe bodies and the dry, stagnant air, almost too dusty to breathe. The men continued to fight, each taking hits, but one delivered more blows than the other. So, the leader of these misfits could fight? She watched as he delivered another blow, clearly holding back from injuring the other man. As she watched the progression, her gaze caught on a man standing apart from the others. He wore SWAT black like some of the others, but it was his eyes that worried Ava. She could see the cold hatred in those dark eyes, framed by a swath of black fabric that covered his face. He scrutinized the action, wanting to take part, but not to spar. No, he wouldn't hold back. He was dangerous. Ava decided her course of action and backed away. She wouldn't allow the entire armed team to discover her. She might be bullheaded, but she knew her limits, and she knew never to test the untried reflexes of recruits. But she would deal directly with Natan later. She continued to back away, thankful for the decent tree growth surrounding the rusted metal building, only slightly bigger than a barn. The surrounding foliage made a good hiding spot for their militant group. Unfortunately for them, it helped her too. However, if she was truly in Iraq like she thought, then this coverage wouldn't carry her any real distance, especially not to the south where there was nothing but miles of desolate rocky sand. But if she was in the northern highlands, then there were a few more options for escape, especially with the Turkish border at the north. Right now, it didn't matter where she was. She had no desire to go anywhere, at least not until she'd had a chat. As Ava disappeared into the wooded copse, the door banged open, vibrating the building. The guard that had been assigned to her stumbled out, clutching his stomach. He doubled over, retching on the ground. Ava winced at the sound. The fight halted as members rushed over to aid the man. She heard the signal as they realized what had happened. She didn't have to understand their language to know the sound of an alert. It was universal. It always began with murmured confusion fading into silence of realization, and then finally the outraged cry, calling for action. Men charged in every direction, disappearing into the wooded area. One hurried past her, not even taking the time to notice she was barely 3 feet away and hardly hidden from view. She'd have to find a better spot, but she wasn't going to run. The men obviously believed she was already far away, so she was perfectly safe right next to the building for now. Ava peered around a tree to see if it was clear. The open area near the building was now vacant except for Natan. He stood tall and straight, his face tilted up to the sun as he let out a furious bellow. The man with the bloodthirsty eyes appeared from the tree line opposite of Ava. He spoke to Natan, irritation in his tone. With an annoyed growl, Natan stalked to the door and ripped it open, disappearing into the cool interior. The other man stayed where he was and scanned the area, pausing briefly at her hiding spot. She held her breath, not daring to move even an inch. Did he see her? He turned, continuing to scan before heading back into the trees where he came from. Ava leaned heavily against the rough bark as she took a long, steady breath. She didn't think that he had seen her, but maybe he'd sensed something. And now that he was in the woods, she no longer thought this was a good place to hide. The militants might be gone for hours searching for her, leaving Natan alone inside. It was the perfect opportunity, but she wasn't sure if it was the right time. The man had just sparred, his adrenaline was kicked up, and he was livid. But if she gave him time to cool down, she might miss her chance. Plus, she no longer wanted to stay in the woods. Her mind made up, she stepped from her spot and treaded quietly into the open. Her eyes and ears strained for any sign of trouble, her senses on alert. When she didn't detect anyone, she ran for the building, keeping her rifle at the ready. Shots rang out mere steps from the door. She felt heat as a bullet nicked her upper arm. Before she could take cover inside, she was forced back, slammed into the ground. The man with the murderous eyes had caught her. He must have been waiting for her. As he reached down and grabbed Ava by the neck, she clawed a fistful of the dry, rocky ground and flung it, keeping her eyes squeezed tight. With a growl, he dropped her to wipe his eyes clean. Ava jabbed him in the ribs twice before he blocked the third and knocked her down with a punch she didn't see coming. Her rifle skidded to the side. Ava jumped back on her feet, already defending herself against his attack. There was no way she could pick up her rifle. His offense was too quick. While he wasn't as skilled as Natan, he was fierce. He used force to make up for what he lacked. He fought using the same MMA techniques. She wondered if he knew what to do if she broke the rules. Remy broke the rules. When Ava had first met Remy, he tested her, making sure she was properly trained. He didn't hold back, and he didn't play by the book. He fought dirty. After getting her ass served to her, she hated him. She despised him for making her look weak, feel weak. She had trained hard, and he destroyed her like she was nothing. But she didn't give up. She returned every day to take another beating. And while she hated him, she admired him. He didn't show her mercy because of her gender. He wasn't like the others. He was different. Later, after weeks of humiliating defeats, he finally explained.
Think beyond the rules, beyond your training,
he had said.
It's not merely a matter of surviving. If that's all it's about, you could crawl into a hole and wait. We are a team. We depend upon each other. I fight dirty because that's what happens in life or death situations. There are no rules. The more prepared you are now, the better chance you have. You're not a survivor. You're not a soldier. You are a fighter. I'd take a bullet for any of my soldiers. I expect the same in return.
Ava nodded in understanding.
I would take a bullet for you, too,
he said, smiling. It was genuine and warm, and it was the first time he had ever smiled at her. She felt it all the way to her toes. Her hatred had shifted in that instant. In a crazy 180-degree turn, she fell in love with him. Right there on the training mat. Her first instinct was to go to the infirmary. Maybe she'd knocked her head on their last round. But somehow she knew he was the one. The next day, Ava stepped on the mat, ready to be the fighter he expected. She was prepared to take Remy by surprise, but he was always one step ahead. And while she held nothing back, even biting him at one point, she still couldn't defeat him. Out of the entire platoon, he was the one she couldn't pin, until she had an idea. If he wanted her to fight dirty, then she would. She kissed him, and it worked. He was so shocked at the kiss that he forgot to defend, and Ava unfortunately forgot everything else. She still didn't win the match. Well, in a way she did. He never looked at her the same again, and that had some very positive results. Ava, now fighting again, this time without Remy at her side, wouldn't use those same tactics on this man, but she would break some rules. She kicked out knowing he would block. As soon as his arm came down, she switch-kicked, nailing him. Her target was his nether region, but he shifted just in time to evade. All right, so he was a little more skilled than she'd originally thought. She would just have to try harder. He came at her, this time faster. His attacks were so swift that Ava barely kept up. Was he getting better? His adrenaline must have spiked. Ava felt it too, the energy that hummed through her body, making precision hits difficult to control. She could hear it in her ears and see it on the fringe of her vision. It was a scary, magical beast that she had come to know well. Ava dodged another assault, only to get knocked to the ground as he came around and rammed her. As she fell, he was already on the move, ready to take her out. She knew in that instant that he didn't play by the rules either. And when he kicked her in the head, missing her eye by a fraction, she knew he was in it to the death. The blow rattled her, causing her vision to blur momentarily. He was stronger than before. The adrenaline high magnified the murderous gleam in his eyes. Ava pushed up from the ground. If he wanted blood, then that's exactly what he was going to get. She just hoped it would be his blood.
If I was experimented on, why would Venom allow me to live? Remy asked. The thought of being someone's lab experiment made his skin crawl. He would have known, wouldn't he? It's not like he was a small man who could be easily moved. No one person could carry him to a hotel room. A flash of red hair resurfaced from memories he had no recollection of. Her face was shaded, blurred into nothingness. Christ, he must have been lured.
I don't think you were supposed to live,
French answered.
The only reason Venom would leave you alone is if he thought you were dead.
French scratched his jaw, a peculiar expression on his face.
Or maybe...
There was a knock on the office door.
Enter,
French called. A guard opened the door.
The jet is ready.
Good. We'll be there in a moment.
The guard nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Remy stood, ready for action. While he still wasn't 100% sold on French's involvement, he did need the man's help and his jet. French opened a desk drawer, withdrawing 2 revolvers.
You might as well gear up. We'll be landing near the Turkey-Iraq border. I had hoped to bring the crew, but it looks like it will be just you and me.
Remy took one of the guns to inspect it. How do you know Ava is there?
I don't.
French stood, taking the other gun.
But I recently heard of a man who was taken. The villagers say it was Venom. I want to hear the story.
We don't have time. We have to find Ava and rescue her first.
And how do you propose we find her? The only information we have is from a cryptic feed demanding Venom. We have to follow all leads.
Remy shoved the gun into his waistband and headed to the door. Then let's go.
Have you ever been catapulted from a carrier before?
French asked nonchalantly. Remy ran his hand over his head. Are you frickin' kidding me?
The jet can't clear the runway.
He clapped Remy on the shoulder.
Don't worry, it'll be fun.
Catapulting a jet I'm sitting in doesn't constitute as fun. French shrugged.
Well, just fun for me then.
Ava and her opponent circled each other, each bloodied and weak. Ava's adrenaline had run its course. She was left drained, wanting nothing more than to lie down on the dirt and nap. While he still wore the cloth over his face, she didn't need to see his face to know he was hurting just as much, or that she had broken his nose. She'd heard a snap when she landed the right hook. Ava smiled. The man growled words that she assumed were unflattering. He struck out, catching a fistful of her hair. She let out a very embarrassing high-pitched squeak as he yanked her toward him. Not a smart move on his part. She took advantage of the close proximity and kneed him in the groin so hard he let out an identical squeak and fell to his knees. She came down hard, elbowing him in the lights-out sweet spot. He sprawled, face first. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ava winced as pain shot up her arm. Fresh red blood oozed around the dried. She must be more injured than she'd thought. There wasn't time to worry about that. She had to get to Nathan and speak with him. She hoped he wouldn't be as difficult to reason with as this man had been. Ava had nothing left to give. She reached down, her fingers gripping the man's face cloth. She wanted to see her opponent. In her mind, he was nothing but eyes and blank space.
Stop!
A voice shouted from behind her. Ava dropped the cloth and straightened, feeling her muscles already starting to contract. She looked around to find she was surrounded. The armed militant group encircled her with expressions ranging from Nathan's fury to Hollywood's amazement. When did they arrive? She hadn't even noticed them. She doubted her opponent had either. "I don't suppose you have a bandage," she said, not knowing what else to say. It wasn't as if there was an after-fight protocol manual. What did one say to a pissed-off band of foreign-speaking militants?
On your knees.
Nathan ordered. When Ava didn't budge, mainly because she couldn't feel her knees, let alone her legs to bend them, he crossed over and shoved her down.
I should kill you right now.
Ava didn't bother responding. She knew it was a threat and nothing more. There was a reason he held her for ransom. He wouldn't jeopardize his only bargaining chip, especially for beating only one man. Well, two, if she counted the guard, but he was too easy. She hazarded a glance up at Nathan, who still pressed her shoulder to keep her down. "I didn't kill him. He'll wake up in 20 minutes. He let out a sound of annoyance, jostling her flat to the dusty ground. Blood dripped onto the beige dirt, staining it. He barked an order, something she couldn't understand. A few men stepped forward, one with binds for Ava and the other. What the hell? Two men bent over the masked man and began tying his wrists and legs. "What's going on?" Ava asked.
You have no idea what you've just done.
He snarled, yanking her from the ground as soon as the bindings were tight. He shoved her to a guard.
Get her inside now. Don't open the door for anyone.
Ava stumbled into the guard. She cried out as he grabbed her injured arm. He eased his grip but didn't let go. He hurried Ava to the building, and she wondered if he was rushing because of the order or because of something else. A flurry of activity and calls caused her to look back. What she saw chilled her.
Chapter 13. David paced the marble entryway as he waited for Grayson. Maya's voice floated from a room above, blanketing him with a calm he shouldn't feel, not with Remy MIA. She thought they were here to help Jenna redecorate, but David needed to talk to Grayson if he'd hurry the bloody hell up. David rolled his eyes as giggles echoed along the marble. Jenna was head over heels for Grayson, her giggling a side effect of that ailment. God, had he ever been so ridiculously in love like that? Then he heard Maya laugh and his question was answered. Yes, and still ailing. "Grayson!" David barked. His brother wandered from the room above, peering over the railing.
What?
"Did you forget that I was waiting?"
No, I just don't care that you're waiting.
"Very funny. Get your ass down here. I need to talk to you." He didn't budge. "It's important."
So is this.
He said, pointing to the bedroom. "They're decorating."
I know.
David eyed his brother. "Have you lost your goddamn mind?"
Most likely.
"Please," David grated. Grayson's brows rose. He pushed off from the railing and jogged down the stairs.
I don't think you've ever said please to me.
"And you'll never hear it again." Female laughter floated down again, distracting Grayson. David grimaced. "You've turned into a lovesick ass." Grayson shrugged.
I'm okay with that.
"Can you get your head out of the clouds for a minute?" "It's about Remy," David whispered the last part, not wanting the girls to overhear.
What about him?
Grayson asked, finally paying attention. David dragged him over to the study and closed the door. "Remember Ava?"
How could I not? I had to buy a new door and patio furniture.
She was searching for Remy. They had hooked up years back.
They were lovers?
David cringed. "If you must use that word, sure. Anyway, he's MIA now."
Maybe they hooked up again and don't want to be disturbed. I understand the feeling.
He muttered, glancing at the door. David shoved his hands into his pockets to keep from wringing Grayson's neck. He was going to have to tell Grayson the entire story so he could grasp the seriousness of Remy's predicament. Grayson wasn't stupid, not by a mile, and the lovesick dolt was a linchpin in David's plan. "Sit down," David said. "I need to start from the beginning."
Remy clung to the safety harness that secured him to the jet seat. The plane was positioned on a runway, the nose secured to a piston below that was ready to fling them into the air. "What happens if we don't get up to speed?" Remy asked.
We take a swim.
French said, a smile on his face. It faltered as he looked out at the runway. Remy had noted a slight change in French's demeanor since they began cooperating with each other. French's prideful sullenness was giving way. Remy could almost see the young French re-emerging, Remy was thankful for that. Too many lives were ruined already. But there was still something that was pulling French back. Something that was keeping him tethered down. Or someone. Was it Ava? A wave of nausea had Remy closing his eyes. He chalked it up to being stuck in a death trap, ready to be launched into the deep ocean. But he knew that was a lie. Remy didn't want to compete with French, but he knew it would happen. French would be an idiot to walk away from Ava after he'd loved her and protected her these past years. And how could Remy compete against that? He had shoved Ava away, labeling her a traitor, while French stood by her. It was Remy who was the idiot. And even though it might be too late to claim Ava's heart, he'd do everything in his power to find her, even if it meant being catapulted. "Let's bring her home," Remy said, steeling himself.
Are you ready?
"Do I have a choice?"
Not really.
"You do know how to fly this thing, right?" Remy asked, wondering why he hadn't asked that before. French flipped a few switches and nodded.
I think we'll get there in one piece.
Ava was shoved into the holding room. The door slammed shut before she could turn. The bolt scraped into place, locking her in. "Let me out," she yelled, banging frantically on the door. Shouts came from beyond the walls, seeping fear through the cracks. What had happened? She'd knocked the man out, but he got up after only a few minutes. That had never happened before. He broke out of his bindings like they were nothing more than a few worn threads. She pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear. A strangled cry filled her with dread. Natan said she did something to cause this, but what? She'd only defended herself. Shouting grew closer. The walls pulsed from the battle just outside her door. He was coming for her. Ava scurried away to stand behind the metal chair. It wasn't long before the sounds were on top of her. She gripped the chair as the door splintered and the man with the scary eyes ripped through. He came at her fast, his fists already striking. Ava barely dodged his first swing. She backed away, bringing the chair with her. She had hoped to defend herself with it, but he had already caught her. She flailed as he raised her into the air by her shoulders, not even blinking when she kicked him. He had changed. In the short time since she had first engaged with him, he'd become different. His strength was off the charts. Had he been holding back before? It wasn't possible. Ava would have known. Something was making him stronger. Injured guards filed through, their rifles pointed. Ava scrambled to get away, but she couldn't free herself from the man's grip. She didn't know who the guards were planning to shoot, but Ava was in the line of fire either way. Natan charged in, cradling his arm. He spoke rapidly, giving orders that Ava couldn't understand. The guards stayed put, guns aimed and ready. Natan spoke again, this time directly at the man who had Ava in such a tight grip, she thought he was going to start snapping bones. The more she struggled, the tighter the grip. She finally stopped, feeling as though she was literally at a breaking point. She cried out, hoping for relief. Her pain threshold was past its limits, sending her into a fading blackout. Natan spoke calmly, attempting to reason with her captor, but it was as if the man couldn't hear, as if he was in his own blackout. A shot rang out and Ava felt the weightlessness of a free fall before contacting the floor, jolting her out of her stupor. She jumped to her feet as another shot was fired. The masked man swung back from the force of the bullet, but it didn't stop him. He was bleeding from both legs, and yet he still stood, his eyes reflecting demons that hadn't been there minutes before.
"Get behind me!"
Natan shouted at Ava. She did as he ordered and flew over to him.
"If I give you an opportunity, will you be able to knock him out again?"
He asked, keeping his eyes and gun aimed on the other man. Ava was bruised and beat. She could hardly lift her arms. "I can try, but it hardly affected him."
"All I need is a few seconds."
"I can give you that," she hoped.
"Wait for my signal,"
he said, shoving his gun over to one of the guards. He stepped forward into a defensive stance, but as the other man came at him, Ava realized Natan wasn't trying to fight. Natan was shoved up against the wall. It crumbled around him as he was pushed farther into it. He held on, but Ava could see the pain he was in. There was no way he could give a signal. Running over to the metal chair, she swung it strategically onto the floor. She had to be above the man for an effective knockout. As she jumped onto the chair, the man turned to block her attack. He knocked her from the chair, sending her tumbling to the floor. He stepped on her leg, grinding it. She screamed as pain exploded. But then, he stopped. His expression glazed over. Ava scooted away before the man toppled, a syringe poking out of his thigh. Natan looked down at the unconscious man and shook his head, his eyes moistened. With one flick of his hand, the guards hauled the man away.
This is your fault.
He growled at Ava. My fault? She clipped. I realize terrorists have to get their muscle from somewhere, but your recruit is your own problem.
If you hadn't escaped, he wouldn't have changed.
If you wouldn't have locked me up, I wouldn't have had to escape. His jaw clenched as he looked down at her, still on the floor. Her leg ached, but she wasn't going to let him see her in pain.
You have no idea what you have done.
He shouted again. I defended myself.
You don't understand.
Natan shook his head and stormed from the room, not bothering to secure the door. It would have been a futile effort anyway. The door was shredded. No one was left in the room. Was she free to go? Ava used her elbows to drag herself over to the wall, biting her lip to keep from crying. She'd need the solid surface to help her stand. Taking a breath, Ava put pressure on the wall as she inched her way up. Her leg gave out, sending her back to the floor. She groaned as a shockwave burst through her leg. Now she knew why no one bothered to secure her. She wasn't going anywhere for a while. Sprawled on the floor, glaring up at the peeling ceiling, Ava cursed.
Grayson paced the study, his strides long and quick. It was a good sign. David knew that Grayson was on board. Now David just had to get a small favor from him.
I want to help,
Grayson said.
but I'm not sure how. I don't have the resources available to me like I used to. If you need money, I'll give you all that you need.
I don't need money, but I do need your connections. Grayson stopped pacing.
My connections.
You had told me about trying to open a casino in Turkey with a partner, but you decided against it.
That was because I found out he had terrorist connections. He was going to use the casino as a front.
I need you to contact him again.
I reported him. I'm pretty sure he'd rather kill me than talk to me.
He has information I need. If he has connections, he'll be able to lead me to Venom.
Venom? As in poison?
No, as in the man who took Remy. The one who pumped him so full of chemicals Remy thought he was in an enemy prison. David scrubbed his hand over his face. He should have told Remy everything when he had the chance. At the time, Remy was so far gone he couldn't even understand his own name.
He wasn't in prison.
He was a prisoner, David said, but it was his mind that was the jailer.
Remy grew impatient. They had been to 2 remote villages, and every villager denied knowing of Venom or any missing men. Even though the language barrier didn't help matters, he could tell they were lying. Their eyes showed fear. French was ready to move on, but Remy knew they'd have the same problem wherever they went. Are you sure this is the right village? Remy asked.
It's either this one or the one we just left. These are the only 2 villages in a 100-mile radius.
Something spooked them, Remy said. French nodded.
We could back off and watch.
We're running out of time.
But if we push, they're liable to turn on us. You could probably take on an entire enraged village, but I'd rather not.
Between the 2 of us, we might stand a chance, Remy said, knowing he wouldn't attempt it either way. These people were scared. They weren't the enemy. Plus, he would never hurt a woman or child. A vision of Ava, flat on the mat, flashed through his mind. But she was a soldier, not a woman. Well, until she made a move that had him at instant surrender. He forgot everything as her lips pressed to his. It was as if the world had reversed polarity. He felt upside down. His life was never the same again. Remy shook her from his thoughts. These women weren't Ava. They wouldn't be able to defend themselves like she could. Didn't they understand that Venom would be back for more? A tingling sensation at the back of his neck alerted Remy. Someone was watching them. Remy scanned the dusty dirt roads, searching for the person. We're being watched, Remy said. French looked around.
3 o'clock?
An older man peered through a windowless opening. He stepped out of view when he realized he was spotted. He knows something, Remy said, heading to the crumbling house, which was no better or worse than the other dwellings in the village. They were poor. A roof over their heads and walls to shield them from sandstorms was better than nothing. It was a preying ground for filth like Venom. French clamped a hand on Remy's shoulder.
He will come to us.
We don't have time.
If we spook him, he won't talk. Let's go find some water and let him come to us.
Remy curled his fingers, clenching them into a fist.
He won't talk if we pound on his door.
French reasoned. What door? Remy gritted, looking at the faded cloth hanging in the doorway. He knew French was right, but it didn't ease the tension practically choking him.
Come,
French said, heading the opposite direction.
He will follow us and confront us when he feels comfortable. I'm sure he doesn't want the rest of the village to see him talking to the outsiders.
Remy walked alongside French. I still don't understand your reasoning for your work or the life you've led, but thank you for your help. French laughed.
You'll probably never understand, but you're welcome anyway.
I had thought you'd changed, but I still see a little bit of French fry. French's mouth gaped.
I haven't been called that since, well, it's been a long time.
Remy nodded. It has been a long time. Thanks for looking out for Ava, he added. The words, while honest, had a nasty aftertaste. It should have been Remy, not French. French glanced uneasily at Remy. Was French worried Remy took exception to their relationship, whatever it was? He should say something, ease French's mind. But he couldn't. The claw of jealousy dug its talons in.
Your impression of me keeps wavering. But I'm no longer French fry. And I didn't look out for Ava, at least not how you think. My motives are purely selfish, motives you wouldn't understand.
Remy heard the annoyance and frustration in French's words. He didn't feel the need to smooth any ruffled feathers. Remy was awkward enough in these situations. He didn't need to make it worse by offering words that could be twisted. He would leave it alone.
There might be a well around here. I doubt they have running water.
Remy sidestepped a group of chickens pecking at the ground. He briefly wondered what they were eating. He could only see dirt, just like the village, made out of the same earth and rock. No trees to provide shade, no speck of hope in the war-battered locals' eyes.
There,
French said, pointing to a well just beyond the village. It was on the tip of Remy's tongue that they had enough water in the jeep, but in this heat he'd take the spare moment and fill his reserves. His tongue already felt coated with dust. Remy sat down near the well and eased the pack from his back. Remy hadn't felt comfortable leaving his pack behind in the jeep. Vehicles and gear were stolen all the time. He didn't want his own gun pointed at him.
At least this one has a pump. The open water reservoirs that are sometimes used aren't safe for some stomachs, especially mine.
My son,
a wavering voice said. Remy and French looked up to find the older man had indeed followed them. He held out a sketch pad, the edges worn.
my son?
He said again, pointing to the book. French took the notebook from the man and flipped through the pages. He stopped suddenly. Lifting the notebook so the man could see, he asked,
Your son?
The man shook his head. He chewed his lower lip, finding the right words. Remy wished he could help. He was never good with foreign languages. What little he did know was forgotten long ago.
Gone.
The man said. French frowned and pointed to the open notebook again.
Who?
Tears welled in the man's eyes.
Gone.
What's in the book? Remy asked. French flashed the sketch at Remy. Their eyes locked with silent communication.
Your son?
French asked the man again. The man wiped the tears from his eyes.
No, no son. Son gone.
He stepped closer to French, his face filled with grief as he pointed to the portrait.
Venom. Venom. Take son.
If Remy hadn't been sitting down, the revelation would have knocked him flat. The man took the notebook and flipped a page.
Here. Venom. Here.
French glanced from the book to Remy.
We found what we were looking for.
This is a mistake, Remy said, refusing to believe. He must be confused.
There's only one way to find out.
The man shoved the book at Remy.
Find son.
Remy nodded and accepted the book. Find son, he agreed. Remy swallowed, holding his stomach back.
Chapter 14. Ava rested on the floor for a good hour, keeping her leg propped on the chair. She didn't think it was broken, but it might be bruised at the very least. What she needed was a splint to help keep it secure for a bit. Unfortunately, there was no one to aid her. While she had heard murmurs and shuffling in the hall, no one came to check on her. Well, she wasn't going to lie on the cold, hard floor and wait for help. There was a forest right outside. She could use a couple of branches to make a crude splint. After that, she had no idea what to do. It wasn't as if she could go far, but she'd sort that out later. Easing her leg down off the chair, Ava twisted to flop onto her belly. She pushed up and grasped the chair. With strength that was slowly returning to her, she lifted herself up and sat on the chair. Giving herself a moment or two, she took a breath before continuing. Ava held the back of the chair and lifted herself into a standing position, keeping the weight on her good leg. Here goes nothing, she thought, taking a trial step. She cried out as she crashed to the ground, a jagged pain stabbing at her. Ava cursed, letting the explicative carry some of her agony. It seemed her leg was truly broken after all. And she was stuck in hell.
David knocked on Jared Boyer's door. Boyer's truck was in the driveway, so he had to be home. It was crucial that David speak with him. Grayson had contacted his Turkish connection and paid a steep sum for information leading to Venom. With Boyer's help, David could be overseas in a matter of hours with a team standing by. Remy was in over his head, and it was David's fault. He should have told Remy the truth when he had the chance. But there never seemed to be a good time. And then it was finally so buried in the past that it remained that way. David didn't have the heart to drag Remy back to that painful time. God, when he had found Remy, wandering the desert, barely alive and out of his mind, David thought he might have been too late. Remy was covered in slashes and burns, which David promptly found were of his own making. The drugs coursing through his system were psychotics, fueling Remy with enemy visions. The only enemy present was Remy, spurred by a series of injections that ran up his arm like a train track. David pounded on the door again. "Boyer, open up!" The door cracked open.
What?
"I need your help."
I was just on my way out. I got an urgent call.
"This is more urgent," David said, pushing the door open. "It's about Remy." Boyer stepped back and allowed David to enter.
What's this about? I have a plane to catch.
"Ava has Remy. I think she's working for Venom. I can't get in touch, and I know something is wrong."
What do you know about Venom?
Boyer asked, becoming more interested. "I got information from a Turkish connection. He said Venom has a weapons ring and that he's dangerous. Crazy dangerous."
How so?
"You're going to think this is insane, but he's experimenting on people with psychotic drugs."
To what purpose?
David rubbed the back of his neck and took a long breath. "This is where it gets even more bizarre. According to the Turkish connection, Venom is trying to make human weapons. And I believe it," David quickly added. "Ava must have pumped Remy with the drugs before the attack. When I found him weeks later, he was out of his mind with a trail of injection scars. He was fighting a war with himself." Boyer looked thoughtful for a moment.
What did you do when you found him?
"I brought him to an abandoned shelter, restrained him, and let the drugs wear off."
And then he was okay? Were there any side effects?
"He seemed fine, if not a little confused. To this day, he thinks he was in an enemy prison."
And you didn't correct him?
David shook his head. "I should have, but I thought I was protecting him."
Protecting him from what?
"Himself."
Ava propelled her way down the corridor, using only her forearms and elbows, dragging her legs behind. She fought to control the pain as she maneuvered out into the open without cover or defense. She refused to linger in the holding room until someone decided she was no longer worth the ransom. Remy trained her never to quit.
"Never quit, never stop, and never let the enemy have the last say,"
he told her. That was all well and good when you had working parts, she scoffed. But Ava continued anyway. It was as if he was with her, being obnoxiously encouraging. She loved that about him. According to Remy, no one was weak. Broken bones meant nothing to him. She wished he was with her now.
Going somewhere?
American accent? Ava looked back to find Hollywood standing behind her, his arms crossed. Screw you, she said, continuing on her path. With a few quick steps, he was in front of her, blocking her.
Where do you think you're going?
She paused to take a breath, to find a couple of sticks. With a grunt, she continued, plowing past him. She had to look ridiculous, she knew, but she wasn't going to stop. He stepped in front of her again.
I could do this all day,
he said dryly. Ava looked into his eyes. Either shoot me or get the hell out of my way. He twisted his mouth, then moved to the side and allowed her to continue. Ava could feel his hovering presence as she made her way to the exit. She was sure he was going to try to stop her again when she finally made it to the door. Looking up at the doorknob high above her head, Ava now understood why he didn't bother stopping her. From her position on the ground, the knob looked as if it was 10 feet high. Reaching up, her fingers grazed it. She just needed to lift herself a couple of inches, a couple of brutal inches. If the socialite weren't behind her, she would cry.
Can I help?
Go to hell. Ava pushed up and grasped the handle, turning to open the door.
I'm already here,
he muttered, holding the door for Ava. After Ava cleared the door, she stopped to take a break.
Would you like help now?
Ava glanced up at him. I don't need help from a terrorist.
I'm not,
he said simply. You could have fooled me, she said.
Do I look like a terrorist? I can barely shoot straight.
Then why are you aiding these men? He laughed.
Because my cousin Natan talked me into it. Although I think he tricked me, but I can't prove it. Nor would he let me.
Ava groaned. If I ever get up, I'm going to kick his ass.
I'd like to see you try,
Natan said from behind.
What is she doing out here?
I believe she's escaping,
Hollywood said.
And you were going to let her?
Natan asked, his brow creased.
No, just making sure she was okay.
It's not your job to help her, Mikhail.
I don't see anyone else doing it.
Ava relaxed as the men argued. If Natan was going to haul her back inside, she would save her strength, although he looked like he was in as rough shape as she felt.
Go and help with Toma. He'll wake up any moment now.
What about her?
Mikhail asked, nodding at Ava.
I'll deal with her.
You won't kill her,
he stated, but it seemed more like a question. When Natan didn't respond, Mikhail sighed.
Just remember who the real enemy is.
Mikhail headed inside, leaving Ava alone with Natan. I gave your cousin the option of shooting or getting out of my way. I give you the same, Ava said, gauging Natan. He didn't budge, nor did he fire a shot at her. He stood there looking as if he was in deep contemplation. Again, Ava waited, conserving her strength. If Natan decided to make a move, he'd catch her within a few steps.
You said you could help,
he finally said, the words choppy as if he had to force them out. That was before you broke my leg, Ava snipped. Natan glanced at her leg, raking his hand through his dark hair, gripping it as if he wanted to tear it out. Leaning down, he touched her leg.
Where is it broken?
Near the ankle, Ava replied. She wanted to tell him to bugger off, but pain and broken bones had her nearly begging for help. She wouldn't beg. Gently rolling the hem, he inspected.
Does this hurt?
He pressed down above her ankle. Ava squeezed her eyes shut. Not at all, she ground out. He laughed. It was mirthful and unexpected. Ava glared at him.
Can we call a temporary truce? Let me at least set your leg so it heals properly.
Why?
Because I don't like seeing anyone in pain.
Then you're in the wrong business.
You helped me before with Toma. Let me help you.
Ava nodded. It was the best offer she'd receive. Temporary truce. He called out, and within seconds one of the guards came in and plucked her up off the ground. Tears sprung up as the movement tweaked her leg.
Sorry. I didn't tell him to be gentle.
No problem, Ava gritted. I'll be sure to repay the favor.
Natan cut the bottom portion from Ava's pants. She sat on the table, scowling at him as he worked. He deserved no less. But he needed her help. He had to make her see what they were doing was right. We are not terrorists, he said. grimacing as she cried out when he reset the bone. "Sorry,"
If you're not terrorists, then who are you?
she asked between hiccuping breaths. "A really pissed-off family."
There are support groups for that.
"Yes, we tried that until Venom took Toma."
Toma?
Ava was suddenly alert.
What do you mean Venom took him?
"Toma is my cousin. He comes from a village to the east of us," Natan said, wondering how much to tell. He knew from experience that if a person didn't have enough information, they couldn't be as useful. But could she be trusted? They only took Ava because the man named Brock was already long gone on an aircraft carrier that Natan had no hope of boarding. Ava had been on a punctured life raft. It was easy enough to capture her. One of his men had the cargo plane ready for takeoff as soon as they returned to shore.
East of us? Where exactly are we?
Iraq, near the Turkish border. Ava grimaced.
I knew it.
"We could have left you to die on the sinking boat." Glancing at her leg, Ava said,
I think I'd have been better off there.
"It wasn't a unanimous decision."
Had to take a family vote?
He smiled. "Something like that. You won,"
Lucky me.
she said dryly.
Tell me the story. What did Venom want with Toma?
"I don't know. We've been piecing it together when we can get Toma to talk. As you could probably tell, he's not really chatty. I was at home in London when it happened."
I heard your accent along with Mikael. He's definitely American. Where are the rest from?
"Everywhere, though about half are here in Iraq." Ava snapped her fingers, coming to a conclusion.
You're Syrian. I couldn't peg it before.
"How did you guess?"
When families are spread across the globe, it usually has to do with politics and racism. Persecution has a way of scattering people.
Her gaze shot up to Natan.
Sorry.
He nodded, continuing to tend to Ava's leg. She was right. Throughout history, they'd been targets, deprived of their ethnic, cultural, and even national rights. They were even victims of genocide. But that wasn't what he was fighting against today. Toma disappeared from the village about 6 months ago. He left to run an errand, but never returned.
But he did. He's here now.
Natan shook his head. His body is here, but his mind is gone. And it gets worse if his adrenaline spikes. It's as if he's becoming someone or something else. His strength is compounding. When he showed up at home 2 months ago, I was asked to come. Natan finished wrapping Ava's leg, the splints adding bulk. She would need a cast eventually, but for now it was set. If she was in pain, she wasn't letting on.
Why not get him medical treatment instead?
His family is very poor, Natan explained. And I am a doctor. As soon as I saw him, I knew something had happened. Something I couldn't explain.
How do you know Venom is involved? What has Toma relayed so far?
When Toma came home, he was hallucinating. Injection marks ran up his arm. He was violent, lashing out. He thought we were going to hurt him. But it wasn't us. He was the one hurting himself. There was a reason I stopped you from taking the cloth from his face. Natan looked away, retaining a firm grip on his emotions. The Toma I knew never took drugs. You probably wouldn't guess to look at him, but Toma is a skilled artist. When he finally came down off the drugs, he spent hours at a time sketching and murmuring venom over and over again. But the effects of whatever he was injected with are still present. He can change. He can kill. Ava's brow creased. "What are you thinking?" Natan asked.
How did he survive? Venom wouldn't allow him to just get up and leave.
You've heard of the stories, then?
Some. What were you planning on doing?
I thought it'd be a simple matter to find Venom. But the more we search, the more. Natan stopped. He was furious with himself. He was digging his family farther into a world they didn't belong. They weren't trained soldiers, And yet here they were, armed with old rifles in a hideout that could fall over with one gust of wind. But he couldn't turn back either. Venom had to be stopped. The other victims were lucky to have died. He doubted Toma would survive for long. And even if he did, he'd never be the same. His soul was already blackened. Venom had to have an antidote. It was one of the reasons they continued, to save Toma and any others who might be out there. Nathan had tried everything he knew, even spoke with several colleagues. But no one grasped the severity. The only thing he could do now was pump Tamar with enough tranquilizers to take down an elephant. And still, that was barely enough.
You said Toma sketched. Do you have any of them here?
Yes, I keep a few on me in case I run into someone who might know something. He reached into the long pocket on his outer thigh and pulled out 3 worn pages. Ava reached for them.
These have seen some action,
she said, noting the dried blood on the edges. We've been through a lot, more than I ever thought possible. Ava looked thoughtfully at him.
We all get tested at one point or another.
While she was right, Nathan just wanted to get back to his practice in London. But if this path took the rest of his life to walk, then he would, with no regrets. Ava cursed, drawing his attention. What is it? He asked. Her face paled as she clutched the paper. Nathan peered down to see which one she was looking at. I think that's where Toma was held.
I've seen this place before. I thought it was just a storage facility.
Do you know where it is? He asked. This was what he'd been waiting for. Finally, he was getting answers.
Near the border,
she said, shaking her head.
This can't be right.
Why not?
Because then I would know who Venom is,
she said, shaking her head again.
It can't be right. It must be a different place.
Nathan took the papers from her and shuffled to the one Toma always drew. That's Venom, he said, pointing. Toma always repeated his name when he sketched him.
Oh, God, I know who it is.
Ishaya, Nathan called. His voice boomed through the building. Load the boys up. We found Venom, he ordered in Aramaic so that Ishaya would understand. Ishaya skidded to the door.
Are you sure?
She knows him. She knows where he is.
Can she be trusted?
Ishaya asked. Yes, Nathan answered. But even if she couldn't be trusted, he couldn't overlook any lead. The dread in Ava's eyes told him everything he needed to know. She knew Venom.
We should leave her here,
Ishaya said. No, she'll come with us.
But her leg.
We have those old wooden crutches in the back. She can use those.
But...
We need her, Nathan stated, continuing to speak in Aramaic. Even if she gave us directions, we'd need her. If Venom won't listen to reason and won't stand down to threats, then we'll use her. Even if they have to hold her hostage again. If she had a close relationship with Venom, he might cave. Somehow, though, Nathan doubted it.
David and Boyer hopped off the helicopter at a point near the Turkey-Iraq border. David was beyond thankful for Boyer's assistance. The man had more years in the service and more connections than he and Remy combined. Boyer was instrumental in planning their operation. They were to meet with a team who'd help them cross the border undetected and aid them in finding Venom. There were a few names on the team that David recognized. He felt confident that with their help they'd find Venom. David just prayed that they'd make it in time. He didn't know how Remy had survived the first experiment. He couldn't see how anyone could survive a second.
Follow me,
Boyer said. They headed down a trail that wound its way through rocky hills. It looked as if the path hadn't been used for a while. While there was no forest or vegetation to reclaim it, it was dusted over as if strong winds blew through. Where are we going? David said.
There is a small base about a half-mile south of us.
Will the team already be assembled?
Should be.
David hoped they would be. Any delay and... No, he never left a man behind. He certainly wasn't going to start now, not with Remy. David continued to follow Boyer, his mind absorbed with the operation and echoes from the past. Several minutes later, they stepped into a clearing, hidden amongst the hills. A large shed took up most of the space. "Is this the meeting point?" David asked.
This is it.
Boyer walked over to the door, unlocking the padlock with a key. He stepped back to allow David to enter first. "Is there a light?" David asked as he walked in.
There's no need.
David looked back at Boyer questioningly.
Inside.
Boyer ordered, a gun now in his hand, aimed at David. "What's going on?" David asked, backing away. "Put the gun down." Boyer pulled the trigger, piercing David's arm with a dart. David yanked it out, but not in time. The effects of the tranquilizer were already coursing through his system. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" David shouted, the words sounding like they were bouncing through a deep cave.
No, but you will be.
David fell to his knees as Boyer closed in.
Chapter 15. What side of the border are we on? Remy asked, stopping to wipe the sweat from his brow. He would have thought they'd have reached a fence or resistance line, but they were in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know how heavily the border was guarded.
Still in Iraq?
French muttered, forging ahead. Still in hell and feeling more that way every minute as they hiked through the scorching hills. The mountainous terrain jutted up like soldiers, each one standing in Remy's way. Abandoning their jeep over an hour ago, Remy armed himself with weapons. Guns and knives were at the ready. Night vision goggles and provisions were in his pack. As they navigated the natural path that curved between the rock formations, Remy pressed his lips together to keep from swearing. He and French had volleyed back and forth about the sketches. How could Venom possibly be Jared Boyer? The man was solid army like these damn boulders. Neither French nor Remy could find an ulterior reason why Boyer's likeness was in the notebook. The villager had wanted his son back. To what purpose would he fill a sketch pad on the off chance that the right people should come along?
If Venom is Boyer, then he's responsible for the attack.
French said incredulously.
After all of these years of searching, he's been under my nose this entire time.
It looks like there's no if, Remy said. But I don't think we'll find him here. I saw him a few days ago at his house.
You did?
French glanced at Remy, suspicion clouding over.
What for?
Ava was on my tail. At the time, I still thought she was responsible. I reached out to Jared for information. French gave a low whistle.
I bet he was surprised you're alive.
No. David had arrived an hour before I did. Told him the story.
He probably shit his pants.
If he did, he didn't let on. French shook his head.
No, if he's killed so many people, seeing one ghost wouldn't faze him. You're lucky David was there. Boyer loves to hunt. I bet he's never bagged a ghost before.
I'm not that easy to take down.
Obviously, you're still here.
Jared Boyer, Remy muttered. I'll be apologizing to Ava until I'm 90. French didn't respond, but he quickened his pace. Remy silently cursed. He needed French on his side, and all he was doing was breaching the peace by bringing up Ava. The guy must be as lost as Remy when it came to her. They had to get Ava to safety. He just hoped she could defend herself until then. But if her jail experience was anything like his... No, don't think about it. Don't do this to yourself. Just find Ava and then bury the bloody bastards. Remy broke out into a nervous sweat. Fortunately, that fact was hidden thanks to the afternoon sun being blistering hot and him already sweating. He would find her. He would make everything right. His gaze lingered on French as they continued their journey. Remy would deal with him later. He wasn't about to flip a coin for Ava. She belonged with him. Unless she decided otherwise. That thought didn't sit well. A sound jarred him from his thoughts. He stopped and scanned the area. French, he hissed. Jeremy stilled, his hands already gripping the gun at his side. Above us, Remy whispered. They watched as a group of 40 armed men passed overhead. Some were dressed in SWAT, others in both local and Western clothes. Remy and French pressed back into the rock to hide. "Do you recognize the group?" Remy asked. They definitely stood out from some of the other militant groups and terrorists. Perhaps they were on their way to join up with one. It wasn't unheard of.
I can identify most, but I've never seen these guys.
"They're heading the same way we are," Remy said. "Let's follow them for a bit." French nodded and resumed leading the way.
Ava was supported by Nathan and Mikhail, using them as crutches. They were much steadier than the rickety wooden ones she was originally given, but she still had to keep her injured leg bent and nearly blacked out on a few occasions from the pain. Thankfully, they didn't have much farther to go. If her memory was correct, they'd reach the tucked-away building in less than an hour.
How are you holding up?
Nathan asked. "Fine," she said through a clenched jaw.
I can carry you the rest of the way.
"No, you'll only wear yourself out. Save your energy for Boyer."
Tell me about him.
Nathan said, his shoulders tensing underneath Ava's arms. Ava let out a jagged laugh. "I don't know anything about him. I only know lies."
Then tell me the lies.
I thought of him as my army dad. He kept an eye on us, always making sure we were okay. I thought we were close, but now I understand. We were nothing but eyes and ears for him.
How did you know about this place? Did he take you?
No, communications were down, but I had to get in touch with him. I tracked him to the building and found him as he was leaving. He said it was a terrorist storage facility that he was going to level. I never questioned him. A warm sensation that had nothing to do with the oppressive heat rippled through her body. She stilled.
What is it?
Nathan asked. Ava scanned the hills. "We're being followed," she said, wondering if her senses were accurate. Was Remy out there? Was he following them? She felt as if he was standing next to her. But he was taken by venom. By Jared Boyer. Oh, God. The puzzle pieces were starting to fit together, but not all of them. There were so many open holes that drilled her brain with possible scenarios. Nathan gave an order, and the men surrounded Ava, guns aimed in all directions as their narrow gaze scoured the craggy hills. "Tell them not to shoot. Not yet."
We don't shoot unless they shoot first.
That didn't reassure Ava, since Boyer wouldn't hold back. If he had Remy with him, they'd both be targets for Nathan's unskilled family. "Let me look," Ava said, nudging her way through but being continuously blocked by well-meaning protectors. Nathan shouted and the men shuffled into position, taking Ava along for the ride. She braced herself between Nathan and Mikhail, whose sunglasses were propped fashionably on the top of his head instead of where they were designed to be worn to cut the glare and make his aim 10 times better. "Mikhail, give me your rifle," Ava said.
I'm using it.
"I want to look through the scope." Mikhail handed Ava the rifle and took a step behind her. "Did you just hide behind an injured woman?" she asked dryly, spying through the scope.
You're not a normal injured woman.
With the scope, she swept along the ridges and dips where she thought the sound had originated from. There. She glanced up from the eyepiece, her heart racing. "It's Remy. I don't see Boyer. Hold your fire." Did Remy escape from the Venom ship? Nathan looked through his scope.
I only see an arm.
"It's Remy. I know it's him."
I'm not risking it. The men will keep in position. Who is this Remy person, anyway?
Ava faltered. "A friend," she finally said. "Let me call out to him otherwise."
Otherwise what?
"Well, he's the one who trained me. Just think about a bigger, scary version of me." Did Mikhail just shudder? That wasn't flattering, especially since she was over-exaggerating. Remy was like a giant pussycat. You just needed to know how to handle him.
Call him. I don't want unnecessary bloodshed, but I make no promises. My family comes first.
Remy and French pressed back against the rock wall. Remy knew his arm was exposed, but he couldn't squeeze into the small nook without evicting French. Hopefully it wasn't too noticeable. Only a trained eye should be able to pick him out against the gravelly hill. He regulated his breathing to help keep him calm against the rising adrenaline. Remy knew their presence was known, but he doubted the armed men knew anything else. He had seen them shuffling about, wondering where the enemy lay.
"Remy?"
French and Remy locked confused gazes. That sounded like Ava, Remy said. French nodded his agreement.
Remy, it's clear. They won't shoot.
Ava called.
Is she saying that under duress?
French asked. You tell me, Remy said. The Ava I know wouldn't.
No, it's probably clear, like she said.
Remy peeked out. What's my middle name? He called.
What's that supposed to prove? We know it's her.
She'll lie if she's under threat.
I wouldn't know. You keep changing your identity.
French laughed.
I think she's okay.
Yes, but who is she with? Is this the group that held her hostage?
If it is, they wanted Venom. Would it be a coincidence that we're all here?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Remy scrubbed his hand over his face. Life was always complicated when Ava was involved. He'd missed that. French walked into the open, hands in the air.
Don't shoot,
he called. Remy waited a few beats before following. Guns were still pointed, but Ava and another man were out in front. He didn't like the way the man was holding her. The jerk better remove his arms or Remy would rip them off for him. As Remy drew closer, he realized the man was actually supporting Ava. She had a thick bandage around her lower leg, oddly shaped as if splints were added. Christ, her leg was broken and she was out hiking. He quickened his pace, plowing past French. Are you out of your mind? He hollered. You're out here with a broken leg? Ava looked around her with a worried expression.
Stop yelling. Most of these guys don't understand English.
She turned to the man supporting her and whispered something. They were way too cozy and comfortable with each other. Remy felt his anger peak as the other nodded, keeping her close as he barked an order. It was bad enough that French might be involved with Ava, but this was unbelievably excruciating. He reminded himself that Ava was free, that she could be with anyone she chose. But this guy? While he looked like he was in shape, he also looked out of place. He didn't fit in with the band he was surrounded by. And what was with the dummy that kept staring down the end of his rifle with his sunglasses propped on his head? If these were the ones who had taken Ava hostage, it's no wonder they were now under her direction.
Hold!
The man warned Remy as he charged closer. As if he would, Remy thought. What are you doing out here with a broken leg? He demanded.
We're searching for Venom, same as you, I would guess.
How did this happen? Remy flashed an accusing glare over to the dark-haired man.
Long story. I'm fine. Natan has enough pain pills to keep me set for the next few days.
Natan. Remy wanted to pound the smug expression from Natan's face. Remy reached out, taking Ava and shoving Natan to the side. Natan's eyes widened, but he stepped back, giving the signal for his men to stand down. Are you okay? He asked, his hands running down her arm.
You can stop checking for broken bones,
she said with a small laugh.
I only have the one.
Did they hurt you? Tell me what happened. God, I was worried when the ransom video came through.
You saw the video?
We both did,
French said, having caught up.
But how is that possible? I thought Venom had taken Remy.
Remy shook his head, jerking his thumb in French's direction. Ava's eyes widened in realization. She launched at French.
You bastard! You knew the entire time. You blew up my boat.
Remy scooped Ava up into his arms. She was so enraged that she'd wind up hurting her leg again. And he wanted her close.
Put me down. I'm going to kill him.
He just wanted me, Remy said calmly. He didn't want you to get hurt. He was keeping you out of the picture because he cares about you. Remy had nearly spilled the L word, but that would have given him an ulcer to say.
I thought we were a team.
Ava snarled, taking swipes at French from around Remy.
We were, until I knew you were getting too close. You don't know when to back away to get reinforcement. You and Remy are like twins, both charging ahead. You were going to get yourself killed.
French ducked and blocked.
I had to keep you safe.
Ava crossed her arms.
I don't believe you. You took Remy and blew up my boat.
French raked his fingers through his hair, tugging at the ends before he tossed his arms up.
You were the only one who could get Remy onto a boat. I remembered how much he hates them. When he said that you weren't on the boat and after it was searched, I thought he was telling the truth. He's more stubborn than you are. I was sure he took off in the boat, leaving you on shore.
Ava glanced up at Remy for confirmation. He shrugged and said, French is more pompous than he used to be, but we've come this far.
Thank you.
French clipped. Remy glanced over at French, realizing that he was holding Ava and French was taking exception to it. What a screwed-up mess, Remy thought as he gently set Ava back on the ground. Were you on the way to find Venom? Remy asked. Ava nodded.
We're really close,
She said, biting her lip in thought.
Do you know already?
Yeah.
I still can't believe it's Boyer.
Neither can I, he said.
You can talk later. We need to keep going,
Natan said. Ava nodded to Natan. He gave an order and the band of merry misfits moved out. Ava held on to Remy and French as she hopped along. This was ludicrous. Even if the medicine was masking her pain, it still wasn't wise for her to be hopping around. You shouldn't take pills from strangers, Remy said.
He's a doctor. I trust him.
He also kidnapped you, Remy gritted.
Technically, they were after you. I was a parting gift.
Me?
You're the key to this.
Remy grimaced. Yes, he'd already found that out. He felt French's stare but ignored him.
Hang on,
Ava said, stopping them.
You're both too tall? I need Natan and Mikhail's shoulders.
Like hell she did. Remy bent down, giving Ava his back. Hop on, I'll take you.
No, you'll be worn out. I don't want you to get hurt.
We only have a mile or so to go, just get on, I'll be fine.
Brock?
Ava started to argue. It's Remy, he corrected. Get on.
Sorry, I've really been trying to remember, but when you irritate me, I forget.
We can talk about who irritates who on the way. Get on, he repeated. She hesitated. Get on now or I'll throw you over my shoulder. I guarantee your leg and bottom won't thank you. French took Ava by the shoulders and nudged her to Remy.
Stop being stubborn. You two will get us all killed.
Ava sighed and hobbled behind Remy, wrapping her arms around his neck. When he stood, she curled her uninjured leg around his waist. He tucked the other one under his arm, holding it next to him. French gave an annoyed glance at the pair and tromped after the group. Remy felt ill. He had only been thinking of Ava when he'd insisted on carrying her. He never once thought about French's reaction.
Let him be,
Ava said, her voice soft in Remy's ear. He's upset.
I've learned to deal with French's mood swings. He's merely annoyed at us. He'll be fine in a few minutes.
Remy followed, keeping the group close but still far enough away so that no one else could talk to them. French was speaking with Natan and... What's that guy's name?
Who?
Sunglasses.
Mikhail?
What have you learned about them?
They're Assyrian, and their cousin had a run-in with Venom. God, I can't believe Boyer is Venom. It just doesn't. It's not...
Remy felt Ava's huffed breath across his neck. Remy understood Ava's unfinished sentence, her frustration and hurt. How could Boyer turn on his own? How could he turn on the innocent? Is that why they're after Boyer? He asked. Are they looking for revenge?
Natan is hoping for an antidote, but I don't think revenge would be turned down.
His cousin is alive then? Remy asked. I had heard no one survived Boyer's experiments. Except himself, but he wasn't going to tell Ava that.
He survived, but I'm not sure for how long. Whatever drugs Boyer used aren't wearing off. In fact, he's getting worse.
How so? He kept his voice calm, but it rattled him to know the man was getting worse. Were the drugs still in Remy's system, weakening him little by little, eating away at his mind?
It'll sound crazy, but he keeps getting stronger. I had escaped and he found me. We fought, and I had no problems defending myself at first. But then he got better. It was like he was learning and improving.
Is that how you broke your leg?
He stepped on it.
And where was Natan? Remy clipped, targeting the soon-to-be dead man in his sights.
He was getting his ass kicked, too.
By the cousin?
It was like he didn't know Natan.
Where is he now?
Back at their base, knocked out on tranquilizers. I think Natan is planning to keep him asleep until they find an antidote.
Remy didn't want to say it, but he was sure there wasn't one. Boyer wasn't into saving lives. If he had been, there'd be more survivors. It made him wonder what had happened all those years ago. Why did Remy survive while the others had died? And why wasn't he affected like the cousin? But there was one question that ran a marathon in Remy's head. Why him? Boyer was a mentor, someone Remy looked up to. Why would Boyer choose him? Did he have no regard for Remy at all?
I think he has a crush.
Ava said, startling Remy. He glanced over at French, who was quick to look away. What? Remy asked, pretending he didn't hear.
French, I think he has a crush.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was pointless to deny something so obvious. Ava was a grown woman who could make her own decisions. Remy wasn't about to block competition just because he wanted her. She should be with someone who loves her.
You mean you know?
Of course I know. I'm not blind.
I didn't say you were, I just thought, well, it doesn't matter.
It mattered. It mattered a great deal.
It seems we have company,
Boyer said, looking out a small window at the front. He held a large pair of long-range binoculars to his eyes.
That's the nice thing about this place. You can see unwanted guests before they see you.
He smiled. David glared. It was all he was able to do at the moment. His arms and legs were strapped to a metal table. His head was entrapped by a leather strap that slashed across his forehead, and a filthy gag polluted his mouth, cutting off his curses. How had he not seen this coming? But he knew the answer. David never would have believed it, even if someone had warned him. Jared Boyer was venom. He was the one who had injected Remy and then let him run wild in the desert with barely a marble left. And he got the jump on David.
I wasn't going to use you for my research,
Boyer continued.
You're not the specimen I look for. A little bit smaller than my usual picks. Not the perfect specimen at all.
Smaller? David didn't know which offended him more, being outsmarted by a madman or being called small. He already knew he wasn't perfect, but small? He wasn't small in the least. Maybe compared to Remy. But who wasn't when compared to him?
It'll be a shame you probably won't make it through,
he said as if an afterthought.
Only two have. And you know, for the life of me, I can't figure out why. I wonder if it has to do with seeds. Maybe they were harvested differently. It's enough to drive a man insane.
Too late.
Never thought you'd be here,
Boyer said, eyeing David.
I'm sorry about your wife. Pretty young thing.
He shook his head and returned to the binoculars.
Nothing like being a dad. You never know. One day my research will lead to great discoveries. Might even save your boy someday. Especially if he follows in your footsteps. Can you imagine it? Soldiers honed to perfection. Perfection. That's the key.
David struggled against the restraints.
Are you ready then?
He asked, turning his attention to David.
We might as well begin before we're interrupted. Had that happen once. Ava found me. Clever girl, I always said. But I turned her around in time. Well, not in time for the subject. Quite a mess.
David frantically thrashed, hoping for a strap to break or loosen. He screamed through the gag.
They're still a ways off,
Boyer said, crossing over to a steel table.
We still have time.
Boyer picked up a syringe and brought it over to David. A dreamy look cast on his face before turning to face David. In horror, David helplessly watched as Boyer inserted the needle into his vein.
Chapter 16. Natan gave the order to halt.
It's dead ahead.
This is definitely the place,
Ava said.
If Boyer is here, he will have seen us coming. How do you want to proceed?
We outnumber him nearly 50-1. We could rush in.
Mikhail shifted nervously, playing with his sunglasses. French dug out binoculars from his pack.
Are you willing to risk your men? Boyer might be cracked, but he's not stupid. It's not by accident that he's kept his identity a secret this long.
Remy felt the stir of rage build in him. He'd like to take a rocket launcher and blow the place to toothpicks, taking Boyer with it. Remy didn't know what he was more infuriated by, the fact that Boyer was a traitor, that Remy trusted Boyer and was used like a lab rat, or that he lost Ava because he blamed the wrong person. As he looked back, it was laughable, and maybe that's what gnawed at him. Remy could have accepted Boyer's betrayal, but Remy was the one who betrayed Ava. That was unacceptable.
He's in there,
French said, still peering through the lenses.
There is someone with him.
We'll take them both out,
Natan said.
No,
French said, looking to Ava and Remy.
It's David. Boyer just injected him with something.
We have to get in there. We have to help him. Maybe we can stop it before the chemicals take hold.
A memory flashed, taking Remy aback. A long needle stabbed him, and then again, and again. Remy placed Ava down on the ground and pulled out his sidearm. There might be time. He injects multiple times. He looked at Ava. Stay here. I'll come back for you.
I'm coming with you.
Remy dragged Mikael over to her. Stay with her or I'll shoot you.
Remy,
Ava shouted.
I'm coming with you.
Try to catch up, he said, running toward the building. He heard French swear and take off after him, but Remy wasn't concerned about anyone but David right now. Boyer had to be stopped before he finished the injections. If not, Remy didn't want to think about the consequences. Damn it. How did Boyer even get David over here? He must have ambushed David. David should have been at home with his wife. Oh God. Maya. How was he supposed to explain this to her? Remy was within 100 feet of the building, and there were no shots fired to stop him from continuing. Boyer had to know Remy was out there. Why wasn't he defending? The only reason Remy could think of was because he was trying to finish off David before Remy stepped through the door. If David survived, he'd be out of his mind with the chemical flood. Boyer was going to use David as his temporary disposable weapon. Remy wouldn't harm his friend, and Boyer damn well knew it. Remy reached the door, flattening himself next to it. French caught up with him, his breathing labored. Whatever you do, don't shoot David, Remy said. I'll take care of him. Just get Boyer. French gave a tight nod. Remy swung around, kicking the door in. Boyer, hands up.
Shit, where did he go?
French said. Find him, Remy ordered, running to David's side where a pile of empty syringes lay discarded on a metal table next to him. David convulsed on the table, spit flying from his mouth. His eyes rolled back, leaving the eerie whites exposed. Christ. David was dying. Remy was about to unstrap David, but thought better of it. There were no hospitals to bring him to, and he'd be a hazard to himself if let loose. Didn't Ava say Natan was a doctor? Feeling absolutely useless and frantic, he bellowed for Natan. Hang on, David, just hang on, Remy said. Natan rushed in. His face fell.
Where's Venom?
Gone. Help David, please. Remy scrubbed his hand over his face. He's going to die otherwise. Natan took one look at David and pressed his lips together.
He's overdosing. What was he injected with?
I don't know, the needles are here.
Get out of my way,
Natan said, switching spots with Remy.
Search the tables and cabinets. I need to know what kind of substances Venom might have used.
While Natan took David's pulse, Remy scoured the tables and cabinets. Shit, I don't know. Only 2 bottles are labeled. Haramine and nalazone.
That doesn't make sense. Nalazone treats opioids. Haramine isn't an opioid.
He's got a whole shelf of unlabeled bottles. There must be an opioid somewhere in there. If it's a treatment, just shoot him up with it. David grew a pasty white as his violent shaking turned into shivers. Do something, Remy ordered.
Fine tubing. I'll have to make an IV.
Remy knew he had seen some on the table. They were connected to several vials and chemistry-looking gadgets. He quickly ran over and ripped the tubes off, bringing them over to Natan.
See if you can disinfect it first. We don't know what's been in that tube.
Remy dashed over to a sink on the far side of the room. Could it possibly be worse than what he has in him?
Just do your best, and hurry.
Christ. At the sink, he turned the handle. There's no water. Remy pounded his fist into the metal counter, denting it. A gurgling sound prevented further damage. Remy nearly shouted for joy, but when he looked at the faucet, there was still no water. Where in the hell was the damn water?
Hand me that scalpel,
Natan ordered. Remy grabbed a medical knife and rushed it over. Realizing it was David who was making the watery sound, Remy bent over, clutching his side.
Don't look if you're squeamish,
Natan warned. Remy didn't think he was a lightweight when it came to blood, but seeing Natan poise a knife over David had him looking the other way.
I tried to stop her.
Mikhail said from the doorway.
You should have warned me it was impossible.
He stopped. His jaw swung open as he watched Natan insert the knife.
What are you?
Mikhail crumpled to the floor at Ava's feet.
What do you need me to do?
Ava asked, hopping over to Natan.
Find a sterile needle. I'll have to inject the nalazone.
I'll find it, Remy said, already scouring the tables. Ava, sit down.
I can help.
I know you can. Sit, please. For me, Remy said, finding a needle that looked sterile, but how the hell would he know? He brought it over to Natan. David's face was a bluish white, his body still. Remy swore. Tell me he isn't dead. Natan took the needle and filled it with nalazone.
If this works, he'll wake up within moments.
Ava slipped her hand into Remy's as they watched Natan deliver the dose. Nothing. What else can we do? Remy demanded. I'm not giving up. Tell me what to do.
Hang on,
Natan said. Hang on, while his friend was dying in front of him. David's eyes flew open wide as he sucked in breath, wheezing. It was painful to Remy's ears, but he could only imagine what David was feeling. He stood by David's side, peering down. David, are you okay? When there was no response, he looked to Natan. Is he going to be okay?
We'll wait and see. He seems to be having a different reaction than what my cousin had.
Could Boyer have changed his formula? Remy asked.
Yes, it would be easy to do.
David looked around the room, his eyes not focusing. He began speaking, but it was gibberish to Remy's ears. What's he saying? Remy asked.
It doesn't sound like words,
Ava said.
Haramine is a psychedelic chemical. He might be hallucinating.
Hallucinating. Something about this, beyond David's condition, bothered Remy. It was almost as if a memory was right in front of him, but he couldn't grasp it. It whispered to him, telling him to remember.
Remy?
Ava's soft touch on his arm snatched the memory from him. Clasping his hand on top of hers, he held tight.
Where is Jeremy?
He went after Boyer.
He'll need your help. Go after him.
Remy glanced from Ava to David. She was right. Natan was taking care of David. French would need help with Boyer. Only if you sit down, Remy said. Ava hobbled over to a padded leather stool and sat down with crossed arms.
There.
And stay. Remy's hand automatically reached for his sidearm as he ran out the back door. When it came to tracking people by footprints, he wasn't an expert. But out here, it wasn't too much of an issue. If he looked hard enough, he could see that they had headed north. A natural path led through a winding section of barren slopes. Remy took off in that direction, hoping he wasn't too far behind. It was only moments later when he heard the rhythmic thumping of propellers cutting through the air. He was too late. Boyer was getting away. A small helicopter poked up above the next hill. It tilted from side to side as if the cyclic was broken. He could just make out 2 people inside, and from the look of it, there was a struggle. The helicopter shot right then left. They were going to crash.
Ava sat on the stool as Remy had requested. The sad fact of the matter was that she was no good to anyone right now, and her leg was throbbing. She badly wanted to prop her foot on something and rewrap her leg, allowing it extra room for the swelling, but she would need help. Natan was busy tending to David. The rest of his crew was outside waiting, and Mikhail was still passed out at the door. She focused her attention on David. Ever since the Nala zone, he'd begun stirring to life but was still babbling incoherently. She hoped he would survive this, and not like Natan's cousin. "Can I help?" she asked Natan.
No, there's nothing more I can do. I don't know the formula that was used on him. It's the same situation my cousin faces.
His hands rested on his hips as he looked down at David, frustration set in his shoulders.
I don't think either will make it. My only hope is that Venom hands over his lab notes.
If anyone could get Boyer to talk, it would be Remy, but somehow she thought they were beyond talking. These were actions of a madman.
Do you hear that?
Ava strained to hear. It sounds like a helicopter.
He's escaping.
Natan closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose.
This was to be our last push for Venom.
He stopped, his mouth sagged open.
Why didn't I think of it before?
Think of what? Ava asked as Natan raced through the room, tossing open cupboards and drawers.
Venom. Why did he pick that name?
I don't know. I thought it rather silly, but if you're going to have a name that strikes fear, then I guess a deadly poison is as good as any.
Or it's because he's using it in his formula.
Natan wrenched open a drawer and extracted a vial.
I need to get this analyzed.
Why would he use venom? Wouldn't that kill?
That's exactly what's been happening.
Then why?
He's been trying to prove the legend is true.
What legend?
It was an old story I was told by my Savta. She said that men who drank viper venom would gain the strength of 1,000 suns. There have been men who claimed it worked. Unnaturally strong men.
But that can't be true.
I never thought so.
Natan agreed.
But what I've seen with my cousin doesn't obey the laws of science.
Perhaps that's why Boyer has been mixing the venom with other drugs. If they're hallucinating, they can be as strong as they imagine.
It's a...
Screeching, crunching metal had both of them staring at the open door.
Stay here,
Natan said, hopping over Mikhail to exit. Ava rolled her eyes. She was not going to stay put. But as she attempted to stand, leaning her weight on her good leg, a bolt of pain rocketed through. "Damn it," she cried, falling back into the chair. She was as useful as a paperweight in calm weather. David's mutterings grew louder and frantic. "David, are you okay?" she asked. Perspiration beaded on his brow as he thrashed in his bed, yanking at his bindings. "David, stop. You'll hurt yourself." He roared, his voice shredding. Mikhail roused awake.
What's going on?
Ava stared unblinking at David, who was fighting a battle with his restraints, and he was winning. "Mikhail?"
Yeah?
He asked, his wide eyes now locked on David. "Tell your family to run."
Chapter 17. Remy hurried to the fallen helicopter that was less than a quarter of a mile away. As he drew closer, he smelled fuel. "French," he called. There was no response. Fire gobbled at the twisted propeller half wedged into the side of a hill. The tail crunched as if it were a bendy straw. Like a river, fuel leaked out, pooling on the ground. If the winds took the fire, it would light up like a Christmas tree. "French!"
Here.
Remy barely heard the word. Through the billowing smoke, he saw a hand. Remy hurried over. French was trapped under a skid. It crossed from his right shoulder to his left thigh. "What the hell were you thinking?" Remy snapped.
Being a hero.
French wheezed. Speaking of which. Remy cast a quick glance around. He didn't see Boyer. Without dwelling on where the scumbag could be, Remy took hold of the steel and hoisted it, feeling the strain as his muscles burned on his shoulders, arms, and back, and yet it barely budged, but it was enough. French kicked himself clear, groaning with each movement. Remy dropped the skid. "Stay still. You probably broke a few ribs."
Fire, the fuel.
French panted. The fire was encroaching. Remy realized he had to move French. "Sorry," Remy said, taking the top of French's shirt to drag him away. Between French's curses and the fire, Remy only heard a slight commotion coming from Boyer's lab. Natan was running toward him. He hoped David and Ava were okay. Why the hell did you engage with Boyer on a helicopter? Remy growled.
He would have gotten away, you giant ass.
French gritted. Remy held back a surprised laugh. The young French wouldn't have dared to call him a giant ass, even if he was one. He did get away.
Not everyone can be as perfect as you.
Stop being sarcastic.
I wasn't.
Natan rushed over.
Let me help.
You take care of him, Remy said. Boyer took off. I'm going after him. Natan scowled for a moment, but then nodded and took over French's care.
Be careful,
French warned Remy.
Don't trust him.
Remy jogged back to the helicopter, keeping a wide berth from the fire. He had to find Boyer's tracks. More commotion from behind caught his attention, but he had to focus on catching Boyer now. If he didn't, this would all be for nothing. To the left, a shuffled track led to the north. Judging from the scuffs, Boyer must be hurt. Remy took off, following the marks for a few hundred yards until they disappeared. He halted, scanning the hilly area. He knew Boyer had covered his tracks. He was trying to hide, hoping Remy would pass by. Come out, Boyer, Remy called. I know you're here. A shot whizzed by Remy's leg, ripping a patch from his pants. You're getting rusty, old man, Remy taunted, stepping back from the line of fire. Now he knew exactly where Boyer was hiding. A slope to the east had a small cluster of bushes with a few unnaturally red leaves. Boyer was definitely hurt, but he still had a gun and was obviously willing and able to use it. We can do this the hard way, the easy way, or I can just let you bleed to death, Remy shouted. The leaves rustled. Remy aimed his gun, but Boyer stayed hidden. Remy knew he could blast a few rounds, killing Boyer. But that wasn't what this was about. Not that Remy wouldn't kill him if he had no other choice. Boyer had to be stopped. Come out, Remy said. I won't fire if you come freely.
Go to hell.
I need the antidote for David.
There isn't one.
Damn it. Remy prayed that the stuff Natan injected David with was helping. If not, no, he wasn't going to go down that path. If Remy survived, David better damn well survive too. Why did you do it? Why me? Remy couldn't help but ask. For a moment, there was no answer, and Remy thought he might have to fire a warning shot.
You want the easy answer?
Boyer asked, his voice gruff. At this point, I'll take any answer.
Too many boys dying.
You're killing them.
I'm trying to save them. If they were strong, if they could conquer their fears and enemy advances, they'd be unstoppable.
You destroyed the innocents we were protecting.
They were one suicide bomber away from death's door. We can't protect them, not from terrorists.
Boyer's words about too many boys dying and not being able to protect them had Remy guessing there was more to the story. Boyer wasn't trying to save everyone, just one. This isn't about saving our soldiers or anyone else. It's about your son, Remy said. They killed him, used him as a message to others, and you were getting revenge. But it was on the wrong people. None of these villagers had anything to do with Tom's death.
They stood by and watched it happen.
Boyer growled.
Not one person tried to help.
And so you took their strongest, hoping to weaken them further, Remy stated. But that still doesn't answer why you were taking your revenge on me. Why?
You were there. You should have saved him.
Remy felt that guilt gnaw on his conscience daily, but he still couldn't have done anything differently. Each time he replayed the day, he tried different scenarios, but they all resulted in the same outcome. Tom had stolen weapons from both sides, and his father continued his treason. It didn't make Remy feel any less responsible for Tom's death. Why, David? You had no reason to hurt him.
He would have given me away.
Boyer coughed.
I was onto something when you survived. You were as mad as a Category 4 hurricane, but you survived. I started my research in earnest then. I didn't mean for you to kill the entire platoon, though. I didn't plan for that.
Remy paused, wondering if he'd heard correctly. What are you talking about?
Don't you remember? I thought that might be why you never came out of hiding.
Remy didn't like the direction Boyer was taking. Nothing good came from that day.
Do you remember when I summoned you to a briefing?
Boyer asked, his voice struggling. Remy knew he could rush Boyer and be done with it, but Boyer prickled memories long forgotten. Boyer was dying, and Remy was too selfish to let the answers die with him. Yes, I remember why.
Do you remember what happened after?
I woke up in an enemy prison.
Anything else?
Boyer wheezed.
You don't remember, do you?
You stuck me with a needle again, Remy surmised. Fury ripped through him, causing his gun to shake from his unsteady arm.
Broke through the bindings and took off. The next thing I knew, I was called to the scene, a bloodbath. And it wasn't the enemy. It was one of our guns. Yours. You killed them all.
David thrashed on the table, one arm already free. His vocal cords neared exhaustion as his rants grew louder. Ava wanted to help him, but she had no idea what to do. She just hoped the rest of the bindings held strong. It would keep him safe. When she gave Mikhail the order to evacuate, she didn't quite think how she'd defend herself if it came to that. Right now, she was a sitting duck with a broken wing. With a growl, David busted one binding after another. They snapped like rubber bands as he tore them away and stood. Ava kept silent. She didn't know this man who stood before her with red-rimmed eyes and veins throbbing like engorged rivers. Perhaps if she stayed quiet and still, he wouldn't notice her. She actually wondered if he noticed anything at all. It was as if he wasn't focusing. Just a blank stare. Eyes blood-red and dead. He stepped toward her. Ava searched for something to defend herself with. He closed in, reaching out to grab her. Ava instinctively dodged, only to realize too late that she'd used her injured leg. She toppled, screaming with a pain so intense and excruciating that the edges of her vision began to blacken. Natan crashed through, the door banging hard as it slammed open, tearing David's attention away from Ava. Natan drew his gun. "Don't kill him," Ava hollered.
I have 2 injured already. I can't risk any more.
Ava wanted to ask who else, but there was no time. David charged at Natan, knocking him 3 feet into the air and bashing him into a wall. As Natan fell, he shot, blasting a hole clear through David's shoulder. The back spray rained down on Ava. David plowed his fist into Natan's jaw, not even slowing from his own wound. Then he took off through the open door. "Wait," Ava shouted. If Natan's bullet didn't kill David, the blood loss would. He had no idea he was even bleeding. When Natan didn't move, she cried out, "Remy?" "French. Anyone."
Well, I'm glad I come before anyone.
French gritted, limping in. He leaned heavily against the door frame, clutching his ribs. His normally pale skin a touch more so.
Nice job on the makeup.
Ava wiped David's blood away from her face with her shirt collar. "You're hurt?"
I think it might be contagious.
He said dryly. "David?"
I know. He blew past me.
"He's bleeding. He won't last long out there."
He might not make it either way.
Ava looked at him aghast. "We have to go after him."
How? I can barely breathe, and you can't walk.
"Sit down," Ava said, frustrated. She pointed to the chair she had just tumbled out of. "We're a sorry lot. Does Natan look okay?" French glanced over and nodded.
He's breathing.
"Where's Remy?" French flicked an irritated glance at her before easing into the chair. A jagged breath shuddered out.
He went after Boyer.
"By himself?" Ava asked.
He'll manage.
"You're not concerned?"
He'll do better than I did.
Remy might be strong, but Boyer can dig into a person's head. He'll twist fact and fiction until the person doesn't even know his own name. French's jaw twitched, alarming Ava. "What is it? What do you know?" she asked.
Nothing.
His jaw twitched again. "Damn it, French. I know when you're lying. Tell me what you know. I'm sick of being kept in the dark."
It's better that way.
"For who?"
You.
Ava scowled at him, wanting to inflict damage with just her eyes since she couldn't very well do anything else. She should have punched French when she'd had previous opportunities.
Don't look at me that way.
"Then stop treating me like a dumb twit. Tell me what you know."
Remy never was in enemy prison.
"Then where was he?"
Boyer injected him right before the raid. He was as crazy as David is now.
Ava's stomach curdled. "How do you know this? Why didn't you tell me?"
I didn't know until days later. I really thought Remy would have died, given all that we discovered about Venom. I didn't want you chasing him down only to discover. You know what the desert can do to a dead body.
He cleared his throat.
Boyer glossed over the report. I had thought it was to protect Remy's memory, but now I know it was just to cover his own tracks.
What part of the report?
Everyone was killed by the same gun.
Ava shook her head, unwilling to believe what conclusion she was drawing.
Ava, it was Remy's gun.
Chapter 18. Remy stared at the shrub. Comprehension of what Boyer said was slowly seeping in like heated tar, coating his limited memories. "You're full of shit," Remy shouted, though lacking conviction. He didn't remember. But he wouldn't slaughter his men. He'd never. But with the drugs?
"You'll remember sooner or later,"
Boyer said, gasping. Remy squeezed the trigger but held off. It'd only prove what Boyer had said, that Remy was a killer. A force rammed Remy from the side. He skidded, the soles of his boots biting into the rocky soil as he held on to the attacker. David. Remy, at first thankful David was alive and moving, looked down at his hands, bloody from David's shirt. Before Remy could register what was happening, David struck out. Remy sidestepped the swing just in time. Again and again David came at him, and each time David grew weaker and weaker as red ran down his arm. A flash of memory caught Remy off guard. It was him fighting with David. The rage that had burned through his body took over his mind. All he had wanted to do was kill the man in front of him. But it was David. He had wanted to kill David. At the time, David had blocked, never striking back. He took Remy's relentless abuse. Christ. This had happened before. It was him. He was a murderer. Guilt, shame, and sorrow swallowed him just as David took another swing. Remy fell from the blow, tumbling to the ground. The bush rustled, gaining David's attention. "David," Remy called, wanting David to stay away from Boyer, who wouldn't hesitate to shoot a deadly bullet at point-blank range. But his calls were useless. David was already on the move. "David!" Remy took off after him. Boyer screamed as David rounded on him, dragging him from his hiding spot. Both men were covered in crimson. Boyer's injuries were worse than Remy had anticipated. Not only was he bleeding from deep gashes in his head and both legs, but his right arm was dislocated, making him a left-handed shooter. No wonder he had missed before.
"Help!"
he screamed as David continued to drag him. Remy was reluctant to help Boyer, but he also didn't want David's conscience as murky as Remy's was now. If only someone could have stopped Remy. Remy pressed his lips together. Bang! A bullet ripped through David's other shoulder. At first, David didn't seem to notice it, but then he fell, trapping Boyer. Boyer's breath grew labored, almost agonizingly so. He must have broken ribs as well. Remy kicked the gun from his hand and pulled David off. Boyer lay flat, unable to move. Stripping off his shirt, Remy tied David's fresh wound. God, there was blood everywhere. He bent down and picked David up, groaning from David's muscular weight. Christ, with all the blood loss, he should be a little lighter.
"Help!"
Boyer wheezed. Remy ignored him. Boyer wouldn't be able to go far, and Remy had to deal with David first.
"Brock!"
Boyer pleaded. "I'll be back for you," he snapped.
"Please, the gun. Let me die."
Remy didn't bother answering. He was already on his way back to the lab, hurrying as much as he could with the added weight. Behind him, he heard Boyer's cries, and then a shot. Silence. Remy didn't turn to look. There was no point. The coward had taken his own life instead of facing the consequences of his actions. Remy will have to answer for his own actions, the death of soldiers by his own hand. Ava would hate him. He wouldn't blame her. He hated himself.
While Natan bandaged French, Ava's thoughts were on Remy and David. She only blinked up when French groaned.
"You'll thank me later. The wrap is secure so you don't move as much."
You'll excuse me if I don't thank you now.
French muttered, his face so pale Ava could see thin blue veins. Remy stepped through the open door with David in his arms. "Oh, you're bleeding!" Ava scanned Remy's shirtless chest, trying to locate his injury, What she saw wasn't new wounds, but so many old ones. Ones that weren't there the last time she saw him shirtless. Violent, jagged scars spread up and down his chest, torso, and back. They were everywhere. How much pain had he been in? She wanted to cry. She wanted to kiss each gruesome scar away.
It's David's blood.
Remy said, hurrying to the table to lie David down.
Boyer shot him. Who the hell shot him the first time?
Natan flashed a nervous glance at Ava before looking down at David.
We need to stop the bleeding, but it looks like he lost too much.
He pressed a cloth hard against David's open wound.
There are needles and tubes here.
Remy said, rummaging through drawers.
Do a transfusion.
I don't know what blood type he is.
We're the same.
Natan looked as if he was going to argue, but probably realized it wasn't worth the effort.
Let me clean and bandage the wounds first. I can't make any promises.
Ava studied Remy as he moved about the room, not acknowledging Natan's response. She had a suspicion that he didn't care what Natan's answer was. He'd probably do it without Natan's help if he had to.
Where's Boyer?
French asked, clutching his side.
Dead.
Remy answered. You killed him? Ava asked, wanting to take back her words, when Remy's hard stare pinned her. His eyes were haunted. Did he feel guilty? He probably did it in self-defense. Remy wouldn't have done it otherwise.
He shot himself. You can find his body just north of the helicopter.
Remy said to Natan. He turned his attention to David.
As soon as David's stable, I'm taking him out of here.
We all have to get out of here.
French said.
Unless we want to answer for this.
He waved a limp hand at the lab.
I'll deal with this later. As soon as Natan is finished, I want you all out of here. We don't know if Boyer had friends. It's not safe here.
He worked solo.
He had buyers and too many enemies. I don't want to take the chance of us getting blindsided. You guys go, and I'll get David out of here as soon as I can.
I'm staying, Ava said.
Your leg is broken. You have to get it set properly. Natan and French can help you.
Ava wrinkled her nose. I can take care of myself. I'm staying.
You're going.
Staying.
Going.
I'm staying. French cleared his throat, hardly gaining attention from the pair.
Ava, it's not like you won't see Remy again. You won't be of any help in the condition you're in. You'll jeopardize both him and David if you stay behind. Come with me, and we'll keep each other company at the doctor's office.
Ava crossed her arms in sulky defiance, knowing he was right. But why was Remy glaring at French? Isn't her going what he wanted? Remy sat heavily onto a chair next to David. He turned his arm over for Natan to access.
Do it now.
Natan finished dressing David's wounds.
This might actually work in David's favor. There'll be fewer drugs in his system. I'll have to try this on my cousin. I just hope it's not too late. We've left him for far too long.
Then go now. I can do this on my own.
A few extra minutes won't change my cousin's fate. But I am anxious to get back,
Natan said, pressing a needle to Remy's vein. What will you do now that Boyer is dead? Ava asked Natan.
Help my cousin.
Natan answered with a shrug.
Then finally go home. I wanted to see Venom brought to justice.
We all did.
It was my fault.
Remy said, focusing on the blood as it moved from his body to David's.
None of this would have happened if I had saved Tommy.
Tom was a thief,
French argued.
No one could have prevented his death. By the time you found out what had happened, he was already dead.
Ava studied Remy. His typically well-hidden emotions weren't so hidden now. Must he always shoulder everyone's burdens? Tom was a product of Boyer, she said. He tried to prove himself so often that I think he forgot what he was trying to prove. This begins and ends with Boyer. You did nothing wrong. Remy's face set in stony determination, shutting everyone out. Ava silently cursed. Boyer had gotten into his head. It was the only explanation. Will you be able to handle David on your own if this doesn't work? Ava asked.
He took care of me when I needed it. I will do the same, no matter what it takes.
Ava kept silent, knowing this was the end of the conversation. Remy wouldn't budge, and she really did need a proper setting and cast. She wasn't a superhero, not by a long shot, and her thread of vanity extended to her nicely shaped legs. She'd like them to stay that way. But still... Ava vowed to return if Remy didn't follow within a few days. She wouldn't give him up. Not now. And not without a fight. Preferably without. She already felt every single bruise and break in her current state. She didn't need more, but she'd be damned if she was going to allow him to shoulder every burden.
2 weeks later, Remy could still remember the exact details as Ava was carried out of the lab, French close behind. She had looked back at Remy, but only briefly. French had said something, turning her soft brown eyes to him. They will be good together. They'll have a future, something Remy didn't have. Standing, Remy stretched and walked over to David. He was lying on a mat in a shallow cave. His pulse was still rapid and his eyes were closed. "How are you feeling?" Remy asked. Gibberish dribbled from David's lips. Remy wondered how long this would go on. David had to get better soon. But the fact of the matter was that David was barely eating or drinking. Remy had to force liquids down David's throat just so he'd stay hydrated. Not a pleasant task, Remy thought as he ran a hand over his sore jaw. Remy had thought of seeking medical attention for David, but if they couldn't save any of Boyer's other victims, he doubted they'd be able to heal David. Time, however, might be exactly what he needed. It had worked for Remy, at least the parts he remembered, which wasn't much. As the days drifted from one to the next, a few more memory fragments had returned, but there were still giant holes. "We have to get you back home to Maya," Remy said, talking just to hear something other than babbling or silence or relentless memories. He used to like silence, but that was when he had so many demanding people around yapping at him. He missed them now. He missed David. And Ava too. He missed them all even more now that he knew he'd never see them again. Not after he turned himself in. It was the right thing to do, especially for the families of his victims. Remy's stomach lurched. Victims. He had victims, just like Venom.
Chapter 19. Ava stabbed the brake pedal with her crutch. Stupid thing came in useful from time to time. Shifting the Jeep into park, she reached over and grabbed the binoculars, lifting them to her eyes. She swore she had seen something in the hills a little to the west. As she focused the lenses, a cave came into view. Smiling, she tossed the binoculars back onto the seat. Ava turned the Jeep off-road, finding her own path to the cave. Her skin lit with tingles, telling her she was on the right track. She didn't bother circling the hill and coming around from the backside. There was no point in sneaking up on Remy. He would have spotted her already. Not knowing what kind of reception she'd receive, Ava squared her shoulders with determination. She'd known it'd take Remy a little longer to get back with David in tow, but 2 weeks and still no sign of either man tested the limits of her patience. He was stalling, and she had a bad feeling as to the reason why. The Jeep bumped along the craggy ground, jarring Ava. She held on tight to the crutch, propelling the vehicle forward. Using the crutches to control the gas and brake pedals took some getting used to. If Remy didn't see reason, her crutches would find another use. Thankfully, the slope up wasn't too steep, and with enough gas, Ava was just able to reach the top without skidding back down. She wrenched the door open, holding it with her good foot while she gathered both crutches.
"How did you find me?"
Remy asked, peering down at her as she was in the midst of an unflattering twist. She groped for the crutch in the back seat. Ava arched her brow, wondering at his question. Did he really think that just because he was living like a bear she wouldn't find him? Do you want me to answer that, or is this your way of saying hello?
"It's my way of saying goodbye."
Ava shrugged off the stinging words. I just got here. I'm not going anywhere.
"You're not welcome."
Listen, you giant ass. Ava snapped, but stopped when Remy blinked as if confused.
"French called me that once."
Maybe because it's the truth, she said, kicking the door open wider so she could get both crutches through.
"I said you're not welcome. Go home to French. He'll take care of you."
I don't need anyone to take care of me, Ava shouted. I'm perfectly fine on my own. As she stood, a crutch slipped out from under her, launching gravel down the hill. Remy grabbed her arm to steady her. She shrugged away. I'm fine.
"You're not fine. You have a broken leg. You can barely drive."
I'm here, aren't I?
"You were weaving all over the place."
His fists planted on his hips. I was avoiding potholes.
"By the way the Jeep was bouncing, I think you found all the holes."
Ava's brows pinched together. Must they quarrel at every encounter? While their spats were sometimes entertaining and with marvelous outcomes, this wasn't one of them. He was deliberately pushing her away. The sadness in his eyes warred with his wide, battle-ready stance. She motioned for him to stoop down. "You have a bug right there," she lied softly, pointing to his forehead. He stepped away from Ava and reached up to run his hand over the spot she had indicated. "Great. Now it's squished on your head," she huffed. "It's a good thing you shave your head or you'd have a mess. Come here, and I'll get it off." He inspected his hand for bug residue.
Just go. I'll take care of it later.
Ava bristled. He had pushed her away before, but never like this. And if it wasn't for his eyes that so thoroughly contrasted his words, she would have been devastated. Now she was furious. This was her life he was messing with, too. "Brock, get over here, or so help me, I'll climb up your sorry ass. Broken leg and all."
Remy.
"Your whatever name I call you," she snapped. "Bend down." He studied her for a moment before leaning down. She grabbed a fistful of his shirt and pulled him close. Stumbling, Remy held both arms out to catch himself on the Jeep, effectively trapping Ava in between. Perfect.
Are you okay?
He asked, his voice a rough whisper. Ava shook her head no.
Your leg?
Ava shook her head again. His hand traveled down her arm.
Where?
Here, she said, pressing her lips to his. He stood motionless for a surprised moment before muttering a curse and deepening the kiss, as if he'd never have the chance to kiss her again. Ava tasted a few glorious seconds of victory before Remy stopped, his forehead resting on hers.
I don't want to hurt you.
My leg is fine, Ava said. It itched like the devil in the sweltering sun, but otherwise, she could practically run a marathon as long as Remy kept kissing her.
I didn't mean your leg. There are things that I've done that I need to take responsibility for.
Ava didn't like the sound of that.
Go home,
he said. His words were less harsh than they were when she'd arrived. They were saturated with emotion.
Please go home.
If Remy were to take the knife he always had hidden and stabbed her with it, it wouldn't hurt nearly as much as his plea for her to go away. I'll go, she agreed, taking a shaky breath, but not until you tell me the truth. Why are you pushing me away? He took a step back, giving Ava room that she didn't want. She felt the loss as if it were another stab. He rubbed his jaw, looking at Ava as if she was the source of his conflict.
There's a lot you don't know. Some things I just found out.
How bad could it be? She asked, reaching for him but falling short when he retreated again. Remy, don't do this. Not again. We've been through too much. I just want to be with you.
You won't, not after what I've done.
She crossed her arms, wondering if he'd tell her what French had hinted at, but it couldn't be true. She wouldn't believe it. And even for the sake of argument that he really was the man behind the attack, he didn't consciously do it. He was under the influence of drugs. He couldn't know or control what he was doing. Remy stepped farther away as if what he was going to say would inflict wounds. Is it about what happened at camp? Remy gave a short nod. French told me what he suspected. I don't believe it.
French knows, but how? I only just found out.
French knows too much for his own good. He wouldn't dare tell anyone what he suspects. It wouldn't change anything anyway.
It doesn't matter either way. I have to turn myself in. I have to make amends to those I hurt.
Ava shook her head. Drugged or not, the courts would lock Remy away for something he didn't even remember. It wasn't fair. No, you don't have to. It was a long time ago, and Boyer was lying. He wasn't even there. No one could prove that you were the gunman.
But it was my gun. I'd know.
You don't know anything. You were drugged. You can't plead guilty to something you have no recollection of.
It's not up for debate,
Remy stated, his voice nearing a growl. Haven't you been through enough? Haven't we all suffered enough? Ava wanted to scream, what about me? But it wouldn't matter. She knew Remy too well. His sense of justice, while normally spot on, was now working against him. There were so many sides to Remy that she both loved and hated at the same time. The only one who could knock some sense into him now was David. He was a witness. He could fix this. Ava looked to the cave. Is David in there? She asked, not bothering to wait for an answer. With her crutches, she hopped the short path. Remy's hand clamped onto her shoulder before she could enter.
Ava, please go home.
I want to see David first. With a great breath, Remy let go, allowing her to continue. Ava spotted David right away when she entered. The cave was shallow and a perfect fit for two. Too bad she couldn't kick David out. She peered down at him, the afternoon light casting shadows on this thinning body. Have you been feeding him? She asked, startled.
Yes, I've been making broths and slowly feeding him.
Remy didn't do anything slowly. Well, there were times. But this was different. He probably forced the broth down David's throat, cursing the whole time. Has he been unconscious this entire time? Ava asked.
I wouldn't say unconscious. He babbles and tosses about.
Ava bent over to touch David's forehead. He was warm, but it had more to do with the outside heat than anything else. David, wake up, she ordered, nudging him.
I've tried that already.
He needs medical attention. We can take him in the Jeep.
And what if he wakes up still affected? Then what? Do we let the doctors lock him away, treat him as if he's crazy?
He needs help.
I'm his help.
Ava kept quiet. Nothing she could say would ease Remy's mind, his fears. She knew when she was beat.
He'll be fine. I'll get him help if it lasts much longer, but it'll be night soon. You need to go before it gets dark.
A biting argument simmered on her tongue, but she held it in check. It was useless to argue with a man whose skull was as hard as concrete. If he didn't want her and would rather spend his remaining time in jail, then she would resume her life as if these past weeks hadn't happened. Brock would remain dead. She rubbed her stomach, feeling a wave of sorrow roll through.
Ava.
Remy started, but she shook her head. Don't. She didn't want to hear another word. His voice would stay with her, whisper to her during sleepless nights.
Go home to French. He loves you.
French? Loved her? She almost laughed out loud as she returned to the Jeep. French didn't love her. For a time, he'd hated her. She was the competition. French had only loved one person, and it certainly wasn't her.
Remy watched the dust cloud grow behind the vehicle as it flew down the dirt road, obscuring his last look at Ava. He would never see her again. Having to send her to French was like swallowing tacks. It took every droplet of strength not to kiss her goodbye, not to tell her to stay, not to keep her forever. Remy wanted forever. Turning away from the cave's opening, he looked down at David, who was tossing as if having a nightmare. He wished David would just wake up. His nightmares seemed to be getting worse. Remy didn't know if that was a good or bad sign. He hoped it meant that David was fighting to free himself from his own prison. Startled, Remy sank down. Scattered memories drifted in front of him like smoke curls. Something about this seemed so familiar and yet so very different. What was it that he couldn't remember? What did his mind keep searching for in his drug-addled brain? Would David remember any of this? Remy hoped not.
Ava cleared out her desk at the CID and tossed the nearly empty box into the back of her car. When she had returned to headquarters, there were too many questions as to her whereabouts. She didn't dare answer any of them, especially if Remy was about to turn himself in. She refused to be summoned to court to testify against Remy. She wouldn't do it. While she couldn't change his mind, she sure as heck wouldn't add to his misery. So, if Brock Remington could disappear from the world, so could she. Ava turned the key just as a phone call came through. What is it, French?
I heard you quit.
What do you want? She clipped, hiding her surprise that he knew. It hadn't even been 20 minutes since she'd given her notice.
Come work for me again. Full time.
No, I'm taking off for a while.
Is this about Remy?
This time it's about me. I can't stop him, you know that.
What if I could?
Then start working your magic, but I won't be around to help.
You're giving up on him?
No, she would never. But that didn't change anything. It certainly wouldn't change Remy's mind. Goodbye, Jeremy, she said, ending the call. She turned off the phone and opened the car door. Smashing the phone on the asphalt, she gave it a final blow with her crutch, which seemed to keep taking on extra uses. Leaving the broken phone behind, she drove away. This time for good.
Chapter 20. A few days later, David's eyes finally fluttered open. Remy let go of a breath he felt like he'd been holding on to for weeks. David, Remy said, reaching down to touch David's arm. How are you? David knocked Remy's hand away, his eyes wide open, scared as if Remy was going to attack. Breathing rapidly, David inched farther away. Was he trapped in a nightmare? David, it's Remy. I'm here. He backed away, allowing David extra space. I'm not going to hurt you. David blinked, his eyes seeming to come into focus as they darted through the cave.
Where am I?
A cave near Boyer's lab.
Boyer?
Remy handed a bottle of water to David. He took it with shaky hands, barely able to bring it to his mouth. While his wounds had healed, he had to be sore. Remy was about to jump in and help him drink, but he didn't think David would appreciate that. Besides, he seemed to be doing a decent job with only a few dribbles on his shirt, which was so encrusted with dirt and dried blood that a few drops of water hardly mattered. Do you remember anything? Remy asked. David shook his head and looked around the cave. Keep drinking, Remy said. You're dehydrated. David took another sip, his hands less shaky than before. He watched Remy with wary eyes. Do you know who I am? Remy asked, fearful David might have lost all memory.
Everything is fuzzy,
David said, his voice still raspy even after the water. I felt the same way when I woke up at the hotel after Boyer drugged me. You'll be fine in a few minutes.
What happened?
David's hand traveled slowly to his head. Headache. When he nodded, Remy took out a small packet with 2 pills in it. He handed it to David. It will help with the headache.
Thank you,
he said, swallowing the pills with a long drink. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, noticing the blood for the first time. Sorry, Remy said. I would have hosed you down, but there isn't too much water here. We'll get you cleaned up soon.
What happened?
David asked again. Boyer injected you with a mixture of drugs and venom, Remy said, watching for a reaction. When there wasn't one, he continued. The combination made you a bit crazy.
Crazy?
David lifted his hand.
Whose blood is this?
Mainly yours. You were shot in each shoulder. David glanced down as if expecting to see the bullets still there, sticking out like cartoon plugs. They went clean through, Remy said.
I'll have matching scars like Grayson.
David jumped slightly as if he'd scared himself.
Grayson, Maya, where's Maya? Is she okay?
Remy smiled, relieved that David was finding his way out of the fog. He'd be himself in no time. Maya's fine, she's at home. At least Remy hoped she was still at home and okay. He'd had French deliver a message, hopefully putting any fears to rest without saying too much. That seemed to settle David until he started again.
The baby. Is the baby okay?
He's fine.
He? Maya had the baby. It's a boy. How long have I been out?
Slow down, Remy said with a sigh. As far as I know, Maya hasn't had the baby yet. I just didn't want to call the baby an it. We've been here for a little over 2 weeks.
Oh.
David said, leaning his head back against the cave wall, his brow pinched.
When can we leave?
As soon as you're up to it. But we'll rest today so you can gather your thoughts and strength. You haven't eaten in weeks.
I did.
David frowned.
Someone forced some nasty swill down my throat. I couldn't see who it was. His face was so mutilated that I could only see his eyes.
I fed you the nasty broth, Remy said. You were having nightmares. Whoever you saw wasn't real.
You fed me that shit?
It kept you alive, didn't it? He rubbed his forehead.
Those were nightmares. They felt so real.
You've been out flat the entire time.
Tell me what happened. Start from the beginning.
I don't know how you got involved, Remy said. I went after Ava and French intercepted. The next thing I know, you're on Boyer's table.
I went to him,
David said, staring listlessly at a point past Remy's shoulder.
I thought he could help you. We flew to the border. He turned on me.
The bottle crackled in David's fist.
He's venom.
Was.
He's dead?
By his own hand.
It was him the entire time,
David muttered. The bottle crumpled.
He did this to you too.
I know.
No, you don't. Not really.
I know he injected me and I went berserk, just like you did. Remy clenched his jaw tight, wanting to tell David that he was sorry, that he didn't mean to shoot him all those years ago.
God, if I had known then what I know now, I would have told you,
David said.
But I didn't understand at the time. Remy, what's wrong?
Remy almost laughed. Where would he even begin? The truth. It was always a good place to start. I shot everyone, Remy said. The words fell out as if they didn't mean anything more than a casual hello.
Who? What are you talking about?
Boyer injected me again 6 years ago. I was the one that massacred the platoon. I killed them all. I shot you. David's brows furrowed.
No, you didn't.
I did. Boyer tampered with the reports. It was my gun. David shook his head.
No.
Drink some more, Remy said, motioning to the contorted bottle in David's lap. You're going to lose your voice. He rolled his eyes but drank some water anyway.
It wasn't you. I remember the shooter.
Remy stilled, hope and disbelief spreading. Who was it?
A local.
David shrugged, wincing at the pain in his shoulders.
He came in, gun already firing before he even knew where his targets were. He turned the gun on himself after.
How did he get my gun? Remy demanded. Why wasn't this in the report?
The report would have been more useful as toilet paper,
David said.
You took your gun with you to speak with Boyer, remember? He must have handed it over to the assassin.
Christ. It was all starting to make sense. Boyer had still blamed Remy for Tommy's death. It was all hateful revenge. Giving Remy's gun to an assassin who would kill all those who Remy thought of as brothers and the love of his life would be another way to hurt Remy. And Remy had been willing to go to jail for it and to hand Ava over to French.
Now what's wrong?
David asked, leaning back, his head lolling to the side. I sent Ava away.
Ava?
David perked, but only slightly. He was fading fast.
Was Ava here? Did she try to kill you again?
Remy grimaced. No, she was never the traitor. Boyer was. Remy huffed. We need to start at the beginning, don't we? You've been sleeping too damn long.
I think I might again,
David said, tipping over.
So did you make up?
Yes. Then I sent her away thinking I was heading to jail. Remy stood and paced the small space, furious with himself. I have to find her.
You will. Stop worrying.
I sent her off. Damn it. I told her French loved her and that she should be with him.
You're an ass,
David snorted.
But you still don't have to worry. French isn't in love with her.
Yes, he is, Remy stated. I know he is. Why else would he protect her this long? He loves her, and I packaged her up and sent her straight to him. Remy growled an oath aimed at himself for being such a fool. David smiled, his droopy eyes crinkling at the corners.
If you think French is in love with Ava, then you're an even bigger ass than I thought. He loves you, always has. You were too blinded by Ava to notice anything but her. You are the reason he protected Ava. Bet that chafed his hide.
Stunned, Remy leaned against the wall. French loved him. Remy didn't even know how to process that information. However, it meant that he still had time to apologize to Ava. He just hoped she would listen to him. David's snore echoed in the small cavern, bringing Remy back to his current problem. He had to get David home, and soon. Now that he seemed free of the injected concoction, it was safe to leave. Remy would give him until the following morning, but then they were moving out, even if Remy had to carry him. It was time to go home. It was time to make amends. Remy sighed. Ava was going to beat him with those damn crutches. Chapter 21. It was more than a week later when Remy pulled into Grayson's driveway. He parked just as French called. Remy quickly answered. It's about time you returned my call, Remy barked. Where is she?
I assume you mean Ava.
French's response was dry. Where is she?
I don't know.
You lost her?
She was never mine to lose, but you seem to be doing a fine job of it.
I screwed up, Remy admitted. Boyer got in my head and I... Just tell me you can find her. Silence. French? He sighed.
She doesn't want to be found. Ava quit her job and her phone is offline. It's why you haven't been able to locate her.
Ava went into hiding? If Remy hadn't been sitting in his car, he would have had to commandeer the nearest chair. This was his fault. He should have never sent her away. He should have held on to her. He should have told her it was him who loved her, not French. Lots of should-haves, but he messed up again. Maybe it was better off this way. Maybe Ava would be better off without such a screw-up. Maybe she would fall in love with someone who'd treat her like Remy should have. Please, Remy said. Just do your best. You've known her longer. I don't even know where to look anymore. It was the truth, and it felt like he was trying to breathe through steel. So much of what he knew of Ava 6 years ago was no longer the same now. It was like trying to hunt for a roaming ghost. Ava left no prints to follow. She just vanished like murky grays.
I might be able to help, but after this, I've done as much as I can for you. I can't do much more. We're done after this. It's time for me to start over.
I understand. A rough laugh escaped.
I don't think you do.
Jeremy, I actually do, Remy said. I've been thick-skulled, but you already know that. David told me why you've looked out for Ava all these years. I had thought. Well, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Thank you for watching her for me. French cleared his throat.
Well, if you do a proper job of it, I wouldn't have to.
I will, Remy promised. Just find her for me. Just this one last time.
I make no promises.
I wouldn't hold you to them anyway. Remy ended the call and took a deep breath, gathering strength to plaster on a smiling face that no one would believe.
Ava kissed the top of her father's head as she passed through the living room on the way to the kitchen.
There was a call for you.
Her father said, popping up the footrest on the recliner. Ava paused. A call?
A Jeremy something or other.
Ava's heart ping-ponged against her ribs. How did French find her? She never spoke about her family, not to anyone, not even to Remy. It wasn't as if she had a horrible family, but with Remy she had too many other things to occupy her, love and war included. And with everyone else, it was more for protection. She had heard too many horror stories about families falling prey. If she was a target, she didn't want her family to suffer the consequences. So she never spoke of them, never carried pictures, never did many of the things a good daughter would do. And she was sorry for staying away. Too much time was lost. Would she have to lose more now that French had located her? Did he say what he wanted?
No, just asked if you were at home.
What did you tell him?
No, of course, you were at the store, right?
Yes. Did you happen to tell him that?
I might have. Can't quite recall.
He said, scratching his head thick with white hair. She silently sighed. Well, if it was just French, then she wouldn't worry for now. She could always divert his attention if she had to. There was a new recruit at the CID who could pass for Remy's twin.
Remy sat on the patio, trying not to be annoyed while Maya fussed over David. It wasn't Maya he was annoyed with. He could never be frustrated with someone who was naturally so caring and sweet. But David was milking his injuries, groaning at imaginary pains just so Maya would coo at him and adjust the pillows on the lounge chair. Why aren't you at home in bed? Remy asked.
Grayson wanted to see my twins.
David said, pointing to his shoulders.
No, I didn't.
Grayson said, stepping out from the house.
I have my own scars, thank you.
Now we have a matching set,
David said, a smirk hinting at the corners of his lips. Grayson wrinkled his nose.
Never thought the day would come.
All three of you will give me gray hair.
Maya pouted.
And I'm not even 30 yet.
Remy wondered what he did to be added to the Miller gray hair pool. but he didn't bother to ask. Maya would give him a reason whether it was deserved or not, and he couldn't argue with Maya, not with her round, innocent blue eyes twinkling up at him. He'd rather argue with a woman with soft brown eyes.
David, you have to promise me that you won't leave home ever again.
I'm not home now, so I'm not sure how this promise would work out. And what would I do when I have to take you to the hospital to have my baby?
Our baby.
She corrected.
And I didn't mean it like that. You're deliberately being obtuse.
Obtuse? You've been hanging out with Jenna too long.
I have.
Maya giggled. David wrapped his arm around Maya and tugged her down onto his lap.
You'll have to tell me about all of these wonderful new words when we get home.
She giggled again as he playfully tickled her.
But you're not home yet,
Grayson said, echoing Remy's thoughts. Maya wrapped her arm around David and looked hard at him. Her sunny smile had given way to a frown.
David, you have to promise me.
I can't make a promise that I won't leave home.
I meant not to go overseas anymore, unless it's with me. You get into too much trouble and always come home with more scars.
I thought women liked a man with scars.
I like knowing you're safe.
Remy tried not to watch, but his curiosity at how David was going to weasel out of the promise was too great. He enjoyed David's discomfort way too much.
I'm always safe.
You've been shot twice and were drugged, and that was just within the last few weeks.
David shifted uncomfortably.
But
Maya leaned over, running her fingers through his hair.
Please.
But
Please, Daddy.
Remy pressed his lips together, holding back his laughter. The expression on David's face when Maya called him Daddy was comical, and it was clear that Maya had won. David had no chance when it came to a beautiful woman calling him Daddy. Whether she meant it in one particular way or the other, it had the same effect. And it proved once again that you can't argue with Maya.
I promise,
he said, smiling at her bouncing glee. Remy only had to avert his eyes for a few moments until David became distracted by his ringing phone.
It's Ian,
he said, looking at his phone in mild disbelief.
He never calls.
Remy had met the third Miller brother not too long ago when he returned from Africa. Within days, Ian was chasing after a woman who had stolen a king's ransom in diamonds from him. Remy listened, wondering if Ian had ever caught the woman who had balls enough to steal right from under Ian's nose. Twice.
I can't,
David said.
You called 2 minutes too late. I just promised Maya that I wouldn't leave the country unless she's with me.
Maya beamed.
She's not going anywhere. She's due any day now.
No, I'm not. You just keep forgetting my due date.
David feigned hurt.
I do not. I'm just excited,
he said, eliciting another smile from Maya. Remy shook his head. If only all women were so easy to please. But as soon as the thought popped into his head, he disregarded it. It wasn't what he wanted at all. If Remy didn't hear back from French soon, he'd try a different tactic. So what if she wasn't using her credit cards or phone? Remy could still find her. He just needed one lead, something he hadn't thought of before.
You'll have to ask Remy,
David said, pulling Remy out of his thoughts. Ask me what?
Ian needs help finding the diamond thief,
David said, holding the phone to his chest.
I can't go.
I can't either, Remy said. Not yet anyway. Not until he heard from French.
Grayson?
David looked over at his brother.
We just opened the bed and breakfast and we're booked solid,
Grayson said.
Jenna would strangle me if I left right now. Ask him if he wants me to hire a private investigator.
David lifted the phone to his ear, resuming his conversation with Ian.
He's been looking for that woman for a long time,
Grayson said.
He's in love. He doesn't really care about the diamonds.
Those diamonds are worth millions,
David said, having ended the call.
And he has millions more. He loves her. That's the only reason he keeps after her.
The man owns a diamond mine and is in love with a diamond thief, Remy said, wrapping his head around it. Dude's more messed up than me. Maya's eyes flashed with curiosity, making Remy want to backpedal.
You're still in love with Ava, aren't you?
She asked with a growing smile. Remy glared at David, who had the decency to look down sheepishly.
Oh, Remy!
Maya clapped.
I'm so happy for you. Where is she? When are you getting married? You know who we could get to do the wedding? Oh, this is going to be wonderful. Maybe we could have a double wedding with you and Ava, and Grayson and Jenna.
The spade that was poised in Grayson's hand drooped. At the thought of some flouncy double wedding, Remy scrambled out of his chair in an attempt to escape. He knew that if he couldn't find Ava, Maya would have no problem finding him a long line of tepid women to pick from for the bride's role.
Come back, coward,
David called, grinning like a fool from ear to ear. Keep your woman under control, Remy ordered, earning a hearty laugh from David.
Why don't you try that with Ava and let me know how it turns out?
David said, amused. Even Grayson was laughing. With a growl, Remy stalked off, knowing he could never keep Ava under control, nor would he want to. He loved her exactly the way she was, feisty, temperamental, and completely devastating when she looked at him with her velvety brown eyes. She controlled him, and he loved it. Now he just had to find her. Remy read French's text for the 10th time in as many minutes. It was a cryptic message, and Remy replied that he needed more information. No response. What was the man up to? The message stated it was time to start over. A date and coordinates were included. That was it. Nothing else. Remy used his phone to map the GPS coordinates. It showed a general area map of Minnesota. The flag pointed to Stillwater. He zoomed in, wanting to see more detail. The aerial view swooped down until finally he was able to see a cemetery. He didn't understand. Why would French give him coordinates to a cemetery and say it was time to start over? Shit. Remy read the date again. It was tomorrow. He raced out of his house, not even bothering to secure it. On the way to the airport, he attempted to call French several times, only to be sent to voicemail. The jerk, he was going to commit suicide after everything they had been through. Now. It didn't make sense. Remy vowed that if he got his hands on French, then French wouldn't need to bother with suicide. Remy would do the job for him. And why at a cemetery? Was he planning on picking an open hole to fall into? Remy just hoped there'd be a plane that would get him there in time. He was not going to lose another friend. When Remy arrived in Minneapolis late that same evening, he didn't bother checking into a hotel. Since French didn't give him a time, Remy wouldn't take any chances. He'd stay at the cemetery until French arrived. Stillwater wasn't too far from the airport. As soon as Remy rented a car, he stopped to buy a few provisions to last him through the night and possibly the next day. He wasn't going to leave the cemetery, not even for a second, until French showed. If that meant 10 o'clock the next evening, then Remy would still be there, waiting. When he reached the coordinates, Remy felt something stir inside him. It was an odd magnetic sensation, as if he was being pulled in. He'd never believed in superstition or forces beyond his sight, but he couldn't explain the feeling. Was French already here? Pulling out his newly purchased flashlight, Remy decided to explore. As a child, cemeteries used to scare him, especially at night. But now they were a peaceful place. Not of strangers, but of friends and family. As he walked around, the only sounds he heard were his own footsteps and breath. The cool night air seeped into his light jacket. He hadn't thought to bring warmer clothes for the northern climate. He hadn't thought about much of anything other than arriving in time to stop French. While the night was too dark to see anything past his flashlight, Remy could smell the fresh pine that hugged the grounds. It was beautiful here. Restful. He now understood why French picked it, even if he didn't understand anything else. He skimmed the light over each headstone as he walked through the cemetery, reading the names and dates. Some were old, some were young, but they always had one thing in common. Death. It is what all life has in common. Remy mentally shook himself. He had to let go. He had to let everything go, including the past. Ava. But he didn't want to let her go. He never wanted to let her go. But he had. Out of stupidity and misplaced justice, he thought she was better off without him. But he knew he'd never be whole without her. He continued walking, his head now filled with Ava instead of French. He barely read the names. They blurred as his mind shuffled through images of Ava. But one name made him stop. He couldn't have read that correctly. He must have been thinking of something else and inserted a name on someone else's grave. Remy stepped back, flooding the small headstone with light. What he saw knocked the air out of him. It scrambled his mind as he tried to process what he was looking at. It couldn't be right. It wasn't possible. But as he read the etched dates and quickly calculated, he knew it was right. It shattered him. Brock Remington, Jr.
Chapter 22. Ava bought a teddy bear and a bunch of flowers to bring to the cemetery. It was her yearly visit. Her dad stayed at the house, having already visited her mom and Junior just 2 days prior. That was when her mom had died, 2 days before her baby. To say it was a sad time would have been a drastic understatement. She lost her love, her mom, and her child all within the space of a few months. She took a breath as she walked to her loved ones, inhaling the fresh scent. It cleansed her mind, pushing out the past. After today, she would find a job and begin again. It was time to start over. She had hoped it would be with Remy, but he was in a different place, a place she couldn't break into. Ava placed the flowers at her mother's headstone and then stepped over to Brock's.
Why didn't you tell me?
Ava jumped at the voice coming from behind her. She whipped around to find Remy standing in the shadow of a pine tree nearly 20 feet away. He slowly walked to her, taking the teddy bear from her hands.
Why didn't you tell me?
He asked again. You were dead, she said, looking down at the stuffed animal that was tiny in his hands.
But I'm not. You've had plenty of opportunities to let me know.
And what would you have done? Remy didn't answer and instead set the little bear at Brock's headstone. He straightened and took a breath that was as shaky as hers.
What happened to him?
Ava chewed on her bottom lip, holding back the burning tears that pooled. He came too early. He was so little, she said, remembering how he was barely a handful. His skin so thin it was almost translucent. But he was a fighter, too. He hung on for nearly a month, but his little body just wasn't developed enough. Remy reached out, wiping an escaped tear from her cheek that unleashed hundreds more. He hugged her into him, allowing her to drench his shirt.
I'm sorry. I should have been there for you.
You were dealing with your own problems, she said, remembering the scars that littered his body. He had more demons to fight than she did. He shook his head.
No, nothing is more important than family.
I'm not your family.
Brock was my son.
She nodded, her face rubbing against his moist shirt.
And I want you to be my family, too.
Pulling back, Ava looked up at Remy. He must have seen her confusion because he said,
Just like David, Grayson, and Maya have been my family for these past years. It's more than just blood.
Ava nodded in understanding, but it stung to be classified as family with the rest of his friends. But maybe that was all she was. And if she was to be Remy's friend, then she'd take that friendship. She'd rather be a part of his life than not.
But I don't want to live with them. I want to live with you.
Ava looked up at him, not knowing if she'd heard correctly.
Forever.
He added, What are you saying?
That I've only ever loved you. I never stopped loving you, no matter how hard I tried.
More tears flooded. She dashed them away, only to have them joined by more. She wasn't a crier, and yet here she was soaking them both. Remy took her hands. He kissed one palm and then the other.
I won't ask you to marry someone like me, but I want you around as long as you can tolerate me.
Someone like you? She questioned.
You know all my flaws. And you were right about the attack. It wasn't me. David had seen the shooter. He also told me.
Told you what? Ava prodded. He took a breath.
I was never in enemy prison. It was all in my head. All the scars. They're from me. I did this to myself.
No, you didn't, Ava stated. It was Boyer. Everything was Boyer. Don't you dare blame yourself. He looked as if he was about to argue, but a smile curved his lips instead.
Are you ordering me around already?
He asked, amusement tinting his voice. He gazed down at her, brushing her hair from her shoulder, his hand cupping her cheek.
Come home with me, please.
Yes. She wanted to say yes. But what if, he shook his head.
No what ifs. We are stronger together than apart. And I don't want to be apart anymore. We face everything together from now on.
But, Brock, sorry, Remy, she corrected herself. I'm really trying to remember, but it slips sometimes.
You can call me Brock.
Really?
I think it's time I let the government know that they can rip up my death certificate. I'm suddenly feeling quite alive.
Really?
Really.
A small smile shaped his lips.
I doubt anyone will call me Brock again, but you can.
Oh, I don't know. I'm rather fond of this new Remy, she said, smiling.
Is that a yes? You'll come home?
I want forever, too. A real forever. His brows lowered.
You want to marry me?
Yes.
Are you sure? You could wait and decide later.
She was done waiting. Just shut up and kiss me. He smiled and gathered her into his arms.
I can do that. Remy awoke, feeling run down. Was it morning already? It was as if he hadn't slept at all, which, if he thought back, he barely did. And the only person he could blame was lying right next to him, her arm over his chest, her leg draped over his. She was like a human koala bear. He missed that about sleeping with her. When he first met Ava, it had been tough to get used to. He might be big, but he wasn't a damn tree to cling to. But then it became a form of security, knowing she was right next to him, safe. And then when she wasn't with him, it was as if she ripped the security away. Ava stirred next to him, her satiny skin brushing against his. Christ. He couldn't get enough of her. He couldn't touch her enough. Couldn't kiss her enough. Couldn't love her enough. His phone rang, eliciting a soft mewling sound from Ava as she cuddled deeper into him. Reaching over, he grabbed the phone off the nightstand, cursing when he read David's name on the screen. What? Remy growled into the phone.
Maya wants to know when you're going to bring Ava around. She and Jenna want to surprise you both with a party. Ow!
David yelped. Remy heard Maya's scolding in the background.
Oh well, not a surprise anymore.
We don't want a party, Remy said, keeping a shudder at bay. Ava cracked open her sleepy eyes.
What's going on?
Maya and Jenna are scheming to throw us a party.
What for? You know I hate parties.
You only hate parties when you're the center of attention, Remy corrected. But you can't get out of it if Maya is involved. David mumbled his agreement.
Maya said you've been shacked up long enough. Ow. Okay. She might not have used those words. But it's been nearly 2 weeks, and we haven't heard a word from you.
Tell Maya to give us another 2 weeks. We're busy, Remy said, ending the call and tossing the phone. He rolled over, pinning Ava. Her warm, firm body beneath him nearly undid him every time. Well, I bought us a little time, he said. What would you like to do? She shifted, nails scraping along his back, causing a chain reaction that couldn't be ignored. Little savage, he murmured, nipping her shoulder.
Beast,
she retorted, earning a smile as he trailed his tongue along her neck and up to her ear. Care to try to pin me again? He challenged. You couldn't do it last night.
I was tired.
Remy tisked. And why is that?
Because a barbarian has kept me up for so many nights I can't even remember what day it is.
It's Tuesday.
It is?
Remy shrugged. How the hell should I know? I lost count as soon as we got home. Ava laughed.
This is insane. We should get up and at least take a walk around the block.
I'll make a deal with you, Remy said, loving the way Ava's eyes sparked when Remy challenged her. If you actually pin me, which I don't think you can, he taunted, then we'll do whatever you want for the entire day.
There's a problem with that.
What?
I have a feeling we want to do the same thing.
Really?
Really.
She touched a ticklish spot at Remy's side, toppling him. Ava flipped over and straddled him, successfully conquering him.
And I win.
Remy smiled. No, love. I won.
Bonus scene from Nadia Wolf. Nadia packed her suitcase. It now overflowed with clothes she had picked up along the way. Funny, since she started the poker tour without a suitcase and only the clothes on her back. Now she had everything she needed, including a handsome fiancé. She was nervous to fly home. It had been like a dream living in plush hotels, touring different countries. And now, reality was their next destination.
What are you thinking about?
Caleb asked, discarding the magazine he had been flipping through. Nothing.
You have that crease between your eyes. What is it?
I'm not ready to go back, she admitted.
We hit every poker tournament this side of the world.
We don't need tournaments to still play here. Caleb walked over and took the shirt she had folded and refolded 10 times and placed it into the suitcase.
What's this about?
I'm just nervous, Nadia said with a sigh. Nothing good ever happened in Vegas. My life was one long series of disasters. I don't want a repeat. I don't want to lose.
You don't want to lose what?
Nadia couldn't speak. It felt as if one of Gus's woolly fur balls was stuck in her throat. Caleb wrapped his arms around her, tugging her into him. She nuzzled into his chest, feeling his warmth seep into her. Would it always be this way with Caleb? Would she always feel safe in his arms?
Kitten, talk to me. Tell me what's wrong. You know I'd do anything for you.
I just have a bad feeling about going home. For one thing, I don't have a home. For another, I lost everything. I almost lost you. I don't want that to happen. He squeezed her tight before stepping back to look into her eyes.
You won't lose me because we're getting married as soon as the plane lands, and we already signed the papers to start construction on our house. We'll stay in the condo until it's ready.
You have an answer for everything, don't you? Nadia retorted, frustrated that he had everything planned and was calm while she was frazzled. But it was true. She and Vegas were bad luck together. Do you promise to love me no matter what happens?
Yes,
he said, kissing her nose. Even if our new house blows up?
Our new house is going to explode?
Nadia shrugged. My apartment did.
Good point. Then yes, I will still love you even if our house is destroyed.
What if Muffin comes back and takes up residence?
Should we warn her about the bomb first?
Caleb teased. Nadia playfully swatted his arm. I'm serious. You might know what I've been through, but you haven't lived it. It's not fun. He tugged her into him again, stroking her back.
I vow to love you no matter how rotten your luck is, no matter how many houses we have to rebuild, no matter what lunatics you attract. I love you, Nadia. Bad luck and all.
Then I think we should add those to the wedding vows, just in case. Caleb smiled.
Frankie might take offense to the lunatic remark.
No, he'd think we were talking about someone else. In Frankie's eyes, he is perfect.
And you're perfect in mine.
Nadia laughed. You're laying it on a bit thick. He shrugged.
Maybe, but it's true. Would it help if we wagered on it?
Nadia shook her head, pushing back from Caleb. We've wagered enough for at least a decade. I still can't sit properly from my last loss. She felt the hot blush race up her neck.
Would you like me to inspect your bottom?
Heat engulfed her face. No, I still can't believe we got matching tattoos.
See, and you were worried you'd lose me. I'm with you forever now.
Caleb! He laughed.
How about if we wager just one more time? If bad luck strikes within a month of our return, I will pack you up and move you to wherever you want.
You might want to stop construction now while there's still time.
You'll be with me. What could happen?
Nadia already had a list prepared, but she didn't think telling him would help her cause. Yes, I'll be with you. So, with your magical good luck counteracting my bad luck, what will you get if you win?
I get to pick our baby's name.
Nadia startled. Her gaze flew to Caleb's. Did he know? No, he couldn't. She had only figured it out a few days ago. She was waiting to see her doctor to confirm. But she had a feeling the pea stick didn't lie. It had lit up like a Christmas tree.
Well?
Caleb asked. Who said we're having kids? Nadia asked.
I don't know, I just thought we would.
Caleb frowned.
Do I have to wager on that too?
Nadia shook her head and smiled. I think we can make something happen in that area.
Well, we've practiced enough at it.
He nodded to the bed.
Care for another try? Our plane doesn't leave for another 5 hours.
If we must, she teased. He kissed her, hurrying her to the bed. Clothes were stripped somewhere in between. As they tumbled into bed, Caleb asked again,
Do you agree to the wager?
Yes, but you'll be sorry, Nadia said, trying to stay focused as Caleb kissed a heated trail down her. I have a feeling I will win this one.
I won't mind,
he said, his voice a soft vibration against her sensitive skin.
I'll still be with you.
And if you win? Nadia felt Caleb's smile against her stomach.
I thought Ursula Usher might be a fun name.
Dear Lord, he had to be joking. And if it's a boy? She choked out.
Definitely Usherton Usher. I really like that one.
Maybe the stick was wrong. Maybe she'd never have kids who'd be plagued by such terrible names. As Caleb's hands and lips roamed, she knew she was doomed. While she didn't think she was the motherly type, she'd have as many babies as he wanted as long as he continued making love to her. And if he wanted to name them Ursula and Usherton, then so be it. She'd just make sure they had decent middle names to use. Game on, she sighed happily.
This has been My Traitor, written by Nicolette Pierce. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Copyright 2015 by Nicolette Pierce. Production copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing.